Hello, 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 and welcome to this, our double elimination best of three cup. I am, as always, Quarter, and with me is the illustrious Tsubaki. And man, we have some serious names for you today. As always, reading off the participants list for this, just like so many cool people. How's it going?
Hello everyone, nice to have you with me, Quarter, and welcome everyone, nice to see you guys for one of the two last BO3 Cup. Oh, I have my... Wait, yeah, okay. Miliona paid.
There we go. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what people are bringing for this. As always, we have a variety on the roster. It's like, obviously, due to the inherent restrictions and prerequisites that we put in this, very prestigious tournament. Obviously, you know, the TMR gate and the price tag helps allow us a certain degree of like professionalism in terms of who's coming to the table in the first place. But I just like how much variety we get in that alongside that, right?
Yeah, me too, and like, because it's not really friendly beginner, I really like that barrier and gives us actually always magnific matches to watch.
For sure. And as people are pointing out in chat, I see a name I haven't seen in a dog's age. I see a Dirk in the participants list.
Yeah, talked with him because he was looking for a time zone tournament, so...
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. It can be hard running a lot of the different ones at the moment. This is another nice thing about how many different circuits are showing up right now is that it's a lot easier for players in certain time zones to get a tournament for themselves.
Yes, sir. Guys, if you want to trade me, I am at Denise. Airship, like always. Bennett, top 3 of the leaderboard. Dark comeback bug. JT, how are you doing, mate? Nice to see you. Hey. Typing everything at the same time.
Oh yeah, no, this tends to be a thing.
I had 2 players that could not be there exactly at time, that needed 5 more minutes, guys. That's why I'm like taking a bit time. Hello, Saber.
Hello, indeed. I'm glad to see so many excited people in chat hopping in there. Once again, thanks for the raid just as we were starting up as well, Rishi. Getting everybody excited and in the mood for just a like spectacular bracket all the way through here. Once again, this is a double elimination going through, so there's no Swiss. We're just going straight into best of 3s from the start. If people get wiped out early, they do get a chance to climb back up there in our losers bracket. Sadly, we don't have the time to see all those matches down south, but whoever climbs up that gauntlet of tamers in the back there will face off against the person who wins in the semis for a chance at the final prize.
And there you go, the first 12 months following me since the start of the adventure, mate, with a tier 2 as well. Oh my god, thanks a lot, Jackson, Bogman. Thank you for the support and always being there with me.
Jackson is, as always, one of the maddest of lads, definitely being one of the best people behind the scenes that I think we've had in this tournament.
Oh, definitely my right arm as well. Setsuka, where are you? Okay, there.
All right. Well, we have already seen a bit of a shakeup since even just our last tournament. If we check, for instance, just from Plus last night, we have a variety of different things going down that are slowing the game down a bit. I'm wondering if we're going to see more of that, or if people are going to, or if we're just going to continue seeing a bit of a variety here. A bit of hyper aggro perhaps off of some people, a bit of slower plays off of others. I know that some people in Exotic French, for instance, are still running their stuff fairly quick. I know that Turby's running a very unorthodox team, as we saw in our previous tournament. We also have some pretty slow bore players in there. Miliuna has been someone that I'm really interested in seeing due to the fact that they're talking about running Waspy.
Yeah, I talked with him on the latest streams, and I was really hyped to see once he said he bring one. because I don't really believe too much in it.
Yeah, a lot of people are not very strong on the Waspine, but if anyone is able to make Tem like that work, I know that Miliona has in the past had a lot of experience making very slow teams oriented around just outlasting your opponent in unorthodox fashions, like with Body Stretch Asukai and the Burn Rockfall strats, for instance, back in Kisiwa. So it'll be interesting seeing if we can get an extension of that using Waspine into this one. And there it is. We see Dirk. I'm really excited to see what Dirk comes up with, coming straight back out of hiatus into this high octane tournament.
Yeah, and Gagbomb should be right now. Dirk, first time in a long time. So who do I miss in the payments? Classics. Oh, but Classic was Neko. But no need.
Oh, no worries, Miliona. If you're feeling pressured, it's fine. I have every confidence that it's going to be a fun set of matches regardless. But I mean, you made it this far. You're in here. You're up with the big peeps. You belong here.
Hop. Shizenix, si tu m'entends, t'es le seul que j'ai pas encore eu. Comme j'ai déjà payé ta team, bah. Ah ouais, non, mais non, toi t'étais pas dedans. Pardon, il y a tellement d'exos dans les teams de l'autre jour. So I'm just.
Yeah, it looks like it's already registered and everything.
Yeah,
You as well?
I just missed Shizenix payment. That's what I meant to tell
Oh,
him.
rip.
I extended it like to 4:15, guys. Because for Gagbomb that wanted to join as well.
Excellent. I believe that puts us up to 19 players, right?
Yeah. Potter, by the way, you are not checked in. If you could do that, that would be great for the easier seeding. I mean, I can do all players actually.
I mean, it's always nice when people wind up checking in, obviously. So yeah, Trot, if you just sort of get that sorted, that'd be great.
And always leveling at the same time.
Look, there's no minute like the last. I remember back in old Club Wars, one of the games I wound up subbing in for somebody and literally just leveled my team right before the thing started. Sometimes you just gotta scrabble for it. It is
Easy.
what it is.
So, Colder made a big. Can we go away from the research? Just making the jab. So, how many are we?
If I refresh.
Gagbomb, can you join? Because I extended it, so I see the join as well, so you should be able.
Yeah, I'm still only seeing 18 join.
Yeah, he's there. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
What's doing, Temtem? Oh, no worry. We still have 8 minutes now before to start. The other thing, like for a double elimination, like how closer to 32 you are, how better it is for the bracket, guys. I hope everyone knows that, because like 16 is a perfect bracket, and then of course how closer to 32, how better the bracket is. But with 19 people, the bracket is gonna have some holes.
It's gonna be a bit interesting for sure.
Like, first round, there are gonna be a couple of eyes. Good for the points, I suppose, for the Secret Cup, because it's like one of the two last ones before the big finals. As a reminder, we'll have minimum 1 million pensions and $200 prize pool.
Yes, indeed, it's going to be quite something. Definitely nice seeing these higher stakes tournaments in terms of what's going up for the qualifier there, especially given that we've got a couple more of those running around right now. So definitely try to get those points in. Speaking of which, we got what 7 minutes left now.
Yep.
This is still time for if anybody wants a last minute sign up, they could do that right now, right?
Definitely. If anyone is like close to 1k5 TMR or above, join, guys. Enjoy. It's gonna be a really nice experience. No Swiss, only BO3. I mean, BO3 winner bracket, BO1 loser bracket, so you still have a second chance too, and in a BO3 you have time to adapt. I have to leave before the end today, otherwise we'll have played anyway. Yeah, Splin, you are quite high in the leaderboard, so should be okay. But of course, how higher you are in the leaderboard, how more advantage you have in the finals. So, but yeah, if you have something else Hero to do, sure thing, man. Hero always first. Imagine having a real life. Yeah, happens.
Yeah, I'm told they exist.
So, if you're close to 1k5 TMR, sure. Normally I ask 1k5 or higher, but like if you're telling me you're 1490, I'm not gonna say no, but
Ultimately, we are trying to lean into the spirit of it, but obviously, yeah, as Tsubaki's saying, if you're close to that number and you want to participate, throw your hat into the ring, guys. This is your time.
and definitely an amazing experience in my opinion. This is my favorite format, at least for me. I don't really like Swiss Pool.
I think Swiss comes with its own advantages and disadvantages. It's a lot easier to it's a lot more resilient to differing numbers of participants. I think is one thing we can
Oh.
easily say about a Swiss.
Yeah, it's definitely way easier to organize. It's just, yeah, way more RNG, but sure, like you say, just way easier to organize. Could have submitted twice, I wasn't sure because he really could try. That makes sense. Thank you, Reiner. So, 4 minutes, guys. If anyone want to join, there's the link.
Time is now. There are. I'll remind me. What do we have for our prize pool just for this particular tournament, alongside, of course, the tournament points that you give at the end of every one of these.
So at the moment for this one, we have 570k prize pool. It's pretty,
All right, guys.
pretty good.
Yeah, with 43% of that going to the winner, and then 20, 10, and 7% respectively going to all of our other placers there. Then a sweet 5% for everybody that makes it into the top 8. That's quite good.
Making sure that you get your entry fee back if you are there, and of course if you're in the top 4, then you make nice wins.
Mm-hmm.
BO1 will never be as competitive as BO3, but Swiss is just great to handle big amounts of players in a short period of time. I mean, Niffy, not really, because like in a single elimination, it's quick as well. Swiss is probably longer, to be honest.
It all goes down to how many rounds of Swiss you have. That will always change things. Like you can also bite the bullet even with a large number of players and go for like a shorter number of rounds of Swiss.
Sure,
that
if you
comes
have
with
4, yeah.
disadvantages and advantages, and it adds to the RNG elements that you guys are talking about. But the point that I'm getting to is that you can tailor it to what you're looking for in that tournament while easing the actual input you got to do for it. Now, that said, obviously, if you're putting in the time, you're putting in the effort, then yeah, best of 3 double elimination all the way through. Very powerful way to run it.
Yeah, definitely. But like for example, if you look yesterday tournament, it was the Swiss pool. It took 8 hours. Wait, no, it took 7. My bad, 7 hours. Because he started earlier this stream.
Trot says it's nice to just get knocked out if you do poorly rather than chugging through 6 rounds of Swiss. That's an interesting counterpoint there. With that, though, how many more minutes do we have on the clock before we lock the doors?
Big one, pay your debt. The Luma Leon Shark is around the corner.
There we go. There we go. And yeah, I agree, J-Mars. It's a fun little sort of thing to add there. I really enjoy the fact that we have a losers bracket alongside that, giving people kind of a safety net to fall back into if they like mess up their first draft. Like it's kind of it's a brutal comeback from that. But if you can make it back out of those in the best of ones and losers bracket, then damn, like that is a crucible through which you can forge a powerful comeback.
Yep. I wanna play more of those. So, I think we're gonna be good. It's 14, so last minute. And then I will just generify the brackets. But we're gonna have some, yeah, some, some buys.
Unfortunately, just so everybody knows, 19 is definitely a number that's going to give us a lot of buys in our first round. It'll even out after that first round, but that first round is going to be a bit of a doozy, folks. So thank you for your patience. If you are one of our lucky contestants that gets to face that fine guy buy in the arena.
Yeah. So let me see the...
You know, Kunders, it might very well be the day. A lot of people are wondering whether they can avoid their matches with a buy or whether they're going to get it. Like, we're going to find out in just a hot second.
Yeah, there are a lot of people. Wait. Sergio is challenging you to a casual battle. Maybe not. Turby has to play, Dave has to play. Okay, and Gagbomb too, Miliuna too. Okay, we jump into Miliuna. I'm starting the bracket so everyone can see it. Like I said, round 1, because we are 19, is gonna have a lot of holes, but after that we're gonna be fine.
Yep, as you can see, we have, unfortunately, a large number of buys in our first round. As I said, folks, I'm sorry, it's just how it winds up having to be when we run double eliminations. It's a lot easier when players are divisible by 4, but we will, as always, accommodate you, and this is as close as we can manage for that. With that in mind, we have a couple juicy first games. We got Turby versus Reiner, we got Gagbomb versus Miliuna, we got Joico. Which do you want to go for that? You had your eyes on Miliuna there.
Yeah, I wanna jump on Miliuna. But
Alright.
just one little thing, Nico, je sais pas quoi dire. Franchement, alors vous avez vraiment la pire poisse possible, vous deux, hein, entre pour ça. So, let me switch the game actually that I'm capturing.
Alright.
So we're good. So guys, for all the rounds 1, whenever you wanna start, loser bracket of course never waits, even if you will have to wait 1 round for the loser bracket, but... So it's Gagbomb Miliuna, yeah, I mean, yeah, we should go to Miliuna.
Absolutely, I'm just waiting for them to enter their first game. I believe that this is also the point where we can say that everybody who is playing is ready to start, right?
Right, and the other ones can have like a nice breakfast in the meantime.
There we go.
And actually, this match will be interesting because it's like aggro against stall, so...
No, Gagbomb has been cutting it up lately with a number of very aggressive Mimit-oriented leads, from what I understand.
Nifi, winner chooses. You choose. I mean, the winner of the coin flip choose what he wants.
I always like that version better than being forced to invite.
Yeah,
sometimes you build a team that just does not want to get invited.
Yeah.
Well, rather, doesn't want to invite. That's the one.
Mr. Kunders, if possible not, that would be great. I don't know if you still want to eat something or do something in the meantime, because I prefer like to be able to wait, because then we follow each round and the winner bracket.
It does help keep everything a bit easier on time for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
So, are they in? They are in! Let's go!
I got the caster curse.
Can I cut the music and put the volume in game?
Fantastic. And as we look at this, Gagbomb still has the Terror team. This is just a lot of knives pointed at Miliuna's squad. A lot of interesting support options out of Miliuna, though. I see the vaunted Schween Pat. I see a raise, which is not something we usually see. I see, of course, the Nidrasil Obi-Wan combo that we've seen a lot of recently. And, of course, Waspin and Korin.
Yeah, I'm hyped to see that actually. How is he gonna play with this team? But I'm doing the predictions too, guys. Neko, non, désolé. Enfin, le nombre qu'on a eu malheureusement est pas facile pour un tournoi de ce format-là. Mais le round 2, vous devez attendre quoi. Il y a juste ce match-ci à attendre en fait, et après on avance avec tout le monde comme ça.
Yeah, no, it's a lot easier for everybody if we start round 2 all at the same time and just accept the fact that we have a lot of buys in our first round. It just corrects everything else and gets us on course for our divisible by 4 lineup.
Yeah, 1k5 teamer doesn't help as a barrier for having like a big numbers of players, but I still like it.
No, it's always your prerogative in terms of how we set this up. And Miliuna's already trying to set the pace of the game, starting off with Korin, which is kind of a spooky town to be leading Hedgen into, one supposes. Firequash Ben kind of helping that out and keeping Nidrasil a bit safe as well. We do, however, have some pretty frustrating looking Sinner Typer leads here, if that is a Sinner Typer Chromion.
Yeah, and especially like Generify is like an option as well to just neutralize and not get the stone ball super effective.
Ooh, and you get the evasion off of the synergy with the neutral Sinner Typer.
I tried this actually, even with double neutral Chromion. It's cool. You can do so many things with it, like double Generify turn 1 and then double Undermine turn 2, still Bamboozle. Ooh. It's really cool.
Yeah, that sounds pretty scary. And yes, you are correct, folks. You are seeing an Orphill there. Orphill is one of the not fully evolved Tems that actually has a very distinct niche from its evolved counterpart, having a much higher base speed of 75 and a truly staggering attack stat. Means that it's basically, alongside Toxic Affinity, the hardest hitting Toxic Ink in the game. You get that lead set up against a board that's weak to it, it will just body things.
Yeah. And yeah, like you said, just strong as Toxic Ink in the game, guys.
100%. It will one-shot a Whiplump. I've seen it happen.
Oshiara too. Even could not one like it one shot for sure, and I gotta try something like a madness bow, but
unless it's like a Strange Vest Naga, but not a lot of people are running that right now.
No, reactive vial too strong.
Exactly. It's just so hard getting those 2 KOs on Naga consistently with reactive vial. With this in mind, though, we do see the Saipat picked up with the Schween there banned. I'm wondering if this is an amphibian Saipat that's picked anyways, because it's really good into this, but already in draft, it's looking a little concerning for Miliuna. If they can manage to slow Gagbomb down, I think it'll be great. And I have every confidence that that is something that Miliuna has the power to do, because I've run into them a lot of times and they're really good at slowing down games.
Yeah, if he kills that Oshara, he's in a good spot. Don't feel forced to pick Waspin, Niffy. If you wanna play OB10, play OB10, huh? Don't feel forced. 8-Bitten, thank you for the raid, man. Welcome everyone for the round 1 of this double elimination tournament.
If you don't know him, Bitten is just one of the best characters that are playing around in Temtem. He's a stand-up and wholesome individual. He does a lot of Little Cup. It's kind of his niche. He kind of authored the format, and he's just a fantastic person in general. Give him a look after this. He's a wonderful guy. But in the meantime, we are going into Gagbomb versus Miliuna in our first game in this best of 3 tournament, and it is going to be quite a thing.
Yeah, and for 8-Bitten, last thing, guys, he's the baby master. That's just a precision.
No, it's very true, though. That's just a statement you can make about him.
So, what do you expect this turn?
All right, so I feel like you still got to try to threaten the stone ball, as like if nothing else, just because I actually really like the Rise swap into here. I know that -1 speed doesn't have nearly as much of the bite as it used to, but like it just helps into this board a lot. Double microwaves is something that we need to be concerned of here, but Generify I think is totally what Gagbomb goes for turn 1, which we see.
Yeah, the thing is, like, he has nothing to really threaten the Corrin at the moment, like we thought. But not gonna stop the Stonewall, but not even two shots it. Ouch.
Well, that's the power of Generify with that. But Goring alongside Toxic Ink, now that Hedgen's nullified, could be something here. But I don't expect this Nid to stand. This could be the Rise swap turn.
Yeah, because he can just Hellfire her. I mean, double the slot, it's dead.
Mm-hmm.
He knows he doesn't die from another Stonewall, so can even take that risk. At the same time, Corrin is like needed for Valesh too. Still has Race. Oh, he still actually plays Race.
Corrin's not threatened here at all. Corrin can just stick around. I don't think Corrin's the one at risk here. I think Race is the best thing to come into the Nidrisil slot right now, even if it's taking a double microwaves to the face, just because the minus speed's gonna really debilitate the Chromion, whose only real prio option is microwaves.
I mean, yes and no, because like Millionaires team, except Psypad, I think just everything is super slow in there.
I mean, yeah, that's a point.
And because of the nerf speed, yeah, it's. But like you say, it's just the best tank to come in there.
Yeah, if you're expecting the Hellfire, it's great. If you're expecting double microwaves, then it's still one of the better things you have.
So, are you doing Goring then? Just to save some stamina?
I do like the Goring option here, because it also means that you've got, you can't, it's not like you can burn it.
Ooh,
oh no!
With the minute speed, it's enough. Because yeah, 193 is the max speed Chromion. True.
Overexerts the Chromion thanks to Willpower Drain, another really valuable tool in Corrin's kit, which, yeah, no, I'm kind of impressed that that wound up working that well from the Yuna this turn. This, alongside the Hedgen losing its turn of Nullify, means that Gagbomb really wants to swap this turn, unless he's really confident he can KO something with a microwaves and that's going to be a reasonable trade. But with the Ociara in the back, why not just bounce to that?
Because it's just a perfect entry against those two.
However, this is kind of an invitation from Leona to just hot swap the Rays again, right?
Yeah. The thing is, what do you bring? Because Hedgen is still on the field, Psypad maybe, but you still don't like the digital moves.
Right.
Waspine.
If I was going like Mad Lad, this is sort of like a Lola brain plays. You swap the Nid back in, hard predicting the Ociara.
Yeah, but if Hedgen stays, what do you do? That was the thing. Like, I thought Chromion would switch into Ociara and Hedgen stay, but... Actually, he could not Generify anymore, that's true. So if Stonewall came there...
Yeah, this is kind of my thing. It's like it would still hit. But now we have two Ociaras. Into a Waspine. That is, that is not a Nidrisil. And it does not like this. But we do have... definitely a raid boss Corrin starting to emerge here. I don't think it's going to be able to stand against two Ociaras, one of which with Serba's online.
Yeah, doesn't it even read like a Nidrisil and just like, I don't know, one Serbo and one Blizzard?
At that point, we're coin flipping which spot the Nidrisil runs in on.
Oh, never mind. Mimid has no moves at all at the moment. That's always the problem with Ociara.
Hard swapped in, so it's got hold. Oh no, of course! Whenever it swaps in, it loses all its hold.
So... Wait. It should not have Cerberus, or is she?
Yeah, no, it's not going to have Cerberus. But we do see the first Cerberus come out. The Amphibian Psypat comes down. I would have liked to see the swap. Oh, okay, this Corrin ate that a lot better.
What the hell?
And with Reactive Vial, we start to recognize why Miliuna kept that in. That is some fun tech right there. And the Blizzard coming out expecting the Nidrisil swap is just eaten by that Corrin, which after a Stonewall is just weathering the storm of these Ociaras. And alongside that, the Saipat has managed to get its amphibian buff off, so that's +1 attack and speed on a duck with Toxic Ink available. Even though that's not got stabbed because it's not got the Toxic affinity, that's still looking pretty frightening into both of these OCRs.
That was an amazing play by Miliona. They're switching the Saipat knowing what would come. And actually, I didn't expect Karen to tank so well the server rest, let's be honest.
No, I too was kind of surprised by that. I said before that if anybody knows how to keep things like this alive, it's Miliona, but it's easy to forget how tanky you can build things when you really try to. And Miliona is no stranger to just going hard bulk, which after like one stone wall, we see how well that tanked those.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And nullify for 2 turns. It's going to be very hard for Gag Bomb to break that unless it's like a hard focus with 2 aquatic whirlwinds into that spot.
But that's a hard overexert though for Oshiara. Saipat is a bit free there.
Yeah, with only 10 stamina remaining on Osiara, this is a awkward spot for trying to press with the Osiara on that spot. I feel like the Mimit one can still stick around, but Mimit's probably very frail.
And at others thing, like you need Korin for Valage and the digitals, I feel like, so hold it for later and just switch, especially no stamina neither. You're not gonna outspeed an Oshiara with Willpower Drain.
Since the Mimit one used Blizzard, so Blizzard's off this turn, so you can easily swap this Nidrasil in. OCR would have to overexert in order to throw anything onto Nidrasil.
And yeah, Diddle Stick, agreed.
Like, it's still possible to hit the Nid on the swap, but that's basically sacking your OCR to do it.
Yeah. Not sure, especially with the +1 attack on Saipa. I mean, I'm not sure you want that.
Yeah, no, it's a risky biscuit. The Valish in the back is also looking very frightened of this Saipat if it is caught off guard by that Nicho Sai. I know a lot of people kind of ignore the turn 2 and onwards options of Saipat, but they are ever present.
Chroman again? Yeah.
Yep, okay, so we're back to the Chromion hedging sort of element of this. As the Korin does bounce, not really wanting to take more of that, but we do see a Ray swap once again.
But Saipat is definitely faster than Chromion now. Hedgen, actually, no idea.
Okay, so it's not the extra spicy. Okay, so it's War Drum, not the extra spicy Schween's Horn Saipat for that turn 1 Toxic Ink with Stab. But
man, I faced that on last stream, a Schween's Horn Nidrasil. I was like, what?
Oh, people are running Schween's Horn Nid again? That's amazing.
It was to Bien, if you remember him.
Yes.
God.
Oh, I haven't seen Tutirabian in ages. Okay, that's really cool. Well, in this, though, I mean, obviously the poison ticks are still great into Chromion. I think the other thing that's really good about this is that Saipat's got the speed advantage here. I don't think you keep Saipat in, though, because that's double microwaves dead. And you want to keep that you want to keep that for everything that isn't this lead.
The thing is, Nicho Sai kills one.
Yes.
It depends what you want to do,
but I don't know if you want to take that much chip on Saipat, which is a frail boy.
I agree, but then what do you do with Race too? It's like you fight on it a Chromion, good kill.
Yeah, you can kill the Chromion with that.
But he's -1 special attack though, so not even sure.
You know, that's a point. Like maybe you King's Roar. Man, you can tell by the utter confidence in my sentence that that's a good line of play.
Not sure. I'm waiting to see that damn Wespin.
Look, it was on there for a turn. The Royal Jelly did something. We don't have a Deluge partner, so it's probably not doing that. We didn't see too many mentals in the team either outside of Kinu. But we'll see what winds up happening here. The Saipat does swap, and it is the Waspine.
I still wonder, because I think if you kill Hedgen, your Nidrasil is already like in a better spot. Wow, that tankiness.
My god, and it eats the double microwaves like a champ. And the NATO drop onto the Chromion with the Poison Tick does this kill. It does not come close. The Chromion is still at 5.4% health. And Saints alive. Yeah, no, that just ate double microwaves. That's really impressive.
The damage is real.
Well, yeah, it's something that people are working on attending to, and as people are pointing out, both are at -2, and they still outsped Rays.
Yeah, because the speed nerfs are huge, a bit too huge, maybe.
Yeah, there's a couple people that are curious about perhaps evening out priority alongside the speed nerfs to just sort of level the playing field a bit without like undoing what's already been done. But that's a separate comment for this. I do think that Miliuna has managed to maintain an advantageous field here just due to the chip that they've gotten onto. Like, okay, the fact that the Chromion's almost broken means that the double digital core of the Hedgen element of this is starting to like wear thin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, once that's broken, I feel like Nidrasil has a lot more free reign in this game.
I mean, yeah, sure. Especially once you broke Hedgen. That's why I was really tempted to do a Nitro Sai into that spot.
I see what you mean.
Oh, Scavenger proc. Incoming.
Yes! Getting that value.
Wait, why did he get
Torrent-
stamina back too when it died? What?
That's a very good question.
I was like, wait, what? Get life and mana? I mean, stamina?
Yeah, no, clearly. Okay, so we get our Psypat back out again. This might be the turn that you were looking for. If we see like a Nicho Psy onto the Hedgen, and then like a Goring onto the Chromion, I really like that this turn.
Yeah, you just need to hope being quicker. I mean, you're quicker than Chromion 10,000 times, but Hedgen is like always...
Yeah, that's why I think you obviously you have to Nicho the Hedgen here. And that is what we see. Is this going to be enough?
Yeah.
Oh, obviously.
Sure thing. One Scavenger, second one incoming. Two Scavenger. For life.
Well, I still argue that the Wasping did entirely its job. How many things...
Four harmful micro. I mean, no, I tanked 3 of them, sorry. Cause...
Yeah, no, it ate 3 of those. That's not something everything can say off of a Hedgen and a Chromion that's Sinner Typer.
But what do you know? Maybe Corrin is B+ tier? I mean, that's already what we say. That's an V+ tier list. And if you do exclamation tier list, guys.
So Gagbomb has stolen the Psypat.
That's a really good thing for Gagbomb.
Yeah. Now, okay, fortunately, Miliuna has the +1 speed here. Is that going to be enough to outspeed whatever set Gagbomb is running? Because I'm assuming that is a very aggressive Mimic.
True, I'm not even like sure it is enough with the Toxic Ink, and he doesn't have Goring anymore neither.
Now, I do think there's a better line of play here.
I think you switch iPad.
Swap Nidrasil in.
Yeah.
Like, Nidrasil just feels so much better into this. You just swap the Psypat out, bring it on the Corrin spot next turn, maybe if the Mimic's been dealt with. But then, like, you still have a bunch of things out that really scare the pants off of Valish. Like, a lot of Miliuna's line just does not make Valish very comfortable doing things. I don't know if Gagbomb runs physical or special.
His Mimic should be special. Everything in his team is special.
Okay, so you think the Valish is special too? That makes sense. Well, is it though? I mean, we've got the Orphill that he leads with as well.
True, he's like the only exception being there as a Naga counter, I feel like, but you're maybe right. I mean, I don't know which spread he has on Mimid. I just feel like with all the combos he has, especially with double Chromion, double Hedgen, it's like speed special attack, but...
You see the Valish swap in on the OCR spot. The Psypat does swap for the Nidrasil. That felt like the best play there for Miliuna.
Did he Stoneball left? Imagine.
Oh no, I actually really like the ball onto Nid.
Yeah, making him able to tank, and now nothing can tank the Toxic Ink on the right spot.
Nicho Sai onto Corrin still sucks, but it's had a Stonewall anyways. It's a +2 defense. I think it's standing pat here. It's going to be pretty easy.
Definitely. Oh, never mind. He wanna kill the Nidrasil.
Yeah, this makes perfect. Nidrasil just hard counters a lot of what's left of Gagbomb's team. He's just throwing damage into it, but look at how much it's soaking up.
The tankiness. I can't believe he's looking winning with Waspin respect agreed.
Yep. As the Valish just goes down to the Corrin. Corrin is MVP this match.
I mean, when you see how much it took from a server res.
Yes.
What
And the
the
reaction pile on it, just adding that extra bit of recovery onto a scavenger temp does so much.
That team is quite spicy. Well, bye 8k channel points. I mean, Gagbomb is a champion, we all know him. He's the second winner of the AAL too, like, he's a great player. But, yeah, Miliuna played that really well.
Miliuna did play that really well. I'm pretty impressed by what I saw there. The Blizzard does take out the Nidrasil, but by then it's just kind of too late. We still have Saipat. And the Duck just cleans up from here.
Let's see how much that does. I mean, if it's in raise, sure.
Yep. Yeah, no, that he's got the raise easy.
But don't forget, guys, it's a BO3. It's not Swiss pool. It's double elimination.
I mean that if Miliuna wants to proceed, then they have to pull this off one more time. I personally think that's possible.
And that's
teams. But we do know that, like as you said, Gagbomb is a champion of the AAL, having qualified already in the second qualifier, and is generally one of the titans of the game. Like I count on Gagbomb learning from this game and being like, all right, I'm gonna change my bands up here. I'm gonna change how I approach this, and not give Miliuna the same space I gave last game.
Yeah. Hyped to see that. Let's go for the second match when they are ready.
Absolutely.
I'm happy we're jumping into this match. Really cool to start.
This is a really glamorous one to see. A lot of Tems that we don't often get in the sort of spectator window right here. We haven't seen any Rays in tournaments recently. Corrin has not been wrapped. I mean, even the Schween Pat's quite good. The Corrin eats the ban out of the gate. Kinu is free.
Too quick for me. Okay, there's no Corrin anymore, like you say this time. Can definitely understand that when you see how much you need to hit him to kill him. So Fire Coach ban instantly Valash. Does that force him into a raise?
Okay, so I see what Gagbomb's going for here, because that was kind of the worst matchup for him in the last match. But like, okay, my concern here is Saipat, but then I remember Cinder-type or Chromion, which kind of keeps the Saipat off the board for this. And that is kind of Miliuna's other big answer to Valish. The Hedgen's obviously still something we could see as well, but I kind of like seeing Nid, Obi, something like that into this. We see Kinu and what?
Starting with the Kinu, I mean, I know you always want to start Kinu when you stall, but against Valash, you better have a good answer for him, and that's not... I don't know. Seems harsh.
Alright, this is going to be wild.
I didn't see an opening like this in a long time.
Yeah, no, I think I know what Miliuna's up to, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut until draft's over.
Okay. Because the pressure is like approximately 0.
Oh yeah, no, that's a madness buff turn for sure, but I think that's bait.
Let's see.
If this is Hurry Warp move flank though, then we might have a bit more of a problem on our hands. Except we won't, because grease is a thing.
Yeah. Chromion can verify.
But I think I see what's happening here, and I hope to see it actually pull off. Oh boy, okay, that actually covers it a lot. Right, the Orphle pick here is possibly an actual nightmare for Miliuna.
Has no much to deal with it actually.
Yeah, no, Orphil's pretty frightening.
Orville, yeah, covers the good plays you can have for T2.
Yeah, JD knows what I'm talking about. But no, the Orphel really ruins that line of play. I still think there's a chance in hell that it could happen, but the Orphel makes it much more dangerous to pull off.
What did you
Especially,
mean, like switch Kino into Sidepad and Aqua Bulleted?
no, you fluid barrier every time.
I mean, yeah, that works too. Yeah, I'm stupid.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna aqua bullet.
I'm just gonna hit him. Don't need to fluid barrier.
That's by far the, if that had pulled off without any punishment from Gag Bomb, I feel like that would have been the best way to deal with the Madness buff Valish here. But the Orphil covers that sublimely, because now you just get Toxic Inked in that spot and you're sent into the Shadow Realm.
You don't take the ticks, but I still suppose you die. So, because Orphil.
Okay, we could see Waspine swap in.
I mean, for the Orphil, sure thing, but for the Valash,
Well, okay, we know it is a sack of HP from Iliuna, right?
yeah.
So, given that, what we could see is like swap it into that. Crystal Deluge one of the targets on a swap in for Kinu next turn from the Schween. See what happens from there. I don't think the Crystal Deluge outspeeds, though, is my main concern.
I mean, isn't that like a free Nidrasil as well, where you fluid barrier?
Yeah, I like the Nidrasil onto there. I'm just concerned about its survivability in front of a Madness buffed Valash without having as much to fight back with. But I do think that's a good option.
I mean, fluid barrier helps a bit, but I understand what you mean. But +1 special defense Waspine, yeah. Then +2 is Kinu.
Yeah, no, I do think that if anything could wall this Madness buff Valash, Waspine is one of the things that could. Obviously, its typing's pretty rough, but we'll see what Miliuna decides to do to try to weather this next rain of fire that Gag Bomb is going to throw at this stage in our second of this best of 3.
Let's go and see that. And hello, Wolflink. Exclamation sub.
Right, we've talked this opener out a bit, and I mean, yeah, Kinu is the expected Toxic Ink target. We're expecting a Madness buff on Valash here, but is Gag Bomb going to ruse us and we're actually going to see a double hit into whatever comes in on the Kinu spot? Just to try to, like, beat out the fluid barrier? Or are we just expecting him to double down into the MB? I think the MB is just a better...
I think he just always Madness buff her, yeah. It's so free. Why not do it? It's the same as doing 2 Crystal Spike.
It's true, and we do see the Waspine come in, takes the Toxic Ink like an absolute champ, and the Guardian keeps it.
Fluid Buyer, there we start. But on himself to not take the Toxic ticks, I suppose.
First off, there's that. Second off, it means that Gag Bomb can't just hit the Schween instead.
Yeah, but you wanted Waspine, I suppose, to tank as well, because you're still gonna not like a +2 Crystal Spike.
I mean, you're not gonna like a +2 Crystal Spikes, but it's not like it's actually super effective against Waspine.
That's true. And double screen as well.
Yep. The double screen's really helping here.
Foulic, merci. How will Gag Bomb deal with Doom? Just kill it. I mean, Doom has a hard time against aggro.
Yeah, the biggest problem with Doom is the same problem that you see in Urushiol teams, which is that damage over time and eventual death is great, but if you're dying to everything that you're dooming, then it's not so great.
It's not a good combo. Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was interested in there. The Toxic Ink there is going to be a bit of an issue, but the Quartz Shield coming up as well as the Royal Jelly is going to be healing up this Schween, and this Valash is starting to take some damage even.
+3, +2, but he cannot tank a double hit again.
No, but now Nidrasil can come in.
Yeah, well, not like the Crystal Spy, but I suppose it's a good option. You need to be able to heal your Schween at some point.
And once again, Nis, the Orphle is real. It's a niche pick, but it does genuinely work well into things. As we've said, Toxic Affinity gives it a truly devastating attack, as you can see, and the chain heal comes out.
That's Royal Jelly. But yeah, Orphle is definitely real, guys. Hardest Toxic Ink hitter in the whole game.
Oh, yeah, it is a nightmare if you disrespect it. You guys all saw how much damage it did to a Nidrasil with high physical defense, like neutral into the Toxic Ink. It's monstrous. Scarsing Sing, it's as fast as Scunch with a base 70 attack.
Yeah, and like even to the screen that had +2 defense still did a nice 30%. Like,
and like we saw how bulky Miluna builds their Tems from the Karn. We can expect a similar spread on the Schween. Lucas in chat quickly throwing us the Little Cup strats in the corner. But in the meantime, the Waspine does actually bounce as we see the Kinu come out to try to get a bit more buffs onto this Nidrasil to try to weather this next storm. My question is Gagbomb going to try to take advantage of this?
Crystal Dust to not overexert too much. That's not killing.
Oh!
That's not killing, thanks to Kinu. Oh, he gets his allergic spread, and if he wanna attack, he has to overexert. Oof.
Such a nightmare. Right, we still have one more. Okay, right. So the Orphle overexerted. This means Saipat can actually come into this board. I think it has to be a double swap though. You see, like Waspine Saipat for this, that weathers the next attack from Valish, then it dies.
Agreed. The problem is still you wanna avoid Saipat taking the hit.
I think Saipat just has to take the bullet for this one, right? Like,
I think Waspine has to take the bullet. You need to figure out where to put Waspine. Where is that attack coming?
I mean, it's likely a Crystal Dust onto the Nidrasil spot, right?
I mean, he's dead anyways. I mean, Wish Crystal Dust, so Crystal Spike could definitely be an option too. Wait, did that not over? Wait. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the overexertion, and then we see a Stonewall onto the Saipat.
Ooh. Wait, Valash is dead.
Yes, it's kind of an issue here. So my next question though is the Toxic Ink still going to take out the Saipat with +2 defense?
I would probably not take that risk. And thank you for the follow, guys. Welcome.
Absolutely.
Probably to just not die this round, but I kinda agree. Crystal Spike would have done more.
Well, Valish is overexerted now, so it can't attack. So it is dead. So Orphle has to kill something here, but I don't think Orphle kills something this turn, especially if Waspine comes in on the Kinu slot.
Schween and then Waspine on the other, or you stay to attack?
Oh yeah, no, Schween and Waspine also works.
Oh, he reads like a champion, the attack coming into Kinu.
That does nothing. And then this Nicho side comes down on the Orphle. Orphle, while a monster in a lot of ways, doesn't really take hits too well. But the Valish is down. That was expertly handled by Miluna.
Really good read. Schween is dead now though, so maybe sacrifice?
Oh, if there's a sacrifice coming out here, this is the perfect time to do it. Saipat is a good target for it, given the rest of this board as well.
You switch Orphle into Mimid to have your microwave synergy?
Do you think that's going to outspeed?
Yeah, probably, yeah. Chroman is mostly full speed, so 193.
Mm-hmm. We got some people suggesting another food bearer, but we don't think we've got time for that given that this Schween's going down. The Waspine hits the board. This is a powerful sack target as the Toxic Ink hits the Orphle instead, not wasting damage on the Schween that's already dead. The neutral torrent hits it as well, just trying to take it out as fast as possible, and instead it is a quartz shield, meaning the Schween just goes ahead and dies after leaving one final buff for Waspine.
Definitely did his job. And like already only +1/+1 seems so hard to kill it. Yeah, not running sack, yeah.
Yeah, that's a mind
So-
blow right there. But I mean, if there's anyone I trust to build hard stall, it's Miliuna, and I will definitely be asking questions about how they built Schweenpad after this. But
But scarsing, for you, what you're saying, it's actually hard because you want fluid barrier, quartz shield, and then you still want your coverage or probably crystal bite and aqua bullet, especially with Hedgens.
or Istalag. Istalag is another reasonable there. You don't like
True.
being locked into the other, like you don't. It's not good being locked into just a defense move on turn one, but it's still a reasonable option if you have a bunch of other strong moves, right? One hold up, then you can actually hit something with Istalag.
Yeah, I mean, I still like the aqua bullet, but that's because my Shween has no attack.
I get you. It's something.
Yeah, it's I mean, against Hedgen, it's actually 80%.
That's pretty good. And as we noticed there, the water jet alongside the crystal bite from Waspine took out the neutral chromion as well, meaning we're left with a Mimit, an Orphil, and an Osiaris that is no Sinner typer here. Can what's left of Miliuna's team stall things out here? I think Waspine's gonna come out on top for this one.
I mean, agreed scarsing, but it's a really nice coverage for the electrics being there in place. It was really useful to me when I played Shween at least, but I understand what you mean.
I think making sure that you have water and crystal as offensive typings, even when Shween is lackluster in its aggression, it's very valuable just because of the coverage that those two options give you. I completely agree with you there.
Thank you. Oshara is actually a problem for Miliuna. That is completely true. Nidrizzle dies from whatever. Saipad just dies from the next Toxic Ink, and we know Orphil is quicker, even than Ichosai.
Only has the stamina for one attack though, and this is a perfect place to sack Nid. Because then, you know, it's out of stamina, then you got a Mimit that's kind of just sitting here, and then like the Osiara, which only has so much stamina as we saw previously. Instead, Miliuna sacrifices the Saipat, and it doesn't actually overexert from that Toxic Ink. Very interesting. The Undermine goes down.
Temtem.
Does absolutely nothing. The chain heal, just bringing Waspine right back up there.
But healing Orphil, I don't know. I would have killed Orphil there, I feel like. Just for your Kinu at least.
Do have Kino available.
So I think I would just bring Kino there, bait the Toxic Ink, switch it into Nidrizzle.
Yeah, you're getting another prot buff as it is. That's always a good thing.
I mean, guys, we didn't see the Waspin build, but in my opinion, it's full bulk.
What makes you say that, Subak?
I wonder.
I'm astonished by the aggression this Waspine is outputting onto this board.
The damage from Crystal Vine was so insane.
Oh yeah. Oh man. But speaking realistically, that same bulk that I have low-key dissed in the past as its only winning option is actually carrying it right now.
True, I wonder how much he can tank from an Oshiara though.
At this point, like, it would have to be a Cerberus to really start getting the damage up there, though, because with the defensive buffs, even with a disadvantageous typing, there's just a lot of bulk to get down here. The base HP really comes in clutch.
It seems Miliuna at the same ID.
Mm-hmm. So we do see the swap there. The Crystal Bite comes down into the Osiara,
Ooh.
and that's, oh man, an even 61 right there.
Wait, so you beta burst and next turn you can kill with another Crystal Bite?
Crystal Deluge will also put something to sleep here. Actually, no, you want to rest on the Waspine this turn.
Do you though?
Oh, you're right. You have the time to do that.
I think you want that overexertion into the sleep. The problem is, like, if now he switches Oshiara into Orphil, would be a bit annoying.
Okay, if the Orphle has energy drink, then it is. But if that's the deluge target here, I think that's fine.
I think Orphle dies anyways. If his, I mean, from Crystal Bite. Because Orphle is the only thing really threatening much your Kinu. I know Chromion can do big damage, but one move and he overexerts.
Yeah, no, that's the issue with both of Gagbomb's heavy hitters that are not named Ociara. But we see the Cerbas instead come down, and we'll have to see how much damage that does to Waspine here, and it is not very much at all. The Revitalize comes down onto Kinu itself, and it's just right back up there. The Microwaves hits as well, and that's the overexert for over a quarter of Mimic's health for not very much of Waspine's.
No, but Waspin is in a dangerous spot now.
Yeah, the Aquatic could actually KO it here.
It doesn't KO, but yeah. I think he needed that sleep, honestly, to get some tempo back.
Yeah, the Deluge would have been pretty frightening.
I don't think Awewe kills her, guys.
The +1 that I think is rendering a lot of people nervous.
It has the +1 special attack, but even so, when I look from the damage of Cerberus, let's see.
It's a lot more base power.
Nope.
Oh,
I was right.
2%, the Royal Jellies coming out there as the Stonewall comes up on Kinu too. This is definitely buying time.
I mean, but
the OCR is overexerted, so it can't actually pressure with water attacks this turn. This means that Kinu has time to revitalize Waspine.
True. At the same time, you need to kill this freaking Oshiara.
I mean, it's doing a pretty good job killing itself, is all I'm gonna say.
This match make my head hurt. I love it. I love it. It's giving me ideas for stall. It's like...
Yeah,
I have a team build already for stall because I think now it's like a good time. But this Waspin, I love his trade, but I was like, but actually not that bad.
Oh, I had thought that OCR had overexerted, but it doesn't go down. The Undermine will take it down, but that's another overexertion down onto Mimit. I hope that wasn't a revitalize on Kinu. Nope, it was a beta burst just going hard into this as it takes the Chromion down a bit further. I actually think it's better for Miliuna that neither of these were KO'd this turn, weirdly.
I agree, and especially like you don't care too much about Oshiara.
The nuts. The nuts.
That's why I didn't care about Waspin. Kino is the big threat.
I
love it. You love it.
Man, this is unbelievable. Right, okay, so can Kinu weather this onslaught? Mimit kills itself.
Yeah, but Oshiara didn't overexert. Orphle's gonna be quicker.
Yeah. No, Orphle takes this out with the Toxic Ink, sadly. As we will move into our game 3 as Gagbomb takes it back from Miliuna in a stunning performance in our second game.
GG. The Citadel stick still not ended. Game 3 time, yeah.
Diddle sticks over their sweating bullets. Okay. Right, this has got me hyped. I want to see the third match.
Me too, this is really great show. GG. 1-1 at the moment, guys. Who are gonna win the bets? Unicorn, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well.
All right, as we're waiting for both of our contestants to enter our third match, do we think that we're going to see any changes to draft again this time? Do we think that Miliuna perhaps is going to change anything on their side?
I just feel that Orphle is really annoying for Miliuna though.
Yeah, no, I can agree with you there. It did a lot that game, and there's no wins or things that easily take care of it. On Miliuna's side, one of the downsides of having so much bulk is that, you lack the appropriate offenses to deal with the other side of it.
Yeah, I mean, he has Raise, of course, but that's like the only thing that does effective damage against it.
Mm-hmm.
But he bans Valash this time.
Interesting. In fairness, so much of the last game was just trying to clean up after the monstrous power of Valish, and it does mean that Gagbomb might not actually ban the Corrin, which would really help, entertainingly, against the Orphle.
I mean, it helps a bit, but then you still have Koish there. Oshiara.
Yeah, no, Oshiara is definitely a concern, and we don't have Psypad this game. But we do have Nidrasil that's available for that. Firecoish being open means Nidrasil is a lot less safe, but we see a Kinu lead, very safe from Miliuna. We see just straight up smash in that Oshiara Firecoish. We are going to see some lava waves and aquatic whirlwinds this first few turns.
But I agree with you, Kunders. I feel if he did like when I said he should have slapped the Oshiara there, he would have won the game.
Yeah, the question is what's going to come in here and actually eat these hits?
Nothing is like comfortable here.
Yeah. We see Corrin come in to take it.
What is your second ban, though? Depending on what he bans, but Orphle. I know he has Waspin, though.
Yeah, I like the Waspine still. Okay, the Nidrasil ban is also very devastating, in my opinion. Now, what does Miliuna have to actually take care of this Oshiara outside of trying to ruse it into hitting evaded targets or like whittling it down with things? Like, sure, Oshiara isn't particularly bulky, but still kind of a concern. We also still have Mimid here, so we could see a lot of very devastating things out of that. And if we do see something like an Orphle ban here, note we see a Hedgen ban. So this is kind of building Schween into potentially our answer to Oshiara, except that Firecoish is still willing to just tear Schween apart if it's able.
I mean, Firecoish is probably eating a Stone Ball, but definitely not gonna kill it. Chromium. So he takes Waspin for sure. Is that an OB10 game? You still take Raise against that?
Okay, so we don't see the Wasp in this game, instead seeing Raise and OB10 into a lot of what we're seeing here. So we see the Mimit that's available for the neutral Sinner Typer, alongside double Oshiara, double Firecoish. There's a lot of options there.
Yeah, still rip. No Waspin, guys. Next game, please.
we saw Waspine hard carry the last few games. I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Raise directly into the double water.
I mean, this is the sort of brass balls you need to be opening up against this. We see the Aquatic come down against the Corrin, getting the reactive vial off. This could actually work against it if the lava wave doubles in on that, which is precisely what Gagbomb is doing, but it's still not enough. That said, the Seized is also going to be really painful for it. The Stone Ball, however, comes down onto the Oshiara.
To get the burn tick?
A swap?
No, to take the burn ticks maybe for this turn? I don't know.
I still feel like that would have been better on Firecoish, but yeah.
Agreed. Like, Oshiara is hard for him to deal with, so...
There's very little counterplay for that. My concern is if that was targeted onto the Firecoish, right? Then, like, the moment Firecoish is down, you can start trying to lean into Schween against the Oshiara. That's a really nice, like, that's a good phrase to say, lean into Schween.
That's a 61 stamina Corrin, because no Sweatband and Stone Ball and the stamina, yeah. So full HP and then just rest full into, I don't know, half special defense.
It depends. It could be spec to live certain breakpoints. Like, that could be spec specifically into special defense because of the ease of buffing Corrin's physical defense and how many special water attacks there are. The lava wave comes down, and it does a startlingly low amount to Schween. Once again, we're seeing those very bulky spreads come into play here. As Serba is also going to be hitting the map. Ice Cube on Schween, like the tech.
No overexertion. So has a bit of stamina invested to be able to aqua well when Cerberus.
Yeah, looks like it's well, we see that those kinds of rotations are pretty common on OCR. The thing that's not common is War Drum. I actually quite like that for this combo opener that we're seeing.
Yeah, just for the lava. It's actually just for that combo. Chromium?
Pretty sweet though. If you just don't want to run Sweatband, which in fairness, Sweatband's a lot harder to use as an item these days. We see the Mimit come out instead, though. That will be transforming into another neutral Chromion.
Imagine if he just did beta bursted it. OB10 first game, he brings it. Let's see.
My concern is this is not a nice board for OB to look at. 2 harmful microwaves to the face is going to be a bad time unless this is like a hacked microchip. Hacked microchip would give source rep onto our Schween as well. That would be a nice bit of evasion, reasonable tech. And we haven't seen, like, we know we've got double screen on Wasp. We know that we've got like reactive vial on Corrin, so it doesn't get any of those items. So this could be a microchip that we see.
Yeah, I think microchip is one of the most popular items on OB10 because just really works well with it.
Oh, for sure. So we do see the rays come out, just lowering that speed. And instead we see the microwaves go in on the Schween spot. Not where I anticipated that.
He wants to finish the support. But Ray's not doing much here, so definitely good.
Speaking of microchip.
That is still some damage, though. That is a perfectly two-shot Chromion with a plasma beam.
People can forget that even if you're running base attack, base special attack on OB10, it is remarkably good at hitting things with plasma beam. Like between the burn and the actual damage from plasma beam, you get a reasonable sort of return on your absence of investment.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I know he has Bush online too if needed.
Thanks to the hard swap in the single turn, that does mean that Bush is up, meaning that there is reliable counterplay to the 3 prio moves that Gag Bomb is throwing out here, meaning we could even see a return to the Corrin for getting that special defense onto OB10, which would be a pretty good thing.
Yeah, could be, but then Corrin is probably dead.
The evasion on top of that?
Oh.
Because we're talking about
yeah. Corrin Bush.
Oh, well, that's not what I expected at all.
Oh, he wants Race to die? Oh, why?
This is probably not what Miliona was expecting here or hoping for, trying to get a swap in, trying to get the Rays to eat it, but did not go according to plan there. I think the Bush into the Corrin
was good.
Would have felt better there.
You only get one hit.
Yeah.
Get the heal on Corrin. Yeah, that's a bit sad. Like, OB10 is the last carry there, actually, no.
It kind of all goes down to OB10. There's no way to raise its special defense out of more Kinu swaps. Still viable, and if this is rocking DG Threat, that's another tool in Miliona's kit against Gag Bomb, but then we're back to relying on Doom against aggro, and we talked about that just a little bit ago.
Yeah, you have one synergy for that. Still think you Plasma Beam, just kill. Actually, Plasma Beam will not kill instantly.
Yeah, this is the thing. It would get one attack off, and I don't think you want it to get that. Microwaves comes down and immediately blats the Kinu out of existence. This is looking like it's very swiftly turning into a game that's in Gagbomb's favor. And we do see the microchip drop, and the bush is just too slow. These Mimits are, well, the Mimit and the Chromion together outspeeding the OB10.
Yeah, he doesn't have much speed investment in an OB10.
I think that's a mistake. I think you
Me
always
too.
run as high speed as possible, or at least very high speed on it. But that it's hard to see how the game's going to come back from here.
At least higher than the speed break of Chromion and Kosh.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing.
And they are -1 speed, yeah. -2 now.
Oh, that's a point. It's just going to identify precisely how important it is to invest speed, even if you're going for a bulky team right now. Otherwise, you're kind of left scrabbling at the dirt into the face of this offense.
Where's the Electric Storm?
Oh, Electric Storm would have been really good here.
Double kill. Yeah, such.
Yep, with Millionaires dwindling Tem supply, we're still going to see how much they can even this back out, but OCR is kind of looking at this like it's free real estate.
And that's the problem, like, Miliona's team would feel insane against him mid-range. But against the Nagro, maybe needs a bit more carries in there, than because it has 4 supports.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the challenge there is that you want a lot of separate things that can set up, but then like when put in a position where you only have supports against things that are railing against you with damage, you feel like you're in backwards position.
Yeah, quartz
The quartz dirt is pretty to see, but didn't wind up doing very much there.
Yeah, this is probably just GG.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate to see, but at the same time, congratulations on Miliuna for showing us some really innovative stall tactics at the beginning of this tournament. Remember that after this, Miliuna is not out by any stretch of the imagination. They are the first triumphant contestant to enter our losers bracket. Miliuna has every opportunity to climb right back up to the top again, going through that losers bracket.
Just wanna be annoying.
But as always, you gotta fight to the bitter end. And if nothing else, you know, playing on the blue bar is a win condition here. We say that this is BMing and things like that, but the last time I saw somebody scrabble back from the back in this was Shizunix during the Plus tournament, and yeah, that game turned out pretty differently.
Yeah, Sci-Fi was a really good answer for Gagbomb, and he banning it was harsh.
Yes, I think that was very powerful against Gagbomb.
Boop.
With that, though, it's just going to be a matter of smacking this snake around until it's finally going to remember that it needs to fall over. But we'll see what happens here.
But GG. Thank you for the nice show, Miliona. I think we all enjoyed watching your team. And GG Gagbomb.
Yeah, I really enjoyed seeing this, and I appreciate all of the innovative styles that we are able to see on display here. Same goes for Gagbomb's team, which has some pretty spicy business in it. Not every day you wind up seeing an Orphil running around. But yeah, no, Schween's got far too many things to try to take down in the background there as the Mimit transforms into another goad. And we're looking at 2 base jumps to the face that Miliuna just doesn't want to deal with. It's over. Well played to Miliuna, and well played to Gagbomb.
Really wins her. Yeah, GG. Wretched Mind, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And with that, all the matches are done. Doiko won against Dave Goblino. 2B won against Reiner, and Gagbomb won against Miliona. Okay. So let me refresh that.
Oh man, I just realized we have a lot of buys in our first loser bracket.
I mean, yeah, they have to wait a little bit.
For sure, but
which one do you want to go watch?
Yeah, we got a bunch of really good people to watch here. I admit I do kind of want to see Dirk and Turby.
Sure. let's go and watch this one. The bracket is full now in the winner bracket. No more buys.
Mm-hmm.
So, everyone, if you want to start, be our guest.
Excellent. And with that, we will hop into Dirk versus Turby.
Thank you for the follow, Dark Void Reaper. I'm still wondering because I gutted the alert box. Just like to not have the sound when we are casting. But it still appears.
I could have sworn that's like a source in OBS or something you can change out there, but I'm sure we'll be able to deal with that in time. In the meantime, though, Dirk and Turby are in their game. Let's see. Now, if I recall correctly, yes, this is the same team that we saw Turby bring in our 3v3 tournament. Dirk's got some fun stuff, though. The rare Tuvine, a bit endangered right now. I know there's a couple holdfast for it. Bennett, for instance, often maligned by members of Ronin. It'll be interesting seeing what it can go into here, given we have a lot of mentals, a lot of electrics, well, and electric. There's target for Tuvine on Turby's team.
I mean, Turby's team working really well lately, so no point for him switching anything.
No, for sure. The Volpe ban obviously makes a lot of sense against a team with Doom as one of its central win conditions. Kind of curious about what Dirk is going to be banning here. I feel like the Nidrasil, there's plenty of answers for that. The Cycrox looks a bit troublesome to deal with, but you do have Tuvine since it's not been banned. The Ociara could be a bit vexing, but it's not like the end of the world. Kinu honestly feels like a pretty legitimate choice here.
I mean, against his team, Kinu is definitely a choice, and then I would say the Doomers, like OB10 and Cycrox, because Doom is still an annoying thing. I mean, Dirk is actually kind of in the offensive things. I know what you mean. Like 3 turns is enough for him to make a kill. But Turby still has big pressure with Oshiara and Nagais as well.
True. We see him ban out the Volfi on that side as well. Does kind of make sense. Like outside of a couple key things like Yaller and kind of Nagais, and I suppose Fire Course is pretty reasonable into Volfi, but it's kind of a swingy matchup. Like it's not as comfortable as other things that he would be facing on Turby's team. So we see with the Ociara first pick here, is this just like a Naga Rag immediate hard pick?
I think, yeah, he needs to pick Ragnet anyways there. He could just Ragnet and Nagato, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because that just, like, you know, completely shuts down the Ociara first pick from Turby.
The thing is, Nidrasil comes there as well. I mean, I think so.
I think you have to immediately swap out the Nagais. That's just there to set Decidora, and it is a sacrifice of 2 of your Decidora turns if you're swapping it out. But I think that is important, depending on what you're getting Turby to pick here. Especially since picking Nidrasil early means that you can start banning out some more of these mentals and digitals in the back that are going to be frustrating. This means that, for instance, Oblo is available to be banned, which would be a pretty nice thing. Same goes with the Kinu.
I still wonder why do you call him like that, guys? You're not the only one I see calling him Oblo, but
it's just phonetically pronouncing the numbers is what I'm doing there.
Oh, okay.
It can be easier sometimes than trying to decide what variation of the actual integers I'm going for there. Because, like, you know, you got some people just saying OB10, you see some people saying OB10, other people saying OB2. I figure cut through it. Just say Oblo, right?
I say OB10, but OB1 is cooler, of course. We see a Tuvine ban. Guys, showing you Tuvine is strong.
I'm actually kind of surprised by that as well.
Oh, blue. So we see the OB10 pick. 0B10.
Oh no, there's a 0B10 in chat. Stop. I'm not doing that every time I have to talk. Every time I have to say this thing's name. That's the other reason why I'm like Oblo. It's just the easiest to say that in the heat of the moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Each one his way of calling it. It's just
I'm not trying
two.
to start another Nagai's war here, I promise.
Talking about It's Just Two, It Takes Two is such a fantastic game. Okay, let's go back to the game.
Definitely, definitely. So,
We have the two Doomers.
oh yeah, no, we got the two Doomers. We do also have a Yaller Fire Coach to try to throw at them.
JT, thanks for the host.
This feels like if Dirk picks Hedgen here, then there's a lot of separate things he has covering just like hard offense into Turby, which I think is very important to do here.
Yeah. I'm not I mean, Kino is good if you have sacrifice just to remove a Doom, but other than that, you lose actually quite some pressure. I know you have Yolar. If it's Yolar Kamamito, why not? It still goes for Hedgen. It's good against 3 of those, so sure.
Certainly, certainly. With that, we get into our first game between Dirk and Turby. And yeah, no, we're both expecting this Nagai's to swap out turn 1, I think. As good as it is that it's here, I don't think it wants to take the tank at all, unless we're seeing some magical plays out of Ragnet this turn. But I think it's just going to electrocute that poor defenseless horse. Or whatever comes into that spot. Problem is, there's no swap in that eats that well outside of like, okay, Obi does at least eat it, but like, it's not comfortably. Defense is the lower stat on the fine little bouncing balls there, and at the same time, unless you've spec'd into it, it's still going to be pretty rough coming off a Ragnet, which has some pretty significant beef to its punch.
Agreed. And 2 seconds, guys. This overlay is gonna switch 2 seconds just for the notification that I need.
Just a little swoosh there.
Okay.
Fantastic. So, looking at this, outside of that, like, I feel like the Toxic Ink is pretty predictable onto that. Hedgen would be the most appropriate thing to swap into this, unless this is a Camo Yowler. Given that we didn't see it come alongside Kinu, I don't know. A lot of people are doing fun things to try to re-enable Camo Yowler, despite ways in which it has been debilitated. I don't think it's a comfortable swap into this, because that also means you're still eating a Narco next turn, unless you're really turning down the Nid. And I don't see any way Dirk's doing that with a Ragnet and a Yowler on, like, in enough time to avoid the Narco onto Bear. Fire Quaish, though.
Whoop.
Oh no, never mind. We just see a Heaven. We see a Hedgen.
He expects automatically the Oshiara to switch. And he does. Luckily enough for him. It's actually such a good replacement for Dirk. Being able to bring the double fire now in a really good spot.
Yeah, the Koish does not appreciate the initial hit there, but I mean, Lava Wave, Fire Tornado, Lava Wave, Hellfire, or alternately just double microwaves again onto Hatsu there would be a really frustrating time.
I mean, it's a Koish, so Ketsa, yes. Microwave, maybe not.
No, I'm saying off of the Hedgen. Oh yeah, double microwaves, no, that's a point. Water Cannon? Water Cannon?
Hellfire could be an option because he has a Synergy Master, so I would probably do Hellfire.
Yeah, I like the Hellfire and either like a Ketsa or a Lava Wave into this board. That feels a bit better here.
I suppose Ketsa for a little bit like lesser stamina, like a little bit.
A little bit. It's not like you get the C's when you don't have Synergy either, so it makes sense here.
True.
Unless we're just seeing another cheeky swap back into Nagai's, but I kind of like having the Synergy Master Hellfire. I think that is better on this board.
Yeah, the 2-tick of Burns is always so good.
Mm-hmm. Especially since you kind of want to shut down a lot of what this Nidrasil is doing. If nothing else, this scares it off the board. I expect, like, probably the Nagai's to try to come out here.
Yeah, because you see my other problem is if you digital into OB10 and he has microchip, it's annoying.
Source rep. You're right. That's a big problem.
Ooh, the reads.
Dirk is just staying one step ahead. here in terms of repositioning his Ragnet at appropriate opportunities. The harmful microwaves coming down onto the Cycrex on the swap.
Amazing play. Like, amazing read. Always repositioning him into the better spot, making the good reads. Coming back from a 6 months break and doing still great. Good job.
Yeah, this is just like right out of the gate, just really high end reads of the board. Like just and analyzing what the best potential position Turby was going to go for is, and then going for that instead. Like these are big gambles, mind. Like if that wasn't what Turby did, then yeah, that would have been a terrible turn. But like knowing your opponent enough and knowing the game enough to like be able to swap your board into these positions and anticipate the movements of your opponent is massive.
Ruby is forced again into another switch there. The good thing is Ragnar can just do his AoE and we'll just work against whatever comes.
Yeah, I like CIF here into a Hellfire. That feels very strong. What? Oh.
But hedging staying there is really surprising.
Yes.
I mean, he expected.
Oh my god.
And he removes
Right
it.
the Doom because of Taser.
5 head. I mean, that's not like Pokemon say. That's 6. I mean, Arlax, that's 6 head. That's not even 5 head. That's 60 head.
No, that is some galaxy brain plays out of Turby there. Dooming
Oh
your
my god.
own Naga to trigger the reactive vial and then wiping the Doom because you're confident that the Ragnet is running Taser. That is just saucy.
Neutralize.
Oh my god. Right, we got 2 separate Nagaises on the board here. Digi-Threat is down, so we don't see as much pressure onto the Nagais itself, but thanks to the low speed, the Ragnet is somewhat debilitated into this board. I still like CIF into this, though. I think it hits pretty much everything that Turby has well, and the Nullify onto the Nindrasil is a nice little bonus.
I mean, in my opinion, Turby already won in my heart.
I feel like both of these players are giving us really strong games. Like Dirk has been constantly repositioning his board into good positions. That one turn was monstrous, and the Piezoelectric coming out with the 3 prio out of Ragnet, just blapping that Cycrox alongside the Beta Burst onto Shiznix. Once again, showing that Dirk is taking this game by the reins and running with it.
Yeah. I'm still on the turn before. But yeah, definitely Dirk taking the tempo back on the game.
That is a mind blow right there. Okay, so how does Turby bring this back? Let's think about this. The Toxic Ink now underspeeds the turns of Decidora on Dirk's Nagais. So once again, we need to see a reposition there, but now I think it's comfortable for Yowler to come into that spot. So I don't think that's actually a problem.
The thing is, if Yowler is not Kamomile, Nidrasil is actually in a great spot if it's able to just kill the Fire Korslev. Giving
That's a very
holds to OB10 as well to get Bush later. It's still not done at all. And it's not Kamomile, so not gonna like it.
Not only is it not Chamomile, but this Ragnet is not Drill, so this means it's going to be very troublesome for Dirk to try to break through the burrow here.
Drill, Ragnet, Bog.
Yeah, I personally think that Drill is one of the best items you can run on Ragnet. It's just such a solid OB counter there.
The thing is, like, okay, so I agree because I run it myself too, but it's still number 2, I think, in Ragnet's items, because Taser is in every game consistent and working, where Drill is more situational, but of course amazing when you have it.
Well, my only concern with Taser on Ragnet is that unless you're in Decidora, you're not really getting the most out of your burn there. Because Ragnet is so naturally slow, and not a lot of people are actually running speed on it, unless you're able to set up that board state in which you can get that burn off before your opponent. You're kind of only getting a nice little 6.25% bonus to your damage rather than lowering theirs, which is the best part.
The thing where I agree and don't agree is, like, Ragnet is always played with Naga, I feel like. And secondly, you still outspeed every Yolar Toxic and the, I mean, not Platimus, but every normal Toxic played at the moment that is not metric neither. You outspeed them, and 6.5% is true damage done anyways.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, damage is still damage. I can't argue with that. I do think it's very team oriented in terms of which one you build. I don't know. I've been playing Obi myself. I know we've been seeing a lot of it in games, and it's just been very intimidating for a lot of people. Two, there is just something that I feel is important to have an answer to, and if you're running Ragnet, it is very easy for that to be your answer.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, agree, and like there are arguments where I agree on you, and there are others where I still think like Taser is amazing.
Oh yeah, I'm not disputing that Taser isn't amazing. It's just like I don't think that would be my first choice. But I think we've made our points certainly
True.
known. We see the OCR come back in just in time to take another hit. So it's not out.
And this Ragnet has his worst value.
No, absolutely. Turk has just shown us precisely how much value you can get out of Ragnet.
Rip Vossi, because Voshiara is called Vossi, so rip.
Yes.
You died Vossi in a one turn without us doing anything.
That's an oof. We do still have Firekoish with HP just running around in the back though. That Ketsa is going to be really frustrating for Turby here with his final two.
I mean, yeah. If he had still Bush, could have worked, but
yeah, I'm just looking at this now. Like, even if there is Bush, then we've got, what, a suplex? Actually, no. It's likely that the Toxic Ink is what's going to be clicked now, so that means the Yowler goes down. You don't really want to swap guys into that, so I think you just accept that if the... I haven't been paying attention to hold, my sincerest apology. So, like, Bush is down at the moment, right?
right.
Okay, cool. But in that case, like, yeah, this Nidrasil's looking in a pretty sad spot, unless it can magically survive this Katsa. Obi is probably not outspeeding the Koish for no, it doesn't run Plasma Beam, but a Tesla could tilt this in Turby's favor.
The thing is, there is a neutral synergy there, so
yeah, that's probably we're facing triple prio with speed, which, as we've seen in this entire patch so far, is a losing battle for speed.
yeah, Vossi, sorry for the odd number we had today. Yeah. There were like more than I expected last entries.
Oh man, I always take time advisories on tournaments with a bit of a grain of salt, but that's been my personal experience.
But when I talked to him, there were 13 players. You know, I was like 16 perfect, not too long, you know. And then boom, 19. I'm like, eh.
Oof. Those buys, they hit you like a truck.
You got 3 points, Vossi, and the leaderboard. So, is there still, I mean, 5 seconds?
Yeah, 5 seconds left on Dirk's timer. So, unless this is a disconnect, this could have been a disconnect. It actually looks like a disconnect because he ran out of time.
Oh no, he had Bush. My bad. I think it was one more hold.
Bush does help a lot here. That might actually save Turby the game.
Definitely saving Turby the game. Oh. But that is not enough.
The ace spread it is, but the clinch is going to be coming down like a freight train. Okay, not quite a freight train.
Wait. Last one is Naga?
The last one being Naga, unless there's a Psy Surge coming out this turn, I'm actually kind of concerned for Dirk here.
I mean, Tesla Prison would hurt badly the Naga? Is
Yes,
DA up? Oh, wait.
I think DA has one more turn.
Who knows? Yeah. So when I when I play, I calc that like I have that in my head, but as caster, I didn't know that. My
I'm
bad.
trying to keep an eye out for it, and I'm fairly certain that Dirk has exactly 1 turn left of Decidora. Which is bad for the Koish, but good for his survivability on Naga. It does mean that would allow Obi to burrow. No, I was wrong. It's out of Decidora.
Mein Koish is dead, so your Tesla prison. Oh, but that does not two-shot.
But it does. The problem is you already outspeed as well, so that doesn't do enough.
And he's gonna overexert if he does it one more time. I think so.
Does a Digi threat KO from here is our next question, though. So it's got a higher base power than Tesla.
Yeah, but it's for X Tesla.
Oh, that's a point. The multipliers are a lot better there. As the Nagai's Fury is going to come down before the Obi. It does survive.
Yeah.
But I'm still looking at this as a W for Dirk in our first round here. Unless Turby can pull that extra 3% out from, well, 6% out from somewhere.
He needs to survive that beta, but I think it did more than 25 last time. Oh no! So, that's gonna be a really close GG for Turby.
Yes, down to small percentages of hit points, but this goes to show you that every little bit of investment counts as Turby takes it from Dirk in an absolute duel
So
of a
close.
first match there. Let's see how both of them adapt in our upcoming matches.
That was definitely GG. Really close game. Spectacular 10-head move.
Oh man, both of our contestants there just kept throwing out some really powerful plays. Hopefully, once again, people are seeing how 2 is particularly powerful here. Just gonna start calling it 2. That's what I'm gonna call it now.
You mean OB10?
Yeah. That's exactly what I mean. 2.
So, and that was only the first game, guys. Let's jump into the second one when they are ready to go.
Certainly. I'm looking forward to seeing both of them keep the pace that they showed in that match. Dirk was just a beast in terms of maintaining good board presence and getting value out of his Tems. The amount of value that Ragnet got that game.
Yeah, that was insane. The one shot on Oshiaria too. That is like definitely a full attack. I think with some speed investment too, and we saw like
It makes sense.
the fizz blow.
It's also Piezo has a very high base power.
I mean, yeah, sure, 120 and 150 with synergy. Let's go. They're in.
That they are. So as we look at our first bit here, it looks like Dirk is hovering the Nidrasil rather than the Volfi this game.
Will they do a different thing? OB10 definitely did a lot of job there.
Oh, absolutely. Actually, honestly, doesn't seem like a bad ban here, given that we can't necessarily, like, he's seen that his water pressure doesn't do enough to it. If he gets 2 Vine, that's another thing here, but he'd have to first pick it, because we've seen that Turby's perfectly happy second banning that.
Resolved an issue. So, Wolfie takes the ban.
And this time it is a Nid ban on Turby's side. So we get to see Turby's Volfi go in. We know that that's packing life full. It's a bulkier Volfi from everything I remember.
Yeah, and it's like Nidrasil is his biggest Naga counter at the same time. And actually annoying for Ragnet as well, because Ragnet doesn't really deal damage to it.
True. The board is a lot safer on Dirk's side because of that, although you do still have the Volfi here, which does a lot into all of his waters, 2 Vine, Ragnet. Like, it's a very intimidating thing. Yeah. No, Hedging too.
But Yolar is an answer for it for sure.
I mean, this could be a Kinu Yaller opener from Dirk. I don't think that's a bad one here.
The thing is, like, because Turby is orange, if Turby picks Naga, it's a free Ragnet for Dirk. Ragnar just so good to cover Naga in both senses.
Yep, I can agree with that.
Is the Yolar comebacker bug patched? I don't think so.
It is not at the moment. We've yet to see any significant patches, although they have said that they are investigating and working on them. So hopefully we'll see those in the upcoming days. Obviously, you know, Kerma doesn't usually wind up working on weekdays, but, you know, the next week could bring some nice resolutions to a lot of those.
Yeah.
We do see 2 and Osiara get first picked here. I think that that's a pretty good combo into this. It kind of maintains a sort of offensive presence into a potential Nagai's pick here, while also really punishing the Kinu Yaller if that is what Dirk's relying on.
The problem is, I feel Ragnar is a bit free there, but otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, Ragnet does feel a bit unpunished. Although, does Ragnet eat aquatic plasma? Or sorry, no, he doesn't run plasma. Never mind. He doesn't have any turn 1 digital pressure on
No.
2 there, so that's a bit hard.
I mean, of course, he will not like an Aqua Element, but definitely does not die from it. And yes, Carsing, that's definitely a bug. And Diddlestick, I don't even try.
Yeah, I've always pronounced it piezoelectric. But hey, everybody's got their own way of pronouncing things, as we've already seen with our charming 2 floating balls there.
We have a Naga. Okay, we have a Naga ban this time.
Yeah, and the Kinu ban off of Dirk again. I think that's generally a pretty wise one. You don't want Turby buffing up too hard when you're trying to output this pressure. We do see the 2 Vine come down this time, so that's really strong here. Of course, we do know that, actually, okay, Turby could have been swapping out his fish here. That's always something you can do in between tournaments. We know that he brought an Iridescent one to the 3v3, but we haven't seen this fish yet.
Nope. Vilfi being in a half-half spot there. There's not much... So I think I prefer Vilfi probably to Cycrox, yeah.
Yeah, I think Volpe still... It's impossible to say that it's bad into Dirk's team when so much of it is relying on electric pressure and, like, other things that just Earth plays well into. Or nature. Like, you get a lot there.
Yup. The fun thing is, like, when you look, Turby's renaming every one of his Tems for players bit by bit. Like Hatsu from Setsuka, Voshi, Shizenix. This one is only different, because that's just... What do you say that in English? Fox, yeah.
Yep, just a nice, easy Kitsune in there. I mean, it's a good name for it, but it is... Turby takes that... Like, I know a couple other players that do that. It's really charming to see.
I do that just with ET, because such a kind soul with me.
Oh, he's such a saint. I've had the pleasure of collaborating on a couple bits of breed stock with him and doing a bit of transactions with him. He's such a stand-up guy.
Yeah. Big shout out to him.
Oh, for sure.
So, Vossi retreating for the Fox.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense.
-1 speed. You take it. No damage. But 3 show off. Oh, never mind. Clinch.
Yeah, the clinch going down on Volfi there is a bit more concerning for sure.
Yeah, wonders me a bit, to be honest.
I think it's fine implementing this kind of pressure first, especially if Dirk is assuming, like some of us are, that the mental equation in the back is still iridescent, because then you're guaranteed a super effective on 1 potential swap.
If it's like, what I like about OB10 is like having the spread as well to outspeed Yolar with Burrow, so he could like Burrow Life Sap.
I completely agree with you. This is why I run speed on 2 there. I think it's super necessary.
Yeah.
Being a speed check to a lot of the slower, bulkier threats in the game is one of the best advantages
There
that
you
you
go.
get by carrying that one. And there's our Burrow and Lifeful Sap on the Fox. That's just a slap in the face to Dirk's momentum here. But Dirk's like, okay, sure, whatever. I'm just gonna sit over here and show off instead. I don't think we've seen the item on Yaller yet, right?
No. Probably energy drink.
That seems likely. It's a very safe item on Yowler. I do think it's good that everybody runs it. I know that some madmen have been running Drill Yowler.
Yeah, that's madman.
I agree because
oh, go ahead.
in my opinion, you want your drill user to be somebody that has spread when you're trying to tech against OB10 with it.
Yeah. And something effective against most of the bamboozle user as well.
Yes.
I mean, Yolar is Yolar, but still.
I mean, Yowler still hits like a truck, and the plus 25% damage on top of that is always good, but then, like, I don't know. It feels easily dealt with under certain circumstances. And there's the Digi trick coming out, and it's a double screen. That is a defensive item, but not one that helps here.
Nope. And now you just tempo. But the problem is, like, he's gonna Electro Punch, so he's quicker. And then Yolar's gonna hit whatever and kill. There's, like, no switch.
We have the Koish that can still come in and probably...
no. If it's eerie.
Anything out of that Yowler.
If it's eerie, no.
Dirk still got him in a bit of a chokehold this turn because he got the +2 suplex coming down from Yowler or the Oshi.
I mean, there could be another 5-head move. He attacks his Yolar with Ragnet, and because of Taser, he just removes the Doom.
Oh! That would be amazing. We see the Electro Punch come down, which does not take it out. At all. I would like, sorry, in my head for some reason I thought we had a diffuser proc there, but I was mixing up my physical electrics, so, sort of a blue screen there. But yeah, no, the CIF could still help Yowler survive this turn.
This is probably a free push into Dust Vortex into Ragnet.
It does feel like you're sacking Ragnet if you want to save Yowler here then, but with the Yowler as buffed as it is, it doesn't feel bad. Oh!
Yeah.
The Plague allowing another burrow.
I still wonder why not Bush to take the +2 special defense, but actually everything is physical in their team, so you don't really care.
True. The Doom does go down on the Yowler. All of those buffs for nothing as we get our first blood on Turby's side.
I mean, honestly, I don't understand why he didn't attack Yolar to just remove Doom. Seemed easy to do.
That he's running CIF. I haven't actually seen it. We've seen Perfect Jab, we've seen Electro Punch, we've seen Piezo, but I haven't seen the fourth
move. Yeah.
So if he's not running it, then it's probably not an option.
I mean, is there a wall where you don't run it?
Yeah, I think Ragnet has such 4 move slot syndrome.
That's true. That's completely true. I play him all the time, but I still feel this AoE is so great. You cannot play without it.
Yeah, but it's kind of rough to run it and 2 other electric moves, though, right? When you got Perfect Jab, you got Hypno, you got Cage.
I agree. I think it's either P-Jab, either Cage, but I don't know. It
Yeah,
depends on your team build, so...
Well, this is one of the things that's really fun about Ragnet is that it's a very versatile Tem. There's so many different ways that you can build it.
Trotter. And yeah, I agree, Carter. You're right.
And yeah, I just love Source Replicator on OB10 there. It's just such a fun thing to play around with. And the fact that it's kind of brought Drill into relevance rather than a niche Silver Bullet pick feels very strong.
I agree, and like, let's be honest, it's the most original Temtem that we ever got as gameplay. Even if it's cancer when you play against it, but it gives you so many options. It's really cool.
I mean, you can play against it, is the thing. You have to prepare for that in team building, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. You just have to bear in mind that, like, as with other things we've seen in this meta as it forms, there are speed checks that do exist, and if you do not have tools against them, you have to be aware of how you're going to deal with them.
All the me. And yeah, like, my team doesn't have big answers for it, so he's always annoying. I have to play around him, but luckily I have Drill.
There you go. So it's like, obviously, yes, somebody can be like, aha, I know you're running Drill there. But then in the act of banning that, they're still giving you other things to run on your team. Like, even once that gets started. Like, yeah, it sucks that you lose your tech to it, but at least means that, I don't know, you get, your various buffers, whatever actual win con you want to push with there, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm. And like, another topic, Dirk coming back like from a long break on Temtem and faces Turby, like one of the most exotic teams outside there.
Yeah, not only is this a very specific team that not a lot of people are running, but Turby is one of the best pilots in Temtem right now. He's very good at reading people and gaining momentum on a board. And he's very good at taking like sort of opportunistic advantage of things, as we've seen by the Doom hits so far. He's been cementing his position, taking out the actual win conditions on Dirk's side, and there's been very little that Dirk can do about it.
Yeah. Definitely hard to deal with his team.
Oh, for sure.
If you're heavy toxic, sure. But
yeah, the problem is there's not actually a lot of status that Dirk is setting with his team.
Nope. Nope. And he doesn't have like, I mean, he has counters, of course, but not an easy way to deal with it.
No.
I'm still really surprised about that y'all are going dead.
Yeah, what that says to me is that he's just not running CIF.
Yeah, you're right.
It's rough, but like I guess you take those. It's a shame because obviously the synergy between that and Taser clearing Doom, it seems like a very easy thing to pick. But you could say the same with Piezo, with the fact that when you get the synergy with it, it's got stuff as well. He's got the Wolfie on his team. I don't know.
No, you're right. Maybe he runs Evan Cage there.
If he runs Cage, though, that's another thing he could have clicked alongside a Burn next turn.
Yeah, he needed 2 turns, but yeah, he could have done that. Maybe felt it's too much lose of a tempo, but I don't know.
That's also possible. Could be perfect jab. That would explain him not trying.
True. So let's see how Dirk is gonna answer to that, with only 1 turn left on that 2 Vine before he dies from Doom. Red OB10.
I don't think he answers. I think it's just like 2 Vine goes down, but hopefully it gains value. Hopefully he's not CPGing into that Koish spot. I believe that is the same Koish plumage as we saw the last time. And no, it is iridescence. It is not going to be taking very much damage from the CPG at all, as the 2 Vine goes down, not having taken any KOs on Turby's side. Dirk is losing ground so fast. Turby is running away with this game.
You're definitely running away with the game. What is your synergy? No.
If one of the partners is Synergy Master, then yes, but you gotta have a specific team for that.
I mean, that Ragnet's like the big boss for Dirk against Turby, but actually last games he didn't have Wolfie. But now he has.
Yeah, the Wolfie makes this so much harder to lean on, because it's such a good defensive swap in to Ragnet as well. Like, all of the pressure that we saw Ragnet exude last game is so much harder to follow through on, because unless you got something that hits Wolfie, then it's kind of like, I'm just gonna do a little love tap to your Fox there, and it's just very disappointing in comparison due to the quad resist.
Yeah, and double will definitely kill Ragnet. Yep. That animation is so sick. Boom.
Oh yeah, never get tired of this.
Well, G to Turby.
Yeah, no, he Dirk taps out there as Turby runs away with our second game. Well played to Dirk still, and there's every chance once again of him coming back and making it through the losers bracket. But in the meantime, yeah, Turby will be advancing to our next round.
Yeah, definitely well played for Dirk as well, making epic reads.
Oh yeah, first game was splendid to wind up seeing. Really interesting. If we look at our first round here, we do see that there is one match still remaining, unless it's just not recorded.
Let's see. That's the last match to be
And that
done.
is Classics versus Nico Blocky. Now, I have it on record that Classics has been bringing some spikes to things. I will not say anything this time, I promise. But we do have, if nothing else, the promise of a good flex on this board state, as we also see the Luma token in the back for Nico Blocky.
Oh, that must be the third match, I think. Because they're both, like, more aggro.
This makes sense. It also explains it being so late, but them having so many Tems. I will be right back. One moment.
Sure thing. So, Kinu, Wilfie. Wilfie has already +1/+1. Can probably tank a double up. And now it's more into a bulky Wilfie for Classics. If Wilfie dies though, his Valash is in a great spot. I mean, there's only Tulkan then, but only has Fire Tornado. Takes some time to get it. Keen is switching into Hedgen. Let's see if he's able to tank the double up. 58, 29. Don't think Black kills there. Yep.
Well, we do see the Volphy wind up eating those regardless, true to its own sake.
But he traps himself because of the exhaust. Playing handcuffs. Ouch.
And if he tries to bush here, it's not going to clear the trap either.
This is a big feels bad. Happened to me in a tournament. If you don't think about it, well, you get screwed by it.
Yep. No, playing on ladder, I wound up getting trapped by a Toxic Ink after exhausting myself on an Amphitheater. Felt just as bad.
Yeah, definitely. So your only chance is like, I mean, you have to Plague, Microwave the Wolfie to kill him before Dust Vortex come. Barnes has no more Tornado, so Emanip will not kill. So your only chance is really that, is Plague, double the Wolfie and kill him so you don't get Dust Vortex. And killing Wolfie actually like makes Valash in a good spot.
I think that's fair. Is Neko Blocky going to allow that trade, I suppose, is the next question here, because it's obviously a very good thing for Neko to get rid of the Volphy on Classic's side as well. Frees up the Amphitheater a little bit. Tolkien's got one less thing. A, sucking its stamina away, and B, just sort of messing it up.
The other play could be Bamboozle from Barnes, since it's a fast Barnes, if it runs Bamboo. Camo Barnes, yeah, I suppose it's air spec because of that.
Oh, if it's camo air spec, do we really think it's running Boozle?
Not sure at all, honestly. Because now that you can do it with Neutrality too, it's...
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is a great way to have your cake and eat it too, if you're not running support moves, I think.
The thing is, like...
Especially since air spec is generally trying to just click green circles or white circles anyway, right?
Yeah, but when you run a fast Barnes, sometimes Bamboozle can be so good.
I agree completely, especially once again with OB10, where you get those fancy source replicator plays, really spicy. But in the meantime, we see the Mimit swap as the Dust Vortex goes down into the hedge and just taking it out before it can blink.
I don't understand.
My question is, a timeout on Classic's side, or was he just not expecting that?
Wait, he did a move with Hedge and he attacked Mimit.
Oh, sorry, I blanked on that completely. That was a microwaves onto that spot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just really
that
wanted
kind
to...
of makes sense, because that would have been lots of damage on Barnshee, but as we saw, the Barnshee did not stick around.
Yeah, I know, I feel Wolfie was a bigger threat.
I can agree with that. It could be that Classics knew he wasn't going to kill. But then why even... okay,
Microwave Black not killing? I don't see a world where it doesn't die. It has no buff, it's Nico Blackie, so definitely not a bulky Wolfie. In my opinion, it dies every time. You sacrifice your own Wolfie, of course, for that, but I think that was still worth it.
It sounds like the main thing here is that Classics wasn't willing to make that trade.
Yeah.
We'll see whether that winds up coming back to bite him as the Barnshee's right back out, and this time it's not staring any Hedgens in the face. And he loses the Volphy anyways. The wastewater comes down on the Barnshee, which still takes a solid over 60% from that, but like
It's a 0 HP punch.
yeah, no, that is for sure. My concern here is that this Mimit is looking pretty cozy and safe, given that the Barnshee's still going to tear into this Mashuk, and this Valish is probably not going to enjoy the Dust Vortex that's coming out.
Probably not. I feel at this point, you just... Are you quicker with Valish or not, though? That's the question. Because Dust Vortex maybe doesn't one-shot, depending on your GVs, but... Yeah, Tier B1, Jackson.
Yeah, I don't like the prospects. Okay, right. So my challenge here is if the Valish outspeeds, then like if it's getting one shot this turn, you're not getting any scav value. Neko just swaps the Barnshee, doesn't allow this to even be a problem, and this also means we've already seen the heater proc because that was in the opening salvo. We don't get it, though, but we do see Kinu come in.
Yes, Rishi. The thing is, letting Machu go wild is quite dangerous.
Agreed. I would have kind of liked to see the tornado there, but I suppose Tolkien can also tornado.
I mean, sure thing. That +1 special defense is actually quite nice.
This is very true. It depends on, right, so this is a tireless Mashuk, though, so it's probably going to be a bit of a glass cannon in comparison.
Yeah.
Like, is it really going to be able to eat a windburst or a tornado off of a Tolkien, which, as we've seen previously, has a pretty behemothhic special attack stat in comparison to other 2 Aivos?
Yeah. I don't see a tornado now outspeeding a Metro. So let's see.
Yep.
So revitalize Kino?
It does just live thanks to the Kinu buff.
Oh, but it dies now from the overexert though.
Does it go down from the overexert? I think that still leaves it just alive.
Oof.
Yep. No, the cut is that it is so stamina efficient. This is one of the things that makes Tireless Mashuk such a fright, is the fact that because of the attack buffs, like the main reason why you didn't want to use Tireless before this, because you had no reason to, right? Like, you're overexerting for baby moves and baby damage. Now with the +1 and the fact that you can wastewater down your stamina bar really easily, and then just click the really low-cost uppercut, means that you just become this bust that can't slow down.
True. And the problem is, like, Barnish is the only thing able to kill it now in a one tick, but then you leave like Valash open again. Switch Metro probably.
Right. So the Barnshee still has hold up for Tornado, so like you don't leave the Mashuk in here if you actually want it to live. My question is
no, it doesn't have Tornado though, because it used Tornado and then did go back when we didn't expect it to. Wait. Am I wrong?
I think you might be wrong.
And then I'm wrong. Let's see.
No, it's Tornado.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is still a terrifying amount of damage onto this. But we see the sacrifice of Valish, which is huge. That's the scavenger proc. That's the +2 defenses. Valish, despite not having anything else there, is still up, at least. And is going to eat this Thunderstrike very comfortably indeed.
I wonder why not Plague, but sure.
Plague Machuk or Kinu?
I mean that Amphatir didn't Plague Valash instead of Thunderstrike, just more damage. Or do you expect that Thunderstrike was for Kinu?
Expecting the Thunderstrike was for Kinu because, like, you know, you expect if the Mashuk stays in, the Mashuk to eat the Tornado, and then you hit the Kinu afterwards, right?
Yeah, right. But no, he doesn't have Tornado anymore, so Valash has a free C-Spike there.
Yep. And it's just liquefied, don't she?
Yeah, and Machuk kills Amphatir in a one-shot.
Next question is, does
Ooh.
the Mashuk live the T-Strike, though? It does not.
Not okay. I mean, Valash still kills Amphatir, but the problem is gonna be Wolfie.
Yeah, no, well, except it's not a Volphy now, is it? This is a landing transmog boy.
It's still a Wolfie.
Sorry, I forgot there's also the Volphy. Right.
And there's gonna be soon 2 Wolfies.
Yes. That's kind of the worst thing you face as a Valish. Like, one Volphy's already a problem. If this was a physical Valish, might be a little easier. Also harder, because you don't get the... Well, it didn't Madness buff anyway, so yeah. In this specific instance, it would have been great if Classics had a physical. But it's not the game we're playing.
True. And Trotter, maybe he was like scared of Emanip as well, because it would just have killed the Matruk otherwise. Ninja Jutsu.
A single ninja might take. I don't think it takes out the Volphy from there.
This Wolfie maybe though.
Oh, is this like a super aggro Volphy?
It's kind of an aggro Wolfie. I mean, no point hiding. Classics knows like they're both leaders of the club, so they talk a lot.
Oh yeah. No, that's totally fair. The problem is that's going to be an uninvested attack, even at stab and high base power. 43.5 is a lot.
Let's see.
Plague comes down, so we get an exhaust either way. This is a very unfortunate thing. Sparks comes down onto the Volphy. That's going to be a nightmare.
Wow,
And we do see the rend.
That's stamina though. It's like a little.
Oh yeah, this is bad news bears because okay, right. So the upside here is a dust still feels really strong into the Volphy spot now.
Just kills. And the good thing is like even if Mimit comes there, it's a Valash, so
it doesn't like taking. Nothing likes taking these hits now.
Nope.
Ah man, I love seeing a good rend on Valash. It's rare that you get to see it in play, but like, my concern now though is doesn't the plague just take it? Plague from Amphatir could swing this the other way. Neko swaps the Amphatir though into the Mimic, quickly getting second Volphy up.
Oof. Saj.
This is the worst possible world for Classics as the plague comes in and you're staring 2 dust vortexes in the face.
Yeah, there was no way there. Even if it killed Wolfie, like, there's still another dust vortex waiting for you, so.
And with that, Neko Blocky takes this round.
That exists. GG. So, let me go back to the bracket.
Yep, with that, that means that Neko Blocky gets to advance and face Trotter in the next game. Just taking a look at some of our losers bracket matches. We're already seeing some people advance pretty quickly in there. Interesting to see.
Greed. His next Miliona is gonna fight too.
Yep.
So, who's gonna be our next game? What do you want to see for the top 8 winner bracket?
All right. I actually have a really easy one for this. It's 2 players that we haven't seen yet at all that I think are both really cool. Setsuka and Kunders.
Okay, then we will jump into that one. Just waiting to see if they reported the score.
Yep, my game's soft locked on my side, so I'm just going to have to quickly reset.
Wait, don't tell me that was like game 2.
Oh man, is that game 2?
No. They're just long, I think, to put the score. Wait, okay. It was 1-1. How did you guys were so long with 2 aggros?
Does that mean we get a 3rd game out of Classics and Neko Blocky? Did we speak too soon there?
I think we speak too soon there. Actually, every other matches is 2-0, so
it doesn't look like they're in their next game. So I think our initial assessment might be true there, and it was just them not implementing their scores correctly. But I'm sure that one of them will be able to contact you and get everything sorted out. or possibly Jackson in the background.
Oh no, yeah, it's 2-1 for Nico. Okay.
There we go. Perfect.
So then Nico against Strutter, Setska, Kunders. I mean, we will jump into Setska, Kunders then.
Excellent.
And they are already in, so let's go.
Oh, and we get the mix flex again. I forgot about this. Very fun team coming out of Kunders. An immediate Grumper ban. I'm just glad we're seeing Grumper again. A much missed Tem by me.
He still has options, and it's another buffer potential as well.
Yeah, I think Inductor gets massive value now that there are actual electrics that people play as well.
And we have Setska with the big comeback on Temtem.
Certainly. Also seeing the Volcrane there. That's quite fun. Volcrane gained a lot of options this patch. Very nice to see in the form of Hook, Stone Trench, things that actually let it use its base speed.
Yeah, it definitely has some potential now. So, good to see it. Actually, yesterday in the AAL Setska, I faced him in Swiss Pool. Last round, we were both 4-1. So, really like to get the spot there, and was such a close game.
Nice.
He sadly finished like 9s or 10s, but definitely having a strong team.
I mean, that's an oof, but that's the way it is.
And Capsule, nice to see you. Hope you had a good day. And doing well at the moment.
So we see the Yukama and the Scaravolt band out of Kunder's side, which makes sense if you look at Setsuka's team outside of the Ninja Cell. There's not too much that really wants to be dealing with the Yukama. Like, there's all of those fire options that just kind of feel rough into it. And the Volcrane existing means you kind of have to think about banning Yukama anytime you see it, unless you're Water Custodian. And Water Custodian is kind of hard to run still.
And actually, Volcrane is in a good spot there. Even if Bachuk, and Yolar.
Volcrane has a defense stat, though. That's the thing. It can eat uppercuts for a turn while you're like embersing a mix and then stone trenching it next. Like that feels really good. And with the heater in there to buffer a turn of swaps, Setsuka has a lot of mobility on this field. Now,
Yeah.
we have the heater from Kunders as well, just showing how popular tokens swiftly become.
Picking Naga with Grandpa. And thank you, Jackson.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what Setsuka's plan is here in terms of going fast and slow, because, I mean, I haven't even seen a Grandpa in a while. I think Setsuka is the only person I've been seeing run it, and I look forward to seeing what he does with it.
Agreed. Really wondering what he thought about starting this combo. Maybe to, I don't know. What do you want to avoid there?
Now, my other thought is that it is, in fact, a Water Custodian, guys, and that this is a massive ruse.
Oh. Which
makes sense if you're rocking a Volcrane. Even like, especially since it looked like that was an early pen of the Yukama there. It's like you gotta feign things, but we'll see what trait this Nagai's actually is as we enter our first game of our third round of this double elimination bracket.
Let's go. Predictions were up, people voted, and Nazio and Co, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hypoxia beta one shots before Metro can move. If he stays, sure thing, but yeah. KJ, thank you for the follow. Sorry, Quarter.
No worries. And yes, that token was desperately dashing out of there. But the crystal spikes come straight in to the Nagai spot, and yeah, no, it doesn't take that at all. I didn't see a Decidor proc, by the way. Did you?
What, you don't see it when it like goes away directly, don't you?
No, you totally do. It started the turn. Even if you're swapping, because it changes the turn order regardless.
I'm dumb, I use it and I know that and I say that. But
hey, these things happen.
Actually, it was GA when you look at the speed. Because Grandpa did go first before C-Spike.
Ah, well, there we go then. In that case, yeah, no, that is still a Decidor and a guy, so that's definitely something to see there. Right, so Volcrane's in a spectacular spot on this board, kind of requiring a reposition from Kunders here. Kunders has options. Mashuk cannot come back onto this board, but there's a couple other things that can, like for instance the
Kinyola?
which is coming out.
Oh, he stays to be able to damage the Volcrane, yeah.
Yeah, Volcrane still doesn't like neutral wind hits. It's something that you really have to tech against if you're looking to do well into it. And I'm kind of surprised to see Setsuka running Stone Ball. Of the Volcranes I've seen right now, that is actually a move that I don't see clicked often.
But when you run DA Naga, I think it's really good, but I still wonder why he didn't click Trench there.
Yeah, no, Trench just would have felt really nice. But I suppose the other thing about that is you don't want to set your mix into Puppet Master if you're expecting it to stay in with your spread move. You want to save that, right?
Yeah. I feel there was no... I mean, the only double switch was like Machu Kinu to be able to tank that, but then you have still Grandpa. I don't know, I think you always get value, plus the Bamboozle.
I agree with that. What I would love to see this turn is a Tornado onto this mix and then a Trench, but we're not going to see that because the Tornado genuinely threatens out the Volcrane as Tolkien appears instead.
That's a good switch for the Tornado, you know it's coming to kill the Volcrane.
And that still did 40% to Tolkien. That goes to show you precisely how terrifying max special attack Tolkien can be.
One of the highest special attack birds.
Absolutely. It's just kind of a monster. And the hand fan just makes it hit even harder.
Handfang is on Grandpa for Setsuka, but yeah, for Kunders.
Yeah, I was talking about Kunders' one there.
And already +1/+1. Actually, his only easy way to deal with it is like Naga Volcrane, but Volcrane is already in a bad spot.
Yeah, Setsuka's kind of on the back foot here as Kunders is definitely keeping control of things. I think, obviously, getting your mix down to 58% feels a bit rough, but with the Kinu buffs, it's not as bad as it could be.
Nope, definitely doesn't kill now. Energy manipulation, oof, and that's a pain for Grandpa if it's not using Windburst.
Once again, Grandpa is one of those Tems that just doesn't really have a stamina stat to speak of. Even Hypnosis eliminates its stamina bar and it whiffs onto the Kinu. Ah!
Ouch.
The heist does feel good here as it's kind of inhibiting the damage that Mix is throwing out here. It didn't stop anything about dropping that blue bar on Grandpa. Ouch!
Yeah, that stamina feels harsh. The good thing is, like you say, that chip on the burn feels good. Maybe Tornado with the chip could do it.
The thing I like there is that it's stopping the spikes from doing as much as well. I mean, obviously, yes, Emanip is still a mighty force, and it doesn't look like Kunders is about to be throwing crystal attacks out when Volcrane's in the back. Yeah. Man, just bringing back Tukma memories from saying that.
Mix is always switching there because Fire Tornado is up. So I would probably Fire Tornado the Kinu spot, because Tulkan is coming for Mix, probably.
Yep, Fire Tornado, and then a swap into perhaps... I feel like Setsuka is saving Nidrasil here. We haven't seen it return to the field at all. Well, we haven't seen it enter the field at all, and it's a reasonable response to Yowler, which has also not hit the field. It feels like those are the things that both of our players here are leaving in the back for the late game to try to like settle things so that way they can deal with those. But
the thing is, like,
could re-enter.
Yeah, because if you read Tulkan coming here, Naga is like, it's just good into everything that is non-mix. Even Machuk.
Yeah, because you've got the beta into that as well. So we see the Tulkan come back on this side as predicted. And there are no swaps. We see an Emanip onto the Tulkan. This could be another entire stamina bar getting lost. And it is!
Oh, which one? On which one? And he did it on Mix, not taking the bait.
Yep. No, that was a good read from Setsuka still. Like, Kunders did not get a lot of use out of the Mix there. Like, that said, it completely removed the momentum of these two wins sticking around because like no stamina bar anymore. But I mean, I figure like of the things that Mix could have done this game, that is by far a favorable one for Setsuka. Like,
Definitely.
you prefer your Tem staying alive. You prefer them just getting a bit overexerted and then killing a Mix rather than like massive damage on your Nagais.
Agreed. I know Naga is in a good spot when you're able to bring it. Like, I feel anyways he cannot do anything. Grandpa is overexerted.
Okay, there's a part of me that almost wants to see a heist out of Tolkien here onto Yowler, just because you want to try to punish the show-off turn, but it hurts so much for Setsuka to try to do that. It feels like such an overextension. But at the same time, like, what else are you using Tolkien for here? Yes, it's great, but if you're conserving Grandpa, then you have something from Ashok. Bully is most assuredly online.
I think he double switches there, yeah. His wins are still important, especially with Matruk behind. Naga. Just have to hope it doesn't attack that slot, but no luck.
Yeah, no, the wind bear still comes down and it's pretty rough. The show off is entirely unpunished, and
but you have a free Naga Fury Narco hit in case Matruk comes there.
That's true. I mean, that still does tons to Yowler as is.
Yeah. But I mean, if Tulkan switches now into Matruk at least, you have the Narco hit still hitting it true. I don't know which one you want to focus first, actually. I feel Tulkan is really annoying, because then your Nidrazil is free.
Tulkan is really annoying, but I'm not sure how much Nidrazil actually does into a lot of Kunder's back line that other Tems don't already do. Like, Volcrane and Tulkan deal with Kinu. We have Grandpa and the guys from Ashok. Nidrazil's feeling a bit superfluous here, so I feel like it's not bad spending that on the Yowler instead when you know that the best things Tolkien can do won't be happening at the first part of that turn, so the Fury's probably outspeeding.
But the Fury is probably not killing because of the +1. That is why I would have doubled into it, because actually Nidrazil, like, you win against Kinu, you win against Matruk. Even Yolar doesn't like it because no chamomile.
That's fair. The allergic, actually, what about an allergic
spread? Yeah, I was just thinking about it.
Yeah,
it's just in case Matruk comes that Narco hit is better, but
no, this is very true. But if Kunders like presses his advantage here and tries to just like get some more wind damage onto Nid, then A spread and Fury would be such a punish.
Yeah, because then you get that on Yolar as well. True.
Yep.
You don't comebacker neither, because Yolar is quicker. I mean, goes before Nidrazil.
Yeah.
So, yeah, switch. Matruk.
Kinu.
Then allergic spread, definitely.
Allergic spread value on the board. We don't like seeing the protector buffs on obvious on Yowler, but it does mean that it eats this Narco hit a bit better. But the comebacker is going to be coming down. Oh, no, it won't, because it's hitting the Nagais.
Comebacker Nagai is coming.
Ah, yes, of course.
That doesn't even kill Kinu.
Oof. Yeah, no, the A spread would have felt a little better here. Just that little tick of damage would have been enough.
Yep.
Still, though, I mean, I can't really argue with a turn that put this much damage onto Yowler.
Yeah, the Narco hit did damage. Now that you're on hold, you can just allergic spread now and then Narco again, but...
My concern is, first, hibernation, second off, sacrifice. Now, we're still under DA, so there's only so much that's going to be valuable. I believe this is our last turn of it, though.
Yeah, actually I see more and more Yolars running with Matcha. That is actually really good, because you can hibernate, rest, remove the hibernate, and be full stamina.
It's very powerful. Kunders doesn't even risk it. He just drops in the token instead, wanting to eat these moves with something a bit more expendable. I mean, I still think that token's more powerful than expendable, but it's pretty legit here. And the Bark Shield, while good against Yowler, does nothing against Kunders' current board.
The problem, like, Vulcan is just dying from A tornado?
Yep, and the bark shield does nothing to prevent that. Unless this is to draw fire, if you'll pardon the pun. So that way Tolkien comes into that spot, eats the tornado again, and then you get a free tank on something or an ace spread. Like, that's not bad, but yeah.
Wait. I mean, of course, you could switch into a wind. Wait, he really expected that token attack Nidwizzel?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised about that too. I would have figured, like, you know, protect the Volcrane, but
Yeah, me too.
as it stands, this Volcrane didn't wind up getting up to too much trouble that game, as the Tolkien kind of just kept it in check all the way through, reminding us that unless you're spreading very carefully, Volcrane just straight up dies to special attacks.
I bring Naga back. But you have no more DA, not that I know. So he dies from a wind burst.
The Naga, yeah, I don't see how you stop the Naga from just sort of running away with things, or being stomped on here, rather, because Tolkien is just kind of hard to take down. One protector buff and one stone ball means that, oh boy, yeah, and the sacrifice. This bird isn't going anywhere.
Oh. There you go.
But Setsuka's showing that high-speed Grandpa is still perfectly playable inside this. But, oh no, we don't get soft touch on this, like, with the evolved chick, sadly.
Imagine. Everyone would be running Lullaby.
Oh, monstrous. Well, you know, we got Totoro. Right, so... right. That does something to meter the aggression on Kunder's side, but the problem is, at this point, he's got some pretty beefy targets for Setsuka to try to break down, and this Tolkien is looking very difficult to attend to.
The problem is, like, everything outspeeds Naga now. Nothing... Naga can just do nothing.
Do you think it's valuable running 3 prio moves on Naga, even if you're running a Decidora build, knowing that these sort of situations come?
The problem is you have a big syndrome move as well with Naga. It's like, what do you draw for him? And
I mean, you need Fury.
you
Obviously.
need Fury.
Madness buff is so hard to go without if you're running DA.
Yeah. And you need Beta, and Psy Surge is so amazing for the stamina. So, like,
Yeah, you're left with the 1 flex slot, which...
Because either Psy Surge, either Emanib, but DA without Psy, I don't know.
DA without Psy Surge is manageable. People have done it. Like, a lot of people makes Lullaby their 4th slot. Then we get those very greedy tournament sets where you got, like, Lullaby and Psy Surge. I don't think those can even exist anymore.
I mean, I could see... with the 4 turns is actually so high.
Yeah, that's the problem. So, we see the Nagai swap again into the Tolkien, expecting the Windburst to come down there. And, oh, man, it hurts my soul watching Grandpa's stamina bar drop so vastly.
But Yolar's gonna finish it. Oh, never mind. Comebacker. I mean, actually has no more stamina, so why not?
I mean, yeah.
Tulkan neither, though.
Kind of a Hail Mary.
Do you actually bring Naga now to force? Ooh.
No, we see the Nidrasil come out instead because the Nidrasil survives. Okay, it would be suicide for Kunders to overexert hard on a Tem that he's buffed up physically this much. That HP is worth so much now that I think Setsuka is gambling on, you're not going to be attacking this turn with Tolkien. I have a turn to do things with Nidrasil.
So I agree on that, especially like Mitsu can just come and take the Toxic Ink with pleasure. You have to kill Yolar with Tulkan.
I'm expecting a Narco hit here. Or a Toxic Ink onto... Actually, why not just a Toxic Ink onto Yowler? Doesn't that KO from 16%?
No. I mean, it kills with the tick, but then you allow Yolar to have an attack.
Man, I am underestimating the beef of Yowler sometimes.
Yeah, magic. So Narco hit left, sure.
Yeah, the problem
Even
with
Windburst
is
did.
oh,
Okay.
even Windburst doesn't do it, but the A spread alongside it does.
That was close for him. Oh yeah, you just kill everything except Toucan and then hope for the stamina battle, but... Now you Narco hit Tornado the Machuk. Toucan still has no stamina.
Alright, so looking at this... Setsuka has managed to maintain a sort of positive position here just because, like, Kunders is running out of things that are actually buffed. The Mashuk just goes down instantly to the Aloe Vera token.
Did
Oh,
wait,
the
did you Toxic? Yeah, he knew he's killed. Toxic is really good there.
Yeah, no, the poison breaking through those defensive buffs that Kunders has put on there means that Kunders is in a very tight spot now. I don't actually think he can action economy his way out of this. He needs to do too much, and he doesn't have the stamina for it.
He needs to kill... He needs to kill Naga this turn?
He needs to get a kill a turn. And I don't know if he actually KOs the Ninja.
Because Toxic incoming back there. I think you have to Toxic Ink anyway, so it's like Toxic Ink Naga Fury, because even if you overexert, well, you have no choice.
We see the Fire Nado come down, up the Nid. That overexerts.
Huh.
No, it doesn't. He had the stamina for it, but he does not get enough, meaning that he winds up going down to the Fury. I mean, he'd go down to the Poison Tick. And with that, Setsuka takes it in a tense first game against Kunders.
GG, that was actually a comeback, because he was definitely in a bad spot at some point. Good match. No refee.
Oh man, I'm just getting I just got a crash to desktop. My Temtem does not like me right now. I will be right back.
Sure, no worries. So, oh, they're already in. Let's go.
All right, I will watch eagerly from the stream. As right, let's see what alterations we see to the draft after that first game. And yeah, the Naga is the first thing banned on Kunder's side. He's not gonna let that run away with things again.
Yeah, we see a little switch in the bands. Let's see if Setsuka still stays with Sukama's World.
It definitely makes sense given it's not a water custodian and you've got so many things that are weak to water there. It still feels like a very powerful first ban. I mean, you have answers to it, but do you?
I think he wants to Amphat here, that's why.
I
But
like the
Mix is
Amphitheater
still
here,
there.
and it gives him a Sparks user as well. That feels nice. But like,
I was gonna say, Mix is still like saying no.
well, we
Yeah.
haven't seen his reactive vial user, and Amp is actually a really strong reactive vial user.
Agreed. It was relaxed at the same time.
Exactly. You get so much health regen on him. It's just so hard to stop him from like sitting there and outputting pressure through its myriad support options and strong moves when it needs to use them. So we see Osiara and then Grumper.
Okay.
Grumper is a strong second here.
The problem is if he picks Vulcan, that's a free Ukama.
You can't pick Volcrane here.
I mean, he's not agreeing with you, I think.
Oh, Setsuka, you madman! And just as you predicted.
So, you banned the Scaravolt for the 2 birds, I suppose. Not Devon?
No.
I mean, you have Vulcan though, yeah.
Setsuka's looking at the Kinu, it looks like.
Why not? He still has double electric, so...
Yeah, he's guaranteed one thing to be able to deal with the winds in the back. I think that, okay, yeah, Kunders just takes out the Grumper. I think that's a very valuable play, especially when you want to lean in on Scara like it looks like Kunders is going to be doing. We see once again the Nidrasil picked up.
Amphatir definitely a pickup, yeah. Which wins? That's a good question. I still feel Tulkan is probably better, but... And Grandpa has options, but still such a stamina problem, god.
Okay, so the Nidrasil is also a fantastic bait for the Yukama, I suppose. This is going to be a needle to thread in terms of this opener. I feel like if Kunders catches a lucky swap here and reads things correctly, then he can just like keep momentum into this. As it stands, he only has one wind to try to answer a potential toxic swap, but Yaller could just come in. That's a thing that still likes to exist.
He's thinking about it. I still thought Tulkan would be better, but let's see. Yeah, Haumara, yep.
I agree with that. It's nice seeing that Volcrane is back into being a real boy. If nothing else, just because I love seeing the damage out of vigorous attacks.
And thank you for the follow, Brockle. Or Brock 2, I don't know. So, this is definitely a Volcrane switch.
Yeah, I don't see a universe in which it isn't. That's going straight into either Amphatir or Nidrasil. It is Nidrasil.
Yeah, he still needs Amphatir, and against Mix, it's not in a great spot. Is that
You're not wrong, especially... Okay, the fact that Nebula did not go into Puppet Master feels real nice there. The Crystal Spikes hits Ociara. Water Cannon's coming down onto the Nidrasil, which eats it like a champ.
But isn't... I mean, even if it did go in Puppet, it's to have Cerberus. What is coming on a Cerberus? Definitely not Scaravolt and Tokan. I mean...
Yeller can eat it.
Yeah.
You don't like to, but it is.
Because I feel this is Cerberus and allergic spread.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because Cerberus does a little bit lesser damage than Aqua Whirlwind, so... But do you survive though if you get Aqua Whirlwind plus C Spike? You took 39.5. You probably survive, yeah.
Oh, what, on the Ociara?
Yeah.
I mean, that could still be rough.
Oh, you don't survive, my bad.
Oh, yeah, nope. As the Cerbas is punished, meaning Setsuka's horse is down for the count.
Right, he expected that?
Instead, we just see a Toxic Ink onto the Yukama.
Yeah, I mean, I think he expected that, because, like, double kills. The problem is, what do you do now? You don't like the Crystal Spike at all?
You don't, but Mix doesn't like the Plague. I actually like plaguing Mix here. Like, if you Plague and then Allergic Spread, that's real rough.
I think that's... Yeah, sure, I'll play.
Oh! Okay, if this isn't an Allergic Spread, then this is just a fantastic... Never mind, it's half full. I just expect Good Friend when it's defensively swapped like this, but... The Plague comes down onto the Mix, gets it into Puppet Master, but the Exhaust is going to be very dangerous for Kunders, as the Crystal Spike comes down, does a reasonable amount to the Amphatir. Are you reactive? Val, no, your Snare, that's even worse. And the A Spread is the Execution.
Yep, and that's really good on Scaravolt as well.
Yeah, it is. You want to be sapping that thing's HP significantly.
Okay, Ukama has so much stamina that you don't really need to invest any.
Yeah. This is one of the upsides of the stamina change, is that if you have a high base, you're still kind of safe. Right?
Yeah, true. Like Ukama, Babawa.
Zalbian actually as well.
Too,
I know that a lot of people are like up and down on Zalbian. One of the things that I think helps assert it as a thing to at least consider is the fact that it has a very high stamina, which allows it to be a bit greedy with its moves. And yes, Rarzito Lolly.
Volcrane, definitely a good switch. Tolkien. So you still have a Strange next turn.
And that's a burn onto the Nid as well, meaning that the actual base damage of Toxic Ink isn't too bad.
So. Two there.
I feel like Volcrane's in a good spot right now. Like, yes, it still runs the risk of just straight up dying this turn, but I think what's likely to happen is that the Wind Burst hits first, you trench,
yeah,
you're safe.
Agreed. I think Trench is in a good spot. The thing is that Nitrogen has no more stamina though.
That is concerning. I think you could totally still justify a Narc hit early on the Yeller when you know pressure will be probably exerted elsewhere. Zetsuka disagrees, as instead the Grandpa is brought in to both absorb hits and throw some pressure onto the board.
In case he attacked Nidrasil. Wow.
Oh, I didn't read that at all.
Me neither, because I thought Volcrane was like a pain for him there.
As a double in onto the Nid, and the Grandpa takes it, just going down to 2.3%.
That was close.
I don't know if I agree with Kunders just sort of leaving this Volcrane alone, though. With the Yukama low, like, he's kind of only got the board he has.
Yeah, this is definitely going into Setsuka favor.
Yeah. Kunders still has ways to get back from this. Baton Bass Scaravolt is a beautiful, beautiful thing, but Volcrane being like untouched makes it so hard for Scaravolt to exist.
And the other problem is, like, really, when you come on a field with Scaravolt and you get 3 ticks of poison, you're not liking it. You already lose 50% of HP with your trade, plus 37.5 from allergic spread. Let's go.
It's not good.
So, what is gonna be Kunder's answer? I know it's like he's trying his team, like some new Tams in there. But what a better place than a tournament to try things.
I agree with that. I think that if nothing else, you're guaranteed good information, right? If you're not too fussed about where you wind up placing, then it's a very, like, you can't ask for a better crucible with which to forge your team.
Yeah, definitely.
As you know, like, Prody almost exclusively uses tournaments to practice and hone his team, for instance.
And I agree with him, because like we are both a lot on scuffed speed and things like that as well. And ladder doesn't allow you to experiment the real competitive way of the game. Like, it's a good aggro platform or things like that, because you don't really play into the scuffed speed, but really the auto scaling is annoying.
Yeah, I know a lot of people share that sentiment. It'll be interesting seeing. I mean, obviously we've had some talk of the Comp 2.0. We don't really know what's going to be inside that, but there's the possibility that we might get something involving a non-auto scale ladder, which I think a lot of people would be interested in. But moving back to this, like, my concern now is that the spots that aren't Tolkien are going to be taking a ton of pressure, and I don't think Yaller can actually take that. Oh boy.
Let's see.
Right. Pass gets it back up there to 29%. It should be able to eat this tornado pretty comfortably. Oh yeah, that part was easy.
So Windburst finishing the Grandpa. What is Volcrane doing? That is the question.
Okay. Kunders is safe.
Ooh. Still doing good damage.
The wrong thing with Stone Ball.
And now Trench is up. You can even like Trench. I mean Thunder Strike. Wait. Did he?
I think you tornado this turn with Tolkien onto Volcrane. Like, that's the only way you get value out of Tolkien. I think that's a bad idea though, but you don't have the ability to defensively swap here. Kunders does not have any HP on his back line. So, like, swapping in is basically a death sentence to those Temps.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, like, Plague on Tolkien is really good.
Yep. Like, honestly, I still think T-Strike is better because you've got enough HP on things. Like, Volcrane's not going down to a single tornado from what we saw last match.
No, sure not. But do you let the Scaravolt alive? Never mind.
Cougars does, swaps the Yukama in. It's pretty expendable. Tornado comes down on Volcrane. And yeah, no, that's a lot of damage. It's down to 38%, but that is not enough. The T-Strike comes down, wiping out the Tolkien, which I suppose means that we could see like an Embers or something like that instead.
If you did Ember, that sure will kill Ukama because of the burn tick, but
The Vigorous Stone Trench instead, which is still more than enough.
and gives you the bamboozle at least.
Yep, gives him a turn to rest up while being a little bit safer there.
Those two are coming back. Well, Scaravolt took now some HP, and you don't have like a way to do something with Volcrane at the moment. Scaravolt outspeeding as well. The Y'all are able you to destroy the bamboozle and kill it.
Yep.
So you definitely need to switch.
I agree with you there. I think the Volcrane needs to dab out so that way it can get hold on Stone Trench again to deal with the Scaravolt, because you really want speed to be able to deal with that and not just die to Yowler.
I don't think you get
this turn anyways, so like it needs to not be here.
I don't think you get Trench back, honestly.
You just have to push with Stone Ball. Oof.
The problem is like you're too slow for that. But he has a Flaming Meteorite.
Flaming Meteorite onto a +1 defense Tem that resists it?
No, not at all for that one. I mean, for sure, Scaravolt's
Yowler?
But you kill Yowler in a one-shot for sure.
Then what are you doing to Scaravolt? Just whittling it down with, like, Nidrasil?
That is the problem. Oh, you reduce his speed? Oh. But they don't care about Volcrane, though. So he has Trench out. That's really good for him. Oh.
That's not.
That's not. But he has Nidrasil now in the back, and Scaravolt is gonna die. So
The Trench
that's okay.
is guaranteed to take out the Scaravolt. The Nidrasil can 1v1 the Yowler.
Probably.
But it's rough.
So you Trench her and just Toxicking to start the ticks. And then Narco, Toxic Ink. We have Bark Shield up. Yeah, probably too. I think Setsuka will win this too.
Do you think Setsuka wins this? I think it's close, but Setsuka comes out on top due to the fact that he turns well. And if I was Kunders, I would have targeted that Volcrane a bit more.
Yeah, me too. I really wondered why he near Volcrane, expecting to switch maybe. But still, Matcha.
Oh, Matcha means that he can enjoy a nice cup of tea and recover 40% of his stamina while removing the status cold condition. And instead we see just a onslaught down into the Yowler instead, as the combination of Toxic Ink and Narc hit wipes it out.
Big GG to Setsuka.
Absolutely.
And my game crashed.
Yours too. Man, there have been a lot
There's
of
a lot of
the tournament.
Oh, Quarter, you want to hear a good one in the meantime? Yesterday I do a tournament, the AAL, and I play against Magia. And so I attack the Ragnet, let the Ragnet at 40%. But at the end of the turn, Ragnet dies on my screen. I'm like, what? You know, I don't understand. Lost 40% alone. And then, actually, Ragnet didn't die, was still there for Plat, but for me there was only one Tem on the field. I could not target the left spot anymore. In a tournament. That was so good.
That goes beyond a standard desync. Like that's some wild stuff right there.
Yeah, we took screenshots too. Like, yeah, that was a ghost bug. Nice.
That is definitely not what you usually expect off of that.
And so I talk with Plat and ask him to switch Ragnet to see if it unbugs. It unbugs when he switches it to Mudchuk, but then he switches it back to Ragnet. Boom, game crash.
The ghost. It just can't handle the fact that it thinks the thing's dead.
Yep. So I need to restart the game, guys. I'm sorry. Crap, I need to start the one, two.
All right. In the meantime, I will just be getting a quick look at the Nekoblocky versus Trot games. There have been no scores reported as of yet, but it'll be interesting seeing where the chips fall for it.
Which one are you
as always, Trot's bringing fun teams there.
Nekoblocky?
Yep. And there we are. As you can see, we've got a lot of Toxics up against 2 Barnshees now. Oh, no, sorry. That's a Barnshee and a Tort. Man. Already mixing my stuff up there.
Poor tonight.
Once again, if there's one thing I can trust Trot to manage to do, it's create conditions in which he is able to get Tortonite to survive against key matchups like Barnshee. It's one thing that he is incredibly good at doing.
Yeah, I think Tortonite is not that bad at the moment.
I really prefer efficient to confined, but credit anyone that can get confined to work. I know that Trot has, on principle, kept confined running, as you can see from the buffs this game.
Efficient is such a good trait with the stamina we have at the moment. There's no question about that.
You have to sacrifice a lot to keep your Tortonite confined, but well, we see these things happen on occasion. Honestly, I still love Trot's back line into this. Like, Mudred is one of the things that really feels good into the remainder of Nekka's field, right? Like, especially into Valish, it's like, ooh, that's kind of dirty.
Yeah, not into Volphy, but...
No, the Volphy's still a problem, definitely, but like...
The problem is, like, he took Ukama as well?
Yeah, my concern here is that Trot wants to keep both of these Tems alive, but I think he can only afford to swap one of them. He's not going to be able to afford to swap any of them as we get his own tricks used against him with the Mimit dropping the cage.
Yeah, and we see confined actually.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. He's running confined and he gets the garden off. What's this going off onto? The Mimit or the Valish? No, obviously the Valish.
Okay. Yeah, he still has Bunch in the back as well.
Yep. Nah,
wait, so he plays an offensive Trotter but confined. Okay.
Yep. He is still running confined. He's managed to continue leveraging it to make it work. If I recall correctly, he was running this yesterday as well. You have to make some sacrifices in order to get the stamina to work, as we can see here. But
the double kill, making full life Valish again, but in 2 turns he should be dead though.
Oh, we still have that Volphy in the back that if it's rock... Oh no! Neko runs Sweatband Volphy! You can't clear Doom the old-fashioned way.
If Amphatir has it though...
Ooh, yeah, but like, Amphatir has to come in safely. That is 12.1%.
I would always focus just the Tortonite spot this turn, just in case.
I mean, what's Valish doing against a Mudred?
+2, I mean, something, but not that much.
Yeah, that's my problem. It doesn't take it out in like 2 turns, probably.
And he's holding then Barnch for when Valish is dead, yeah.
Because Barnch can... Okay, the Amphatir's still a problem, but I think you out-prio it with Emanip and take that down. That's not too bad. And then, like, the Volphy you can take down with a combination of Ukama and Barnshee. It's not pretty, but you can do it.
Yeah. I kind of agree. He just needs to survive this turn to be sure that Valish doesn't get a hit on Barnch. Then you kill Amphatir before he moves. That's another hard thing to do, but maybe possible.
So the dust comes down onto the Ukama, which is still a pretty significant amount there. That's 54.9% that it's down to. The spikes is not enough.
That is really good for him.
This Mimit's still going to be pretty frustrating for him to take down, though.
It's not dying this turn.
Although now that's just like a shallow husk of a Mimit remaining. Like, if I was Neko, I would still probably swap that out now. And... yeah, I think you just want to get your Volphy in.
Yeah, probably doesn't take too much damage neither from even the double. At the same time, Volphy is the win con now for Neko. Do you want to take that free damage?
I think what you want is second Volphy with a defense buff, right?
But with no life? I mean, you're gonna eat the Aqua Whirlwind plus something.
That's true.
And then Barnes could just, I don't know if you want to take that. I feel like Mimit is like nearly dead. Is there a worse with 13% HP copy Wolfie? You think so?
Well, Neko seems to believe so. As we see the Jutsu come down
Okay. So no.
to the Yukama before the Aquatic Whirlwind comes out, getting some last-ditch value out of Valish before it is doomed.
I didn't
we still
expect
get-
that Jutsu though.
That's fair. This is one fun thing about the 4th slot of Valish. It still is such a wild card.
Yeah, Rent Jutsu. Evan Stonewall?
Well, still good. Quartz Shield now as well.
True.
You don't have to go slow to buff.
True. But now we have like Punch coming in. Do you come with Amphatir there? What is the speed?
Oh no, that's a recipe for I want to get Crystal Deluged before I can blink.
Because the thing is that, yeah, I was saying with Bunch there, is something outspeeding Crystal Dust from a Madrid?
I like Mimic coming in here because I don't think you kill with a Crystal Dust.
That's a good point though. +1/+1 Earth, definitely not killing it. Then you have to go into the sleep.
My problem is, if I'm Trot, what I'm doing is I'm actually targeting the other Volphy, and I'm clicking Deluge. Just to like knock that out, and then like focus the other slot.
At the same time, is Immanip enough?
I think you Windburst here instead, if you've got it.
But Windburst, you're always going after the moves though.
That's a point. You need the prio. I don't know if Emanip is enough with the +1/+1.
Me neither, but Emanip plus Dust should be.
We don't have any hold, we don't think, on this Barnshee. It looks pretty fresh to me.
Yeah. Oh, wait, someone asked it for a tornado? No, but if you Crystal Dust and Immanip, it's definitely enough to kill the Mimit.
Okay, so we definitely see the dust, the deluge come out. So the sleep's down on the Volphy. That's it off for a while. But the plague does come down, outspeeding, so we do see the Windburst instead, but it's a neutrality Barnshee, so it does not care about half of the things that plague does, as the Windburst just takes it out.
I don't understand. Wait, what?
All right. Now, the real question that I have here is...
Rested, relaxed.
Do we have enough speed on this Mudrid to outspeed this here with Crystal Dust?
That's the question. He needs to be able to have that, otherwise Trotter loses. But if Neko is quicker, then...
I don't even know if that's an... Okay, so like... You want to be... Yeah, no, it does. It's a moot point. It is enough.
Because Madrid is quick as hell too, so...
Yeah. 95 base speed.
Takes the kill, making this really hard for Neko now to win.
It's still possible. Wolfie is that good, but like... Oh, there's going to be such an uphill battle, especially since this is a neutrality Barnshee.
Like 3 turns of sleep, like... That's why I tried Madrid as well on stream. I think he has like really fun options.
Deluge is a nightmare. Oh no! Oh no! This is the tech! We see Crystal Deluge with 1 status on top of that, meaning we immediately see the Volphy slept again.
Oh, this feels so bad.
It's dirty! Oh no! He was talking about this, and seeing it in play is just terrifying. That is a concession out of Neko Blocky from a stunning finisher from Trot.
Yeah, this must be a frustrating concession, I think.
Oh. Oh, I feel dirty watching that, but that was well played from Trot.
But GG, yeah, definitely well played from Tutter. They're showing the options of Madrid. So
I remember him mourning Madrid being like F tier in Kasiwa, so he must be really happy to be able to play one of his favorite Tems again.
Yep, I see Ice Red beating Isher, Turby Fulak still not done.
Yep.
So
was that our last match out of Neko Blocky and Trot as well?
I honestly don't know. There's no score and bet, so just gonna watch a bit more.
Wait and see. Do we want to see if there's a little bit of Turby and Fulak yet?
Oh, we can jump there too. No worry for me. Turby Fulek is 1-1 actually.
Oh, well, there we go. So this will definitely be the deciding game. And we are down to the wire. A Mimit copying an Amphitheater versus Turby's near full health Volfi.
That was a quick game.
Oh my god, this Mimit is +5, but oh!
Oh, poor Fulek watching the stream just to see that. Ouch.
No, you don't click Bright Beam against a Volfi. We saw that before, but somehow the Mimit is still alive here. We haven't seen any more moves out of Turby, as he's trying to make sure that he's able to get the right sort of play off here. But the +5 special attack off the Mimit is looking terrifying into this Volfi as the Plague comes down, and this is... I expect more out of a +5, unless that's like that
bulky
green
Volfi?
bug again.
I think that's bug. Oof, that damage.
Did the Mimit overexert there? I didn't quite see. It looked like it did.
Yeah.
And the relaxed is just right back up, but so's the Lifeful here. I think Turby still has this by the hairs.
Yeah. If he got Bright Beam, sure, but like...
Imagine Bright Beam working on Volfi.
would be so good. GG.
Team Elusive is a powerful trade.
But is that a Mimit with no special? I mean, I'm like you, like with +5, I'm still expecting a bit more.
Well, part of this
At
comes
least
down to Amphitheater's base special attack is very underwhelming. Like 66 doesn't do as much as you want it to.
I mean, sure, but it would be like really too strong if it had like same base special attack than a Toolcan, for example.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Especially with its bulk. Like I think Amphitheater's fine where it is. I just think that some people try to play it as though it doesn't need special attack investment, or like as though special attack investment is like its best option, and that can be a bit underwhelming in practice unless you're really heavily buffing it. And yeah, no, it does look like that was either... We haven't seen the rest of Fulek's team, but I know that he's been running a lot of attack, so maybe it was like not that. I don't know. I mean, he had an Amphitheater in the team clearly, so like,
Yeah,
I would have assumed some special attack
me
investment.
too.
It's curious.
Most of his team is special
Oh,
attack
hold
too.
on. We're also forgetting that Turby builds a very bulky Volfi.
I mean, no, I thought about the Bookie Wuffy, but like +5, I still expected a plus. I mean, a 2-shot because it's only +1. But yeah, Trotter 1-1, so everyone is done. If that was last match for Turby Fulak.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think it was.
So with that, are we going straight into our semis?
I'm watching 1 second like the loser bracket at the same time.
Oh, sure, sure.
We're having actually. We could take like a 5-minute break before going to the semi.
That sounds ultimately reasonable.
Semi-finals.
It gives our losers bracket some time to catch up and make sure that everything's all fair and ready.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Awesome.
And then we
And in that
jump
case?
into those two. So Seska, Trotter, Turby, and Bennett. If you can wait 5 minutes, that would be great. Almost like being super fast and having 110 speed. So yeah, guys, we are gonna be right back. See you in 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And welcome back, folks, to the second half of our double elimination best of 3 cup. Here, once again, I am Quarter, joined by the illustrious Tsubaki, as we head into our first match of our semis. I believe we're going straight into, according to our predictions at least, Setsuka and Trot.
Yeah, at the start I wanted to do like both. I mean, we don't spectate both, but the pro is like, because we have to wait loser brackets. Anyways, let's just stream one by one. What do you think?
Ooh.
Let's see. Actually, maybe not. Because they're one. Yeah, no, maybe not. No. So, Turby, Ice Red, you can go ahead and we're gonna stream Setsuka and Trotter.
Right. I'm sure we'll get plenty of opportunities to see Turby and Bennett go at it again.
I mean, we saw a lot of Turby. Not Ice Red though, but we saw a lot of Turby.
It's true, actually. We haven't seen nearly as much play out of Bennett. Still, though, I'm looking forward to seeing Trot's full team on display and how he's going to match up against Setsuka. Setsuka, obviously, still a very strong wind player, does a lot with Grandpa as well, so it's going to be a bit interesting seeing how Trot interacts with that, since we know how much he leans on Toxics in his team.
And yeah, and Juicy, congratulations on your appling, man. Beautiful one. Did you see how much they betted? Like, there's already 190k channel points betted.
These are the big boy numbers.
And they are in. Let's jump into that.
Right.
Let me put the music off. I don't even know.
I feel like it is definitely Setsuka's wins that are going to be his biggest advantage here. There are obviously elements of counterplay that Trot has, but like, yeah, banning out the Nature Koish is very important for Setsuka. And that Grandpa was never going to hit the board.
Yeah. Wins is definitely a threat for Trotter, especially with Nature Koish banned. It is one of his like biggest answers to it.
Yes, but he's got the Yukama for the Tolkien, which is the other reason why I'm not surprised that he banned the Grandpa there, because Tolkien is a harder win to roll with against this particular team. It's better into the it's 50-50 into Madrid as well, because like the Dust Vortex still claps it.
Yeah, I still think I was gonna say I still think he needs to pick the Tulkan and put it in the back, because otherwise it's just the next ban and then it's hard.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a very restrictive first pick set for Setsuka here, because he really wants a wind into this. But like, oh no, you don't want Tolkien in on this board. Now that said, the plague into Yukama, like, Trot needs to read this effectively, or he's going to lose half of his ways to deal with some of the worst of Setsuka's team into him. Like, he does not worry about Nagais at all. That's one of the benefits of actually bringing Tortonite. It's still something that's really good at dealing with. Volcrane, kind of a problem. He's got Yukama. He needs to conserve Yukama.
He has Calabas too, if he doesn't ban it, but...
Yeah, Calabas isn't bad into Volcrane. I just argue it's not the best into Volcrane. Volcrane still has reasonable physical defenses. It might survive an Ice Stalactite.
Oh, yeah. I mean, depending actually on attack TVs, but it should survive it.
Mm-hmm.
Water Jet, though...
Yeah. I agree with you there. It's just that I feel like Volcrane can do a lot in the 2 turns you're setting up the Water Jet.
Can't you close it manually? Well, honestly, I never closed a prediction, so I mean, it's not really important. It's a BO3 anyways.
Whoop! We still have plenty of time for people to change their minds or decide who they're going to be betting. Which that's the point. I don't think you can change your minds once you put your channel points down. But in the meantime, we get into our semi-final here, which is currently Trot versus Setsuka.
We see the 2 ticks of burns, definitely gonna reduce a bit the damage. Really good for the Crystal Spike, that can come into Amphet here as well.
Ooh, very much so. I personally just think that you can't actually pressure with Orin here. You need the Yukama for too much.
Yeah. The thing is, like, if that's so obvious, it could be taken as a raid. I don't know. I feel I still always flag the left spot here.
Yeah.
Because except Adoro,
I,
it's still always good damage.
I do think you can totally bring in Calibus here, and that feels good. Especially feels good if this got red.
Ooh.
Instead, it's the Tortonite that swaps, and that's what goes into Calibus. So that way we keep a water cannon onto the Osiara. Well, what was formerly the Tulkin, which makes sense for covering that, but now, that's not what you want to be staring down.
Eesh.
That Blizzard is probably going to be doing, what, like 75% of this Calibus's health?
Easy. Especially because Calibus is slower than Blizzard too. It's like it's not Noxalot or Nidrasil that has some speed. It's Calibus.
Yeah, this is a problem of the not good kind. This is definitely catching Trot off guard here. Yeah, Yukama has to get out. We see Tortonite return to the board.
And this is a one-shot now.
Oh god. Double sparks. This is the bad times.
It's not, okay.
Down and...
Ooh, so Aqua
it
is free.
lived it. And the reactive vial popping off here. Toxicink slapping back. I honestly expected that to KO.
Me too. I really expected the one-shot there, but seems he's more into special defense than I thought.
I mean, in fairness, that's a wise way to play Calibus.
Remember the speed Calibus on ladder Tsubaki? Yeah.
Listen to you?
Yeah.
What? I need to check in on more of your ladder shenanigans, I swear.
I mean, sometimes they're really funny things to see, man. So...
is still a problem.
Yeah, Tulkan is definitely a problem. Because
I'm pretty sure Tulkan or Amphitheater just, like, take down Calibus from here?
I mean, he can just win. I think this is always Spark Windburst anyways. The thing is, like, even if you switch now into Ukama, with Spark Windburst into the Ukama's probably at the Plague range.
I'm trying to look at other options here that don't suck. Like, Mudrid doesn't... no, okay, right. When I forgot a key thing about Trot's style of play. Whenever you're like, I don't know what he's going to do this turn, and he has a Tortonite in the field, he's going to click Cage.
I don't know if that's great, though. I mean, just to lock Tulkan up with Ukama and coming, I could understand that, but, like, if he plagues Tornado that spot and he's quicker... He lost.
Is solely to get the defensive buffs off on Tortonite. That is the reason why he clicked that.
No, I really think it's to prepare the field with Ukama, honestly, not...
Also that, like, now Tolkien dies. We have Aquatic up as well.
Yeah, it's
But
quicker.
it also has the benefit of giving him the defensive buffs on Tortonite, which is valuable into a lot of the backline of Setsuka, specifically the Volcrane.
T-Strike would have been slower, guys, but yeah, if he knows his Tulkan is not that fast, then sure, T-Strike, but that feels really bad for him.
Indeed, and the Crystal Spikes on an Amphitheater also really hurts there. And now he can just, like, be a real rude boy and doom the Nid, right?
Yeah, he's definitely not in a good spot there.
Right. My concern is you can't actually Crystal Spikes this Amphitheater because it's secretly a Volcrane. I don't know if you can actually reliably do that though, because you still have to respect the fact that Yukama outspeeds you and could be water cannoning that spot. But Setsuka's taking it.
I don't know if you can afford to take that.
Nope.
Nope. Yeah, he needed to the Toxic King there and just... Because actually Nidrasil Volcrane had the chance, I think.
I agree. But I think you needed to just accept the fact that Amphitheater needed to stay on the board for one turn longer.
Yeah. And
let your Amphitheater die.
Agreed. This is game.
Yeah, no, that was a very quick game one. Some not to say that there were like not intelligent plays there. I think the Calibus with Reactive Vial really saved Trotter's bacon there. Getting rid of the OCR after Setsuka put so much work into buffing that bad boy felt incredible for Trot. The aloe vera token is a terror though. Like that thing, if left unawares, will just devastate things. The crystal dust does not get the KO though, which actually kind of hurts Trot a bit.
I mean, especially because it's quicker than Amphatur. That's probably like 194, 195 speed mid-rate.
That's what it's looking like. Now,
Yeah, GG.
Setsuka still just concedes there.
So, game 1 for Trotter.
Yeah, no, that was bracing first set of blows right there. My question then is, right, how is Setsuka going to be making sure that he has more of a path to victory inside the next draft? Because while the token definitely was necessary for success, my next question is, like, do you go as hard into OCR next time against a team like Trots?
Or do you just ban Ukama?
No, I mean, the Ukama ban could be very good there, but what do you... dang it. What did Setsuka ban last time that was really important? There was something else there. My mind. Barnshi.
Banshee.
Yeah. I don't know if you let Trot have Barnshi. Oh, and Nature Koish. That's the other thing.
And he banned Nature Course last game first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, this time the Nature Koish and a Calavis come out, or Nature Koish Tort, which is what we get to see instead. But instead, we also see the Grandpa come in, and that's got the hand fan rather than just the aloe vera. So, like, Trot's playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, because if he stays just to attack the Grandpa, I mean, sure, you get good damage into it, but your coach is one-shotted. If he reads that, he just switch Grandpa, because he definitely needs it.
I'm concerned about Trot, because the last time I saw him play a Nature Koish, he just straight up disrespected Tolkien in a Decidora, and it immediately died to a Nox Bomb. I'm hoping he doesn't make a similar series of plays here, but we'll find out very shortly. We see the Osiara picked up again. I mean, it is very good into Mudrid, but I feel like that's a trap, picking that against Trot.
The thing is, like, I still think it's better than Naga, because he has so many things at low speed that are good with Naga.
Wrong. If nothing else, you're picking it up not to enable him, but it's just like, ugh.
It's like giving Trotter the advantage if you pick Naga.
Wrong. He really does build into ways that make it very hard to play Naga into him. But,
Ooh, 5 man coming with the 5 months. Thank you, mate. Really appreciate the support and following me the adventure. Thank you, thank you.
the Grandpa immediately swapped for Amphatir. So the bait is cast. We see Calibus swap in on one side, and this does look like it is a water cutting lily, meaning the bait is taken. If the Toxic Ink is going into this spot, which I'm assuming it is since Nidrasil totally is staying on this board, then we are seeing a dead fish almost instantly.
That is really hard. It's like, I don't know. I know Trotter is like a really good player. Definitely respect him. And I feel that was kind of obvious that Grandpa switches, no?
My concern consistently with Trot playing with Nature Koish is that he doesn't always think his Nature Koish plays through.
Okay.
Hence why I brought up the Nox Bomb incident there, because this is basically a functionally identical copy of that incident. But what we also have at this point is
a Grandpa plus 1 special attack.
Yeah, which is concerning.
Oh! That feels so bad. Another spark.
The Toxic Ink, my boy.
Another spark incoming.
+2 Grandpa is going to be a mighty force, and I don't really know how Trot deals with it.
Yeah, that is the problem. That's why, if he saved Grandpa and then is able to do one thing on him, I feel like Grandpa wins against the whole team.
Yeah. Right, if Trot can get Holdout with Mudrid and get the Deluge off, he has time, he can start to bring this back. I think that's his win condition now.
But still Oshara in the back, though.
Yeah, no, OCR in the back still sucks, but like basically my thought there is like you get the bird offline, meaning that you can keep your toxics on the board with it. Like Calibus still does a lot into the OCR as we saw from the last game.
Yeah, and yeah, Fireman, thank you, Scarsing, for answering. It's gonna be 1-1 after this game.
That is game right there. I don't see Trot coming back from this, folks. That was the other win condition that we saw, and it was like, nope, guess I'll die.
I thought that's always the problem with the Spark team. Like, if you let him spark the win cons, it's so hard to come back from it.
Absolutely. The best thing that Sparks does is like, if you fail to focus your aggression effectively early against a Sparks team, then you're facing an incredibly bad situation.
Yeah, like you say, this is the end of the game. He wind bursts everything and kills one by one.
Yep, now he can just sort of sit back, let everything exist, since this draws attention away. Tesla Prison on... I don't know if you need to care about the speed there, but okay. In the meantime, we are seeing the Calibus get buffed, so that's something. Also, hold on, is that an infectious amphitheater?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's unique. That's actually the first of them I've seen. And also, once again, just the bald-faced cage into a grease Volcrane. Interesting scout there for...
Shush.
And that is the power of Mucus Calibus.
And Stonewall.
Yeah, and Stonewall.
And now Reactive Bio.
Oh, God. The trench comes down, but we're seeing that is not doing nearly enough. The water jet comes down in response, but if that is... Oh, no, we know it's got iced as well, so we have iced for the next turn. So he's popped the trench. That crane needs to get out of there.
I think you want Amphatir to die at this point to get a free entry.
I think that's why Trot isn't focusing it.
Yeah, I think he needs to plug and kill himself there. Or
yeah, that would be the
but...
option, because that also saps stamina. But instead we just see a bit more speed control. Or does that actually kill him from there?
No.
It doesn't!
It does not.
One more HP, but Trot takes the bait and actually Toxic Inks that spot instead.
Okay, just to take one more attack, sure. Stoneball doing definitely good damage.
Oh, I don't agree with this. That is not a very good Doom target. The problem that I have with this is that Volgrain's in the Vigorous Zone, meaning that it's just gonna keep doing absurd damage now.
Yeah, and like Calibus is still neutralized, so even Trench does damage.
Yep, Trench does damage.
You just Trench, Windburst, Calibus, and...
Nah, Trot's out of win conditions here, and I don't think Ouroboros does very much swapping in or doing anything here. Setsuka's taking this back in game 2 pretty strongly.
Yeah, that opener was really hard for Trotter. It's actually not gonna kill at all. Bully online.
And how? A single tornado into our boy Adoro, and this game is done.
Yes, sir. Even if he has the highest special defense in the game.
No, Trot taps out early. As game 2 goes to Setsuka, we are going once again to our third game. That's one thing I love about these kinds of tournaments is people are very ready to make swing arounds inside these and bring things back.
That's what's lovely in BO3 is you can really adapt.
Absolutely.
So let's watch the last game and see who's gonna win those 190k channel points betted.
Now, if I'm Trot, I don't think I make the same mistake again. Now, granted, if Setsuka keeps banning the Yukama, then yes, Trot's going to have some problems. But I think the other thing that needs to happen here is he needs to not throw away his Nature Coach callously like that.
But we still see Nature Coach banning the Grandpa this time instead of Tulkan.
Yep, that's fair. So we see Amphitheater Tulkan out in the front. This also technically means he can still kind of push, but not really. Actually, no, he can water cannon the Tulkan, and it's something. It's just, it's not like you have a mucus Koish.
Yeah, definitely not. He could switch, I suppose, Tulkan into Nidrasil, but
I like this board state a bit better for Trot. It still obviously comes with some risks.
it's way better than the last one, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah. So we do still have the option of Barnshee open, and I think that is a very strong option for him to potentially pick.
Yeah, it's more about which Toxic do I pick.
Yeah.
But having one more water coverage for Tolkien and Volgrin is definitely better.
Yeah. I feel like you always pick Calibus here. It's just done so much into Setsuka's team, despite it kind of being swingy. So here we go, our third game. That draft went like lightning. Both players know what they want to do against each other, and they're going to be going straight into the thick of it. The heater coming down, giving us, as we said the last time, the burn that's still pretty frustrating for Trotter trying to open in here.
Yeah, minus 30% damage on water cannon is definitely good for Setsuka if he wanna stay there. Nidrasil is a free switch into, but at the same time he has then free switches for Koishus as well next turn.
Sure, we do see the token swapping for the Nidrasil.
So do you flag? Are you quick enough? I didn't flag. Spark himself?
Tesla Prison on the Koish, lowering its ability to do everything that it is like wanting to. But we do see the spikes come down on the Nidrasil. It's not entirely unpunished, but 66% still pretty healthy.
Yes, sir. Maybe Tesla Prison to make sure that he outspeeds his Plague if it's a full speed Skosh.
This makes sense. I mean, honestly, I'm just really hoping that Trot doesn't, for some reason, think this is a good board for Nature Koish. Otherwise,
Probably
this might be
not.
a game 2 there.
And Gagbomb, it's 1-1 at the moment.
In terms of what swaps ineffectively, though, I kind of still like Calibus here. Calibus eats plagues. It doesn't... It's not his favorite thing to eat, but it'll do it.
But we see Tulkan come back.
All right.
Because, yeah, he switches.
Yep. Which is the better call into a Calibus. But
Definitely.
Yeah, no. The thing is that Koish needed to leave or it was going to get tanked to the face. But the stone wall comes down onto the Calibus this turn, and that means that we're seeing a cage next turn into an ice stalactite is my expectation here.
Probably. How do you kill that Scala? You need like Windburst Tornado to be able to kill it. I'm not even
Yeah,
sure.
at this point, that's a rough one to be able to kill. We're fairly confident that Setsuka has no sleep control on his side of the field with Nidrasil. I believe we've got, what, Bark Shield, Allergic Spread, Toxic Ink, Narco.
Yeah. And
so that's...
But in that way, don't you just kill Thor tonight, freeing your Amphet here as well, being actually not bad at all into the matchup if Leonardo's not there, then there's just Mudrit, but you can...
The challenge that I have with this is that Setsuka's not going to kill this in one turn. And,
I mean, Calibus for sure not neither. And I think Totenite is more invested into special attack as well, seeing the damage from Crystal Spike.
We'll have to see more of it, but I mean, it's been surviving hits I haven't expected it to. Like, for instance, that Barnshee that we saw in the game with Neko Blackie.
True. Let's see, what do you think he's gonna attack?
Okay, for once, Trotter proves me wrong and actually swaps in the Barnshee to eat the tornado that's probably incoming. But the tornado comes down on the Calibus after all.
Oof.
Taking it down to 49.6% after the reactive vial, but then that means the toxic ink still does Bupkis. Because you gotta change your hype on the fly there, you see.
Oh, but hit a toxic ink there. Okay.
That's still fine. Like, it doesn't take super effective from the tornado now. The token's not staying, but not much comes in that likes an ice stalactite and a tornado that isn't named Amphitheater, which means that Trot can predictively swap to anticipate the Amphitheater, or just like, yeah, I think that's what he has to do here. Like, the Nitrocil's outputting pressure still. It's kind of a problem.
Yeah, he definitely needs to stay Tulkan. No reason to stay there because Windburst will not kill it anyways.
Yep.
You don't
so
want to
we see
lose it.
Okay, yeah, there's the Amphitheater. I was like, hold on. Setsuka.
But we see a Bamboozle. Other jet, yeah.
Okay, that was a good swap considering this. The Boozle's fun. Oh man, I missed seeing Boozle on Neutrality Barnshee. It is one of my favorite things to have come from this patch.
Oh, that is really good. I think that is really a good ad, especially for the neutrality lovers like myself.
Yes, neutrality solidarity. It felt so rough having half of a really good support move.
True. And actually, at full speed, you can still relax.
Yeah. And it's still good under Decidora because of that.
I mean, it was already good G-Dragon. It's just even better now.
That's still more damage on Calibus than I think you're comfortable with, but I think you just accept the fact that Calibus is probably going to be going down soon. Damn. Oh, look at that.
That tankiness is insane.
And that's Ociara down. Meaning Mudrid is just that much more safe.
True, you only have them Volcrane. I mean, still Amphitheater Toe was Plague, but Mick is so strong. Yeah, Mick is definitely... Like, do you remember, guys, from where Calibus comes with Botanophobia?
Oh, God. Yeah, the dark days. I don't know a single person that chose loneliness.
True. And the problem is, like, the good trade is now the other one, but...
Yep. Well, I mean, that's the constant turnaround with Calibus. It has consistently changed from meta to meta in terms of, like, what you actually like seeing on it. So we see the Crystal Spikes hit down on Amphitheater, and the Toxic Ink to go down on it as well. I think that Sparks was perhaps a little bit bold.
Yeah. This hurts.
Yeah. So now my concern is Mudrid feels a lot safer.
The Sparks were greedy. You could have killed there the Calibus before getting the attack, and you still had something to do with Amphitheater, but yeah. Maybe he readed a switch because of no more stamina, but I don't see the point because it's slower than everything.
So this is a better defensive board against Koish, but my problem is you still, I think, kill the Tolkien before you get killed by Toxic Ink.
Scarsing, yes, it does.
And my biggest concern here is that nothing swaps into this water cannon on token spot.
Nope. I had the same concern, like nothing to...
That's because just kind of accepting the fact that he's losing a Tem here. I think that Tem has to be Volcrane. I'm not entirely sure. The thing is, Elevira Tolkien does so much, right? What does Setsuka have against Barnshee is my first question.
I mean, Volcrate. Oh, but he's faster, though.
You know? Like, Barnshee wins those, like, 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, no, I was joking.
Good. Like... Okay, so the water cannon winds up doing there, and the trades happen, and unfortunately the trades are going in Trot's favor.
I mean, it was still like a fair thing for Setsuka, being behind, still getting 40. You one-shot now with Trench to Madrid, but...
Yeah, you don't get it off though.
Nope. This Vortex is online.
I mean, also Deluge. Like, what's stopping you deluging this turn and then vortexing the next turn to
true.
guarantee the KO?
We know it's Greece as well, so.
Yep. Yep. He doesn't risk it.
Deluge kinda strong slap. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, GG. Well played to Trotter.
Yeah, no, Trot pulled that back. While game 2 was definitely looking like Setsuka was definitely
Stomping.
putting Trot's moves out and hitting back very hard, Trot adapted again and took things back in game 3 in an astounding set of plays.
Yes, sir. It was really like a roller coaster. Round 1
yeah.
was like even. Round 2, Setsuka stomped him, and round 3, Trotter stomped him.
Yeah, I feel like the beginning was a bit even in game 3, but it very quickly escalated. Like, oh man, Setsuka did some greedy plays there. I agree.
So let's catch the other semi-final winner bracket.
Oh yes, we've got a bit of that left. We don't have any scores reported yet. Is this still our game 1?
No, I just think they didn't. Like, not a lot of people report in the matches, you know what I mean? Like, after doing just one.
Like that, though.
Would be cool.
Yep.
So, people that voted for Schrotter is actually gonna make quite some channel points there. 200k channel points, 212k, sorry.
Yep, no, certainly. I imagine a lot of people are walking home a little better off there. Do you think you're going to get any more VIPs out of that? I feel like you're going to get a lot of forced teams on ladder.
I mean, that's always fun when people do it, honestly. I'm always having fun. They come with original ideas.
Nice.
But yeah, and VIP has to have some, so sure. Your motto, you can't get VIP, G-Dragon. So this is definitely in Turbo's favor, no question about that.
All right, so yeah, I mean, 4 Tems versus 2. I think that is a very easy thing to be able to say.
Even though that Digikoish hits hard everything.
Not everything.
So yes, with water cannon still works.
Oh, of course, iridescent. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot that water cannon does in fact hit iridescent Koish well.
But Matter Teleport first.
And Matter Teleport just hits like a truck. A bunch of people I know had experimented with that in Kasiwa, and it is very intimidating.
That's well played, because actually Koish is overexerted if I didn't miss C.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it is.
The other Koish though is not.
The concern now is, doesn't Shiznix here just clean house a little bit, unless this Adoraboros... Alright, so Virulent Gust is something that could be clicked here, if Bennett has it. I know that the jury's still out on people believing whether Virulent Gust or Toxic Ink is the better move. I think that there's reasonable arguments to be made for both sides.
I think when you have 2 synergies like this, you definitely play Virulent. If you only have one, then the question is, we can talk about it, but...
That's fair, actually, because Synergy Master still just makes Virulent much more powerful when you have the synergy.
Oh, yeah. Like, if he has it now, that's actually great, but that's probably gonna kill Koish.
Yeah, no, that kills Koish. Which is why we see the Toxic Ink head come out, but that doesn't do very much damage because Adoraboros is not known for its physical attacking power.
That's a GG.
Yes, indeed. Is Bennett gonna let us see that magical Matter Teleport animation one more time? Or,
Wait, Trotter, you voted your channel points on yourself. But look at that nice bug of the game as well when you use Matter Teleport 2 times.
It's like I'm in a... It's like I'm in a Bethesda game.
Yeah, we're like looking at the past actually. We're in a second dimension.
No, that's a fun little bug. Well played though to Turby on that game. Whichever game it is. Is that our game 2, 3?
Yeah, Bucky gotta get paid. Done, it's done. We are remembering something. Wasn't it? What was that? I use strats off field like Pokemon just to kids. Works. So let me watch. What score is it, Turby? Is it 1-1 or? Because that was 1-0 for Ice Red first, so I suppose it's 1-1 now.
Okay. So this means that we are going into our third game with
Yeah.
Turby having taken back the previous game.
I mean, it's cool. I want to see actually.
Oh, I think that's actually really good. I'm pleased that we got to still see a bit of this. Like, oh man, I want to see more of what Bennett's rocking. The iridescent digital Koish is something that, while effective as one of the only digital resists in the game, alongside, well, iridescent mental Koish, another of the only digital resists in the game, it's really interesting seeing what both of these players are doing into each other.
Yeah. I just, honestly, Turby, so I love watching his team. I think it's like so funny and so annoying to play against.
It's a really cool team. I agree with you completely. I think that if I was up against it without being prepared, I'd tear my hair out. But it's also really beautiful to see in action.
Yeah, because it's not that easy. You have to play a lot around your strengths, your dooms.
Yes. It's not like it's a brainless team. You have to be very aware of your board state when you're playing it.
Yeah, and at the same time, even if you try to ban his two doomers, so Obi-10 and the Frog, then he just go into a stallish way with Kinu Nidrasil, Kinu Wolfie, things like that, and still has pressure from Oshiara, Naga. So yeah.
And there's a lot of separate sources of damage out of that as well, because the thing is, Mental Koish, I feel like a lot of people forget that Matter Teleport is a very damaging move. Like, we don't get good mental moves. Mental Koish got one.
Yeah, we don't get good physical mental moves, but definitely.
Base power 125, I believe, with a reasonable stamina costing. Like, it's relatively unique.
I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. That one is like just really good.
Yeah.
The problem,
a couple people like messing around with P-Jab Matter Teleport in Kasiwa, and I look forward to seeing if people perhaps rediscover that, depending on where the chips continue to fall in our current competitive field. Still, though, as we go into our third game between Turby and Bennett, with Naga Ragnet, one of the stronger board states in the game, I don't know if this is what you want to be staring down with that board state, though, with the Iridescent Mental Koish and the Volfi here.
I was gonna say, hey, Ragnet, what does Ragnet do there?
He jabs and prays.
For a nice combo with Beta Burst.
Yes, the P-Jab Beta Burst plays. I love this. We could see Digikoish come in here. I don't like it, but it is a possibility. Token doesn't feel terrible. I almost like Adoraboros, but no, in fact, we see Nagai's just stay in and just straight up... No.
Ooh.
There we go. That's the Beta Burst.
It was like Mana's buff was really risky because this is physical, yeah.
Yeah. You get the reactive vial, but that would not have survived.
Yeah, you get one more move off. That kills Wolfie though, if he stays there. That's the other question.
So, okay, so what I think is that a Nagai's Fury kills the Koish. No, it doesn't kill the Koish. There wasn't a Madness buff.
Doesn't kill, but does good damage into it, yeah.
It's good. It's just not a proper trade. I think focusing the Volpe is probably the better play here.
The thing is, like, there's a lot of things. If he Beta Burst again, or even say Psy Surge and P-Jab, and Kinu comes on there, like...
The fat load of nothing.
He doesn't care. Gamma Burst does exist, but yes, yeah, Gamma Burst really need to be touched. Like, why the hell does it cost 10 million stamina?
Couldn't agree more. 51 stamina is absurd given what that move is. Given the fact that it has hold. If it didn't have hold, I'd be like, yeah, no. 100%. Give it a big stamina cost. But at one hole, it's like, really?
Yeah, when you compare it to other moves that has approximately the same damage or status effects, it's like really bad.
So we do see a Psy Surge come down onto the what winds up being the Kinu slot. But that's still for reasonable damage there, as the Cycrox winds up taking a Hypnosis. That, while not the turn that I expected, was a very good way of Bennett to control a potential reposition that did occur out of Turby.
Yes, and actually Hypnosis, so I used it at the start because I think it's good, but the problem is it's really good when you're with Naga, but when you're with South Naga, you're so slow that it really doesn't matter much, except for Calabasses or Yolar with South Chamomile.
Well, the thing is, people are getting greedy with Yowler. I think it's totally within people's rights to run Ragnet outside of Decidora and punish people who do not run Sleep Protection on Yowler. Because people, I swear, I see more resistance badges every day at Tsubaki.
What the hell? I could not understand. Matcha is amazing, Chamomile is amazing. Like the rest, I don't know.
Yeah. Matcha, I also see a lot of, but my problem with Matcha is that's not protecting you from sleep.
No, but that enables you still to hibernate and live it and take stamina, because stamina is a problem too for Yolar actually.
Oh, it's a good trade-off. It just leaves you open to a very easily exploitable weakness.
I agree. That's why energy drink is probably the third good item on it.
100%. Right, so we do see an Electro Punch into the Koish, which swaps back in and eats it like a champ and snares the Ragnet. So no more Taser.
Sleeping things is fun. I agree.
Indeed, says our Crystal Deluge Master over here, throwing out the dummy tactics.
Man, I miss so much the time where I could stream and bring the meme team with Paharo, Paharak, and Grandpa and just turbo hypno everything. It's not, yeah.
Man, those days are gone. Even Workman's abandoned Paharo.
Like, so sad. Too much speed nerf.
It's the stamina that hits the Paharo line as well. Like we saw in Setsuga's
True.
games. Like you get 2 moves off that bad boy.
Paharak Mimit. Double camaraderie, yeah.
Oh my god! I hadn't even thought of running a camaraderie team with Mimit, but that sounds absurd. Kind of bad now that I think about it. So we see the Digi threat come down on Ragnet. That is always a problem, and Ragnet is not the thing that you want to see that on as well.
Yeah. We have that Doom on Ragnet though, dealing a bit of damage. That's definitely full bulk Cycrox.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's got the Stonewall on it too. It is happy taking these hits.
Wait, did it get Stonewall? Isn't that like 2 Kinus?
I could have sworn it. Oh, you're right. It did just get the 2 Kinu buffs. I thought it had gotten a Stonewall. Oh well.
Maybe he got P-jabbed actually, and there was a Stonewall in there.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Because it ate a P-jab.
My bad, I read it a bit the chat.
Look, a lot of people have a lot of opinions about the Tokma experience.
Yeah.
I personally do think that Relaxed Barnchy is still a lot of fun, though. I did that in a joust once, and it was a lot of fun turning Nagais on with the space you create from a Barnchy that still works outside of that. Looking into this... sorry.
No, just lastly, I still think the best time, guys, from Temtem is when you could bamboozle with Pick and you had to toss a coin to know on which one it was. Because it was invisible.
Oh, yes. No,
that was
man,
so great.
The OG Bamboozle was a frustrating thing to work with. I'm glad that they re-implemented it.
Yeah, that was so stupid. But so funny.
Oh, for sure. And there we go, guys. Everyone who's wondering about the trait of the Cycrox, it is revealed once again as a water synthesizer.
Yes, sir. We already knew, but we were not spoiling, in case.
Yep. I'll be good this time, I promise.
You're always good. So, one more last turn for Ragnet, then it's done for him.
I don't see a way for oh, wait a minute, there's a way. It didn't happen. Never mind. If this Ragnet had Cage and his own Koish hypnosised the Ragnet.
Yeah, but that's
Saved.
so much loss of tempo.
I agree, but you're also saving your Ragnet.
That's true. That just rested. Yeah, TMT trainer. That was it makes me laugh just thinking about it. God. That was a real read game, guys. Read where the bamboozle, invisible bamboozle is.
Hope you remember. Intimidation OG was fun as well, back when it would just like eat 2 attacks. It's like a weird bamboozle.
Intimidation. Was that alpha?
No, that was in beta.
I mean, we're
Before they
still
changed it. It's just nobody remembered that move existed before they reworked it.
Oh, I maybe, yeah. I got out of my brain at least.
It's alright. That was back when it was like only on Barnshi, Kinu, and Baboong. So I don't blame you not remembering it.
Okay, yeah, then probably not. I think the only Baboon player I remind is Baboon. I mean, Norbert Cabello.
Slip of the tongue there. Alright, so we see the digital stream actually do a pretty nasty amount of damage to the Fox there. It's not going to go down to the burn. A sizable portion.
The burn tick saved the coach there.
Yep. Very valuable there.
I mean, Tulkan, he still has full life. Naga is in the back as well. And it's quite close, actually.
Yeah, honestly, it still is. Despite the fact that Turby's gained some early momentum here, Bennett has done what Bennett usually does, which is just sort of lure his opponents into positions where they lose ground trying to pursue what they want, and just constantly getting them on the repositions.
I still, like, if Bennett doubles... If he doubles last spot, I was gonna say nothing can come into there. I mean, the Wolfie spot, that's what I mean, sorry. Left for him.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, Finbait.
Wow.
Care of that.
That works too.
The disrespect.
Take a slap in your face.
I know, Turby's running out of options here. He still has a very bulky Cycrox. It's just that he needs to do a lot with that Cycrox.
Pat Farm, no. We saw Windburst, Tornado, Willpower Drain, and Hypno.
I think that you have to be mad to run Hypoxia on Grandpa right now.
What the hell does that mean, Cloud Blazer?
Oh boy.
Bold statement, yeah.
Indeed. Only the hottest of takes in chat, it seems. So, moving back to this. Right. My first concern is Fury comes in, Adoro comes in, eats that. I don't believe Digithread is up right now.
Yeah, Digithread is definitely up. But at the same time, 3 turns is long when you have not that much HP.
Yep.
Is there still a DA?
I don't believe.
I don't think so. Because that means then Koish could have a Digi.
Yeah, if Koish gets another digital stream out, that's massive. Okay, honestly, something I kind of want to see, I really hope Bennett runs this. Auto destruction on this Koish right now would win this game so solidly for him. Swap into guys, auto destruction, game's won.
I mean, I would be so happy to see that. Did it get an animation though? I didn't try.
Yeah, no, it did.
It did. Oh crap! I need to try that.
I was testing it with Lowaddle to see if it worked with Voodoo. That's how I found out.
Bennett, click auto destruction, please. Come on.
We've seen Finbeat. We've seen Digital Stream. We've seen Hypno.
Ooh.
Sadly, there is no Auto D, and the Madness buff goes down.
So there was still definitely GA.
Yep. For all we know, he could have gone for it. Now with that Madness buff, though, things are looking a little dicier for our man Bennett. Like, the token is a mighty force, but it's also a mighty force that dies to Nagai's Fury, especially after a Madness buff. Adoraboros is still fine here, but we still have the problem of this Cycrox that's running around, and the Koish is going to be kind of hard for him to take down now.
Yeah, the problem is like we didn't really pay much attention on the DA turns.
It can be hard to keep track of those. What I'm going to have to start doing is just like putting a little counter up.
Yeah, me too. Like I do it when I play, but should do it when I cast too.
I think it's important too. The problem is you got to juggle two of them sometimes.
And then with a Mimit the third? No, okay.
Oh god, yeah, no, we do have our free trial and then our like burner phone password there.
So, don't you just switch? I mean, the thing's like, if you expect Naga Fury, you switch Tolga. If you expect the bait to not be one, you don't switch.
Oh dear. Prody, the voice of evil in the background there, do a fake DA counter to debate the players. Oh man.
But it's still DA.
Yep, and the token just bites it as Turby just flips this game on the head with a single Madness buff.
Oh, Lucas, that would be really good.
I actually think that would be amazing. Like, I know you put the Kappa there, but like, you put the Kappa there while actually making a really good idea.
Definitely be really good.
And yeah, no, with this Adoraboros immediately going down to 20% from this combined onslaught, Bennett goes down as Turby proves himself to be our other immediate finalist. So this means that we have, of course, Trot and Turby going up against each other in our finishing bracket.
And for the the little finals. And yeah, Pat Farm, it was insanely OP.
If I recall correctly, it was like perma. Okay, the perma bit sounds like that was an alpha thing, because when I was when I joined the game like last year, it did all of the things we talked about except stay on when you swapped. Like that was the way you dealt with it, was you forced to swap. It also stopped Madness buff, which was adorable.
So you could make plays on the Valash enemy.
Yep.
Bamboozle, Madness buff, nothing. Okay.
Yep.
So let me go watch the battle fight, guys. So we have Turby, Trotter, and then just Mrs. Ice Deco. Okay. So we jump in directly.
Absolutely. So this means it is Trotter versus Turby. This is going to be a hell of a battle. Two very innovative teams that I think actually match up against each other fairly well. Like, Trot has a lot of tools that he can use against a Doom team. It wouldn't be his first time facing into one. At the same time, Turby is no slouch. And, while he can't... I don't think he can rely on the Decidor and the guys in the same way. I think that his OB10 is gonna be kind of a problem.
Could be.
Unless it eats the ban. Like, if it eats the ban, then obviously that's probably a bit better for him.
Thank you for the predictions, sure. If you want to vote for one of those finalists, guys. I mean, little final.
Absolutely. Once again, this is our capstone final of our first bracket. So then after this, the winner of this will immediately go to the grand final. The loser of this is not out. They are, in fact, the final challenge that the person who has made it all the way up loser's bracket must face. Yes. Whoever wins that is our other finalist.
And that's gonna be Bog. So we see Nukama first pick after the Barnes and Wolfie ban. Wolfie? Wolfie ban. 1, 2,
Yeah, I
3,
can accept the
4.
Volfi ban here. It's still very, very powerful into Trot. Like, Volfi just single-handedly tears apart, like, over half of Trot's team.
Wait, no. It's good against 3 times of Trotter's team, and it's bad against 4 times of Trotter's team. And Barnes is neutral.
No, like, okay, so discounting the Barnship because it's banned, it's good against Yukama.
Yeah.
It's good against Tortonite.
Yep.
It's good against Mudrid.
Yes.
It's good against Nature Quash.
I mean, definitely doesn't win the trade.
It doesn't win the trade, but it's good against it. Especially now that Blue Bar is so painful.
That's true, but it's never gonna outspeed the Nature Quash.
I mean, that's fair.
In no world.
Good comeback.
What about Trotter? But why there's 61k on Trotter for 40k on Turby. Woo.
The potential. You're right. Turby is an underdog in these betting pools.
Quite surprised.
A lot of confidence on our Trot. The Mudrid gets the ban. I'm so glad I'm living in a patch where I can see it.
You can see a Madrid ban. It would definitely not happen before Supanko.
Absolutely. Like, in what world would that have been a thing? Right. So that draft happened fairly quickly in succession, but we do see a myriad of Toxics come out to try to weather some of the immediate onslaught that Turby will be doing in his non-Doom format. But in the meantime, it's also giving him a lot of potential to deal with that. Because if I'm looking at this, right, what does Trot actually have to attend to the Doom on his side? We've got the Cage out of our Tortonite combined with the Tri-Apothecary. That's one immediate way that we can do it. We get the Energy Manip, and we have the Cold out of Calibus. That's a number of ways to actually clear that Doom.
Why is that really second most? Isn't he the only one with 4 Toxics and like half his team is Toxic? Evan Platt has only 3.
Yeah, no, not a lot of people are running 4 Toxics right now. Trot's, I think, the only person that's really stuck to that all the way through. That's because Trot doesn't so much change his team as slightly mold his team.
Mimit doesn't count as a force. Oh, the player counts as one. Okay.
I see.
A good one.
With the Ninjasil swap, that's still perfectly able to eat a toxic, like a crystal spikes. That's fine. The problem is the Yukama is perfectly capable of eating a
Wastewater
as well.
Yeah. Especially because Nid is quite important. It's his only, I mean, one of his only 2 walls for the Toxic. And everything is Toxic.
Yeah, no, the more damage Trot can get on that, the better, especially since Obi has not hit the field here, which is really important for Trot.
But when I'm thinking about it, how the hell is he gonna deal with the frog?
The frog, yeah, the frog's a problem.
The frog is a problem, yeah.
But this is why I outlined how many ways he had to deal with Doom, because that thing's just going to keep on digi-threading. On top of that, like, he has to keep crystal spiking the Ninja Cell to make the Kinu really uncomfortable swapping in.
Oh, that's actually...
Which puts him in a kind of awkward spot. I mean, honestly, I kind of prefer him caging here. But doing that keeps the Yukama in, so I don't think he can afford to.
So there was no cage there.
Yep.
Besides to ban Nidrasil. Oh.
That is bold. So he just expected the swap on the Ninja Cell, so he kept cage. He kept the focus on that spot, expecting the Eerie Koish to come in for a digi threat. That's what I believe happened there.
Yeah, it's the only option I can see, or because Blizzard would not be quick enough neither. But
yeah, that's the thing. It's like, what else would make sense for this series of moves? But that does cost him his Yukama, which is actually kind of a problem. You're running out of options for Eerie Koish now. Turby is looking like he's gonna be he's getting his fingers in the door here.
Yeah, I don't see a way Honestly, like I'm thinking that I don't see a way for Turby to lose this. He just has no way of dealing with the frog.
He has a way of dealing with the frog.
Which Doom?
Yeah, Garden. Garden's way to deal with the frog.
Yeah. It's like a nice guess game, but yeah, sure, that's true. Actually, he has ways to remove it.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Oh, what? Turby?
Yeah. Sacrifice.
Yeah, no, he's got sack on the Kinu.
He could spore. That's one thing, and then what's the other one thing? Nothing. Okay.
I don't see the other status he would need to afflict that isn't spores is the problem.
Cage from Leonardo.
Oh, no. Yes, if Trot misplays, he could swap that.
But sure, I mean, you're right.
That appears to be Trot's out here in terms of dealing with the frog, because otherwise that's going to be a massive pain.
The other actually thing as well is like if Leonardo starts buffing himself, same thing for Turby. His only way to kill it is Doom.
Yep. And as we established beforehand, the Tortonite like Trot has a ton of things to deal with Doom.
Did you Stonewall? Did you Tortonite Garden? No,
yeah. Stonewalled the Nid.
Isn't that like super dangerous now? Because now it's like the boss could just Doom.
Right. Trot at this point, I think cages. And then I don't know, a Bark Shield? Bark Shield doesn't feel terrible here actually.
Yeah, no Doom for you. Yep, and try to Doom.
Oh no, then it Toxic Inks the Nidrocell. That makes more sense. Get the chip. And that also means that the Digi threat doesn't go down.
But now his Doom is gonna go down.
And with the Doom in front of the cage, there's no way for him to break it.
No. Wow. Well played there. I mean, that was obvious that he wanted to Doom there, though, Turby.
Yeah. Like, especially with the setup that Trot was already implementing there, it makes sense for him to try to do that right now. But that also means that Trot then has to keep his stuff in the back for a while. Because, like, he just has to be careful, I suppose is really what it needs to be. Because, like, you don't let that Doom drop.
Yeah.
In the meantime, that means you can't restrict the board state of your opponent with Cage.
But he has to overexert for that, though. So you can switch into a Doom this turn, and then sacrifice your frog is no choice.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't know if Trot takes that trade. I think that he brings in his most expendable thing to take the Doom hit, which is his Doro. His Doro does nothing this game.
I mean, I kind of agree with you, but then you still have a chance at least to not get doomed on Cycrocs and win. If you lose Cycrocs, Turby loses, in my opinion.
Yeah,
so.
I agree. That's why I think that if I'm Trot, I don't let him make that call. Or rather, like, I let him do that, but I just brush it off on something that's not central to my win conditions. So that's a Doro here.
Yeah.
Like, Nidrocell's still necessary for dealing with Nidrocell, etc., etc., etc. So instead we see the Kinu come down, so this is the next Digi threat coming down.
Definitely, and then sacrifice, and thank you, Aftelos, for answering that. No, Cycross didn't. He didn't win stamina because of matcha, but that's all.
Yep, we're expecting the Digi threat this turn. He brings that in. He Toxic Inks the Kinu, but it is not enough. Is the Energy Manip going to be enough next turn?
That is the big question. Oh, he dooms that.
Talisman! Oh! All right.
Is the second one was freaking Talisman on Nidrocell.
That is stellar right there as a gear slot.
Just for Turby, people are starting to put Talisman in their team. Shit.
Oh.
Yes, Carsing, but
That's a spicy meatball right there.
he forgot, maybe.
that throws Turby's momentum so hard, and it explains why he was raid bossing the Nidrasil. Right, so the next big hope here is that you outspeed the Doom on you outspeed the sacrifice on Kinu.
Yeah, it's like, if that doesn't happen, you can click the concede button.
Well, if that doesn't happen, then you have to set that up again. Trot can do that, but it's going to take roughly 15 years.
I mean, at some point we don't have much switch around, Doom is always gonna be good, but let's see.
Okay, so he just accepts the fact that the sacrifice gets the sacrifice.
And
that's fair.
+4. Okay. Manip not quick enough.
Nope. Wastewater hits on Leonardo, eats it like a champ.
Oh, that's stamina though.
The overexert really hurts, actually. Because that's precious turns that you can't spend, like in some way attempting to pressure this field. Right, so with a Nidrasil, an Eerie Mental Coish, and a Nagais, how does Turby get out of this?
What do you bring on that? Like...
The Nagais is dead in the water. That's like that's Turby's Adoro this game. Like
that's why he brings it now, maybe.
Yeah, no, makes sense. It means that hopefully they spend more than one turn killing it. Like
and
no, I don't think you cage this turn.
No, our Luxion cage doesn't go well with DA.
Like you 100% crystal spikes and toxic. Well, and if you have it, gust. I prefer Toxic Ink here, but I'm pretty sure that Trot runs Gust.
Angry Lucky Cobra. Digi-Threat is a Digi move that if you have mental synergy dooms.
There's a reactive vial. Meaning that yes, it is allowed a turn, and the mantra comes off. This does mean that the Doom can happen on the Tort this turn. So what's likely to happen actually is the Nidrasil swap.
Yeah, definitely. Because you need that coach to have still a synergy for your Doom.
Yeah.
What did you even do there was now, like... some damage into Nadoro?
T-pose. And like hit the Nidrasil that you're expecting to come in. Like, you basically double in with either Digi-Threat, with, like, you know, both Digi-Threat and Psy-Surge, because if you're getting the Digi-Threat on a Tort, that's great. That's fine. You take those.
I still think Cycrox goes away. I think you need to kill the Adoro that could potentially have Sacrifice.
Point.
So
yeah, Turby's with you on that one.
Nidrasil.
Yep.
And then focus Adoro. Ooh. Wait, he can't... Oh, Toxic Ink... Wait, does Toxic Ink kill there? Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's good damage. Oh, wait. Never mind. That never kills. I don't understand why you do that.
Because it looks cool.
Ah, yeah, definitely looks cool. So he has one more turn of DA.
Oh, this is for Gust.
This, the other problem is like, wait, didn't he just Psy Search? Wait, was that Beta or Psy Search last move? I didn't... Beta?
I'm fairly certain that was Beta.
Yeah, then it's amazing. Then he still has like Psy Search that would just kill the other row, and whatever coming on that spot except Tortonite will not really like it.
Yeah, it's except Tortonite. We see the Ninja still come back out for the Cycrox.
Getting the holds up. I mean, he already had the hold up.
Psy-Surge comes down onto the Adoro. No, onto the Calibus. I didn't expect that.
I don't understand. Because if he killed that, then he had no more Doom removal. Oh, the hard overexert though.
Oh, into nothing. That Adoro needs to be not here.
So this is definitely a Koish.
Yep.
Doom right spot, attack left spot?
Well, for Trot, the name of the game here is where are things coming in?
Yeah.
You can Trot's in a good spot here because he can clear the Doom all day. It's actual anguish for him to kill this Koish without Calibus, so he needs to conserve that. Turby actually is pulling a Jabate here and just throws right back into the Nidrasil. Oof. That was an interesting turn.
That was like a bait.
Yeah, except it wasn't a very successful one because like there was no follow-up is my problem. In Jabating, he also just like all he did was bait out the move, I guess.
I don't understand why he didn't focus on Adoro. Like, why do that on Kala?
Keeping this Adoro in.
Yeah, me neither, honestly. But he's like wanting it to die.
It feels like bait, but he's also just like emanipping. Everyone's ignoring the Adoro. What's happening?
He doesn't care.
He slimes it.
Oh, he doesn't want it to switch into Tortonine either. Oh. Another emanip.
Yep.
I don't understand what's going on there. What's the mind process behind that?
I mean, both of them are trying to hard read each other is what I'm getting out of this. This tends to happen when both people have like weird ideas as to what the opponent is going to be doing. At least the Emanip does hit the Koish fairly hard. It's something. Like, you gotta get that Koish's HP down.
Yes.
Ooh, this would be the turn. Oh, no, never mind. Right, it's no longer trap because Slime is only 2 turns of trap.
I still think you Doom left. Just in case he makes a switch into Strangle, but... I know.
My problem is, Doom isn't actually a win condition here for Turby if Trot plays his cards right. Because he still has the Nidrasil, which is immune to Doom, that can trigger spores onto the...
Calibus.
Yeah. Well, or onto the Tortonite, right?
Oh, that damage though.
Yeah. Okay, so Matter Teleport just tears this thing apart.
You stay there, man. You're never gonna leave this field.
This Adora's just like, this is fine. I'm fine.
Trotter waiting 5 turns already that this thing dies, but nope.
Kill me. Oh, he's got Inner Spirit. He's getting Inner Spirit up for the Mental Koish.
I mean, with -2 speed though, I don't think you do that.
It's an option. Like, the -2 speed sucks. So does...
You Doom right.
Killing the Adoro.
And you attack left, yeah.
I mean, I'll be that's not a Doom if he hits right. That's a kill.
What?
Oh, sorry. You're talking the Adoro, right? Never mind.
Yeah. Koish kills Adoro and he dooms Tortonite because it's 3 turns against 4 turns. And then you do all the damage into Nidrasil hoping to kill before you die. And that's good.
Yeah, except that, like, the reset on Doom there is almost immediate is my concern.
Well, I didn't expect that one though.
No, this makes sense. This was reading the Inner Spirit. And then we have the second Doom onto Cycrox, which is the real awkward spot for Turby now.
I mean...
There's the Digi-Thread on there. Okay, right. So, both players have Nidrasils.
You still killed Adoro with 1 attack. That's why... Did you need Rainbow Guard when you just kill Adoro?
He wanted it to overexert, so that way he could kill it this turn, perhaps?
What's the chance? And you use stamina for, like, nothing? I don't know.
Like, the Adoro definitely overexerted, right?
Yeah, if he... Yeah, Adoro overexerted. If he expected to not kill Adoro, then sure.
Guard also means he's free to swap into Nid. Now, Nid has no HP.
Oh, Elim.
Yep, that's my thought.
But he's over. Why did you rest?
Adoro had overexerted. I don't know what Turby's doing at this point.
Yeah, but Emanip is quicker now. That means 2 speed. If Emanip is quicker and removes the Doom, Trotter wins. Wait, couldn't he Hypno Cycrox too? Like, it's quicker.
Yep.
GG then.
That means it goes to Turby in a staggering game, and we're back to our charming bloom effects.
I mean, Thomas is... Yeah. We're in the future, guys. This is Doomfield.
Yeah, no, this is the Doom field. Oh my god, this game has been such a thing to deal with.
The thing is, like... how do he deals with...
Yeah, no, he taps out. Turby wins.
Okay.
It was a grind, but no, Trot miscalculated. I really think he needed to swap in on that first turn to Nidrasil.
But did he had there to surrender? Wasn't there still like an option?
Does he take down the mental quish?
Wow, was toxic. He was +2 defense.
It's iridescent. Oh, you're saying with poison ticks?
Yeah, it was poison ticks. Yeah.
I suppose.
+2 defense, had no more stamina.
Rough one, because there was still the Nidrasil in the back as well. That's 3 things that you, well, 2 things that you have to kill with the Nidrasil.
Oh, true. Yeah, I forgot that Nidrasil. So they're directly in. It's 1-0 at the moment for Turby, guys. This is the little final.
Yep, the upper bracket final. We're going into our second match between them. And already we are seeing the Kinu band on Turby's side, allowing the Volphy through this time, which is a bit of a spooky thing, if you ask me.
I don't know.
I mean,
Kinu is more annoying.
The Kinu was a real pain in Trot last game for sure.
Because, like, what does Volpy do? I don't know. I think this is better ban for Trotter for sure.
Yeah, no, banning Kinu feels good. Limiting the mental options is a strong decision for sure. My question is, does Turby go hardcore here and actually pick the Obi as well?
The problem is the nature course.
He picks the mental quish. Okay.
The nature. What did I just nature? I was looking at Tortonite. I meant the Tortonite for
no,
Obi-10.
That's fair. The Mudred ban against. These are the same bans out from Turby. What's the second ban out from Trot then? Probably the Volphy again. No, the Volphy, he does have things to deal with it. It's just that it's very strong into Tortonite, which he does really want to position as his win condition, as he did last game. So yeah, no, it makes sense for him to ban the Tort.
I think OB10 was a really good ban there.
I agree, and I would have liked to see it, because I'm worried that Turby's going to pick it, and is going to absolutely...
it's definitely going to pick it.
I'm over it!
Because it gives him just way more options.
Yep, now that's his second Digi threat. This is looking like... Oh man, this draft is definitely in Turby's favor.
Then you pick Nidrasil to have coverage and a Ukama killer. I just don't see the 2 other ones being any useful anyways.
I can agree with that. As we go into our game 2, it's looking like Turby has this by the horns. Will he be able to win this game like he won draft there?
I think that's GG unless Shot makes some strong reads. Probably.
Yeah, no, this is looking risky for him. I mean, he's come back from other things, but this, like, basically he really needs to leverage his Ukama effectively, not drop things here. having the Nidrasil as a talisman user is fantastic. Getting damage on the Cycrocs early kind of helps. But immediately we're seeing a Matter teleport onto our boy Nid.
Not letting any time to set up. Oh.
Interesting.
A little wastewater, not gonna do much.
It's something. Like, you know, every chip helps when it comes to this. Also, the snare onto...
Oh.
That's actually big.
That's so big, actually.
Yes. Oh, wait.
I still think you doomed Artenite though, but...
I think so too. It's just that, like, now the Nidrasil is another target for
Wait,
it.
actually it's useless, because then he just caged Spore. No, you cannot do that.
Oh, no, exactly. I'm saying the cage spore. This is why I'm saying that's why the snare was so important. That's what I was saying the entirety of last game is the cage spore is the way he gets out of that. I don't know why I was focusing on the Adora.
Yeah, yep.
And that's also why losing the talisman on Nidrasil is an actual panic situation for Trot right now. Because now his fulcrum for keeping Doom off the rest of his Thames is doomable.
He still has one more turn before to be able to Doom, so he's free this turn.
No, he doesn't. It's one hold.
No, I mean Trotter.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of fine. Narc hit. It's to sleep.
That's a point. If he is running Narc hit, it's another way to deal with it, but...
I mean, I think every Nidrasil runs Narc hit as a coverage. I don't know, but...
Yeah, it's kind of hard not to run Narc hit. It's one of those really mandatory moves.
That's always my problem. Bark Shield Spore. Which one?
I don't know. I always find Bark Shield a hard move to slot. It's very good when you pull it off, but...
Kaboom! And we have the Doom Field, guys!
Once again, the amazing, like, 2 Matter teleports, and suddenly, bam! We get a completely different visual element here.
He switched Nidrasil. No more way to remove Doom.
Oh, no, it's fine. He swaps it in this turn.
Adoro?
No, it's easy. You can still swap in the Nid. You swap in the Nid this turn, you cage Spores the next turn.
Yeah, because no more stamina, so you cannot kill the Nidrasil before.
Exactly.
Spores, Legend, Bark, Ink, Narc, Hit. Big 4.
Don't worry, Tyranitar.
Vossi agreed. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
No, I just was agreeing with Vossi. You had it.
I was just acknowledging to Tyranitar that yes, as a matter of fact, that is a thing. It is indeed very bright. Also, I don't know why Trot caged this turn. It was to kill the Koish, but that's
a dead Leonardo?
Yeah, that's my problem here, is now Tort just goes down. I don't know how he has no other way to break this status.
And for an answer for those that doesn't know, if you do 2 times teleport Matter, this is a bug in the game. The field becomes like that. Yeah, Neshama. So.
Yeah, it does look like the inside of an old TV.
Tokama's definitely dead though.
He can... Oh, right. So the Strangle went off last turn onto the Tort, right?
And Tokama.
Oh, then in that case, at least Cycrocs also dies here, but...
Yeah, but he has a way to remove it.
He has Bush on
yeah, OB10. And he's over, I mean, there's no cage anymore. So you switch Nidrasil for OB10.
I think that was a bad set of plays out of Trot. Like, I know the intention that he had there for the immediate cage was to take down the mental Koish, which has been causing him problems for the past several games. But I think that came at the cost of the more important Tem of his squad. Like, Torque does so much into this.
Yeah. And Thor's Garden removes matter teleport bug, people note.
Yep, nope, that was an interesting thing to see. We're back in the real boy screen.
Yeah, that Strangle was good.
No, the Strangle was a good cover for that. I'm so glad that Cycrox gets Strangle. I'm really looking forward to messing around with this frog at some point.
I mean, I really think his other trait, so not Neurotoxin, the other trait is actually really good.
Water Synthesize is so fantastic, especially in a competitive environment where you're seeing so many horses and Firequash running around.
And Naga, and...
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So... he switches it to OB10. There's no way for him to do massive damage into OB10.
Yeah, there is. I Stalactite.
No, I still like that, true, yeah. I mean...
and Water Jet.
He still doesn't have it, though.
GG.
He still doesn't have it. Just remember, Waterston's 4 straight, 20k. Yeah!
Absolutely.
Oh.
Well, that sure was a move. I feel like Trot is making reads that just aren't pulling off here, so they look worse than they are.
Yeah.
Like,
he expected OB10 to come on that spot.
Exactly. It's the classic 50-50 swaps. And unfortunately, this just reaffirms Trot's kind of awkward position here, because now Derby can just wait until the bush turn and bring Cycrox in then. And it's not like there's a cager now.
Brody, it's a habit.
So we get our reactive vial off early, which actually, I don't know if that helps here. I also don't know what the Bark Shield is actually doing here. Oh, that's good.
That's really good.
Yep. So that same Strangle that guarantee, like the Strangles confirming the dooms this game are really interesting to take note of.
Yeah, no save for Cycrox. But you still have a doom option with OB10 though.
Absolutely, but only one target to move it off of. And that is that target really able to come in with 2 Toxics on the board?
Quite hard.
Yeah, that's my concern here.
+2 defense. I mean, it would die from one attack from Naga.
Yes, but don't... okay, right. Nitrosil doesn't underspeed standardly, but it's just rough. Okay, so we see the Adoro come in for the delicious gusts.
Ooh,
and it eats the Narcos, that's always nice.
Good damage.
And Cycrox dies anonymously in the back.
Yeah, we see the card disappear. So Prodi, I'm letting all the time X, so I hope you're happy like that.
Everyone's got habits, man.
Yeah, well, no, yeah. Oh, that was not me. Turn this down.
There's the Virulent Gust. But now we have the other frustrating win condition here. Source Replicator. Look at this. It's triple bush.
So freaking good.
It's just ruinous in the wrong circumstance. Makes me start wondering whether more sleep control is a good idea. Problem is that so many NIDs still run energy drink, and I think that is still a very strong item.
Oh yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it's definitely the item on Idrisil.
Yep. No, it's very hard to not slot that.
So, wanting to remove the hill. Ooh.
Yeah, that's the thing. Digithread is still just a good move. Okay, removes the regen.
There's gonna be a bush next turn.
But every little bit of toxic helps. And in the meantime, Adoro is taking a pounding. As you were
Um,
saying beforehand, when the Doom option isn't open, Turby can just revert to this hard to break combo when he's given OB10 to work with.
yeah, Obiten, if you don't have like specific counters with it. I mean, Trotter has those actually. Hazukama, even Calabas is quite good against Trotter. Leonardo is quite good against. Yeah,
I love how
Tortonite is
only
Trotter.
people mix those two. It's very entertaining.
No bush.
It makes sense that he wouldn't be doing both of those, but the burrow just keeps on trucking there, and now it's overexerted.
So
Cycle
cancer.
begins anew.
This is so cancer.
Yeah, no, this particular combo is just vile when you get it off.
And yeah, Brody, I agree, but like sometimes you can't have it because it's banned. Especially in BO3, they see the drill, they just ban it next round.
I have to admit that OB10 is one of
Or Snare.
one of the main reasons why I'm never going to be slowing down my team.
Yeah, that's hard for me to say.
Yeah, that's the problem. If you want to slow down the game, then how do you deal with OB10?
I ban it.
Yeah, okay.
That works. I assure you, that works.
It's true. You see an OB10, you ban an OB10. That's not a bad way to do it.
So, Echidna coming back, Mr. Nidrazel. Does Naga. Yes, sir. Killing with a Psy Surge next turn.
Digi threat this
Dude.
feels pretty good.
Just...
And we're back in that hard place.
This is GG.
Okay, Trot can still clear this Doom. It removes
Yes.
a lot of momentum, and it feels terrible, but he can do it.
Does not Nid just die from Psy Surge there?
It probably does. If it lives, then it can spores the squid.
Yeah, then sure, but... It seems nuts, but like Oftela said, it needs the synergy at the same time.
Yeah, like...
It's a whole team building behind that.
The challenge with saying that teams like what Turby is using right now is the fact that it's not 100% foolproof, as we're seeing by this Calabas just tearing this apart. The Beta Burst comes down onto the Nidrasil, and it does not go down as the Toxic Ink goes back. Is this gonna be a turnaround? I don't know, because the reactive vial makes it very hard to confirm that, and that was an overexertion from our boy Calabas.
Yes.
I think that this is still very firmly in Turby's part.
This is just GG, honestly. You kill Nidrasil, Calabas dies from Doom, and then you're left with Nadorbros with 17.3% HP.
Too
Dying
little.
from one narco hit.
Too little. It was that the problem is there was nothing to hide behind.
Nope. But well tried.
Oh, for sure.
That's a good experience if he comes back into the finals again against Turby.
Definitely, which is definitely a possibility. And once again, a lot of people are going to be winning big off of this one.
I mean, no one voted for Turby, like...
Oh, a couple people did.
What was it, like 10k against 60k?
Yeah, and that 10k is going to be a bit bigger, eh?
Oh yeah, definitely. Worth it for them. So, GG!
GG indeed. This means that Trot will be going down to face off against our winner of the losers brackets to determine this. And then after that, we will move on to our grand final, which of course Turby advances immediately to.
Yeah, Turby has a little bit now of time in the meantime that we play Setska. Because Setska won against Bennett. Oh, Bennett climbed back there. Oh no, you just got down here. Okay.
Yeah, I just gotta refresh the bracket so I can keep up with you.
Yeah, it's gonna be Setsuka against Trotter.
All right.
So, whenever you guys are ready, we can jump into that.
Yep, definitely excited for that. Trot, let us know if you need a little bit of break between matches.
True. It's BO3. Yes, Setsuka, it's BO3. I feel like losers finals should still be BO3.
Definitely something right there. We've got ourselves 2 more best of 3s before we are finished today, folks. So that is, once again, the losers finals that we'll be watching right now. And of course, the pièce de résistance, the creme de la creme, the grand final itself.
Oh my god, I love when you talk French.
Thank you very much.
And Kermit, yes, they are locked with one team, cannot switch moves, items, nothing. And they are in. Let's go. Predictions are up to, guys. Setsuka against Trotter.
Once again, there's so much for Trot.
A lot of PDX members in the chat.
Yes, I guess. A lot of, hey, you know, solidarity and respect.
Oh, Brody. Yeah, the VP. Oh, yeah, okay. You can't bet.
Rip.
So much for Tron. That was you.
So we've seen this match before, and honestly, I think a lot of what we learned from our previous matches we can come through for this. Trot knows that he really does need to keep the grandpa under wraps.
But Tukama is banned again.
Yeah, no, that was the best thing for that.
Funny because we already had that matchup, so.
Yep. No, once again, this is a repeat, but it's a powerful repeat, folks.
Tolkien definitely need to be picked here.
Mm-hmm. And this is the first time we see our Barnshee picked turn 1. I actually think that's an interesting one. First time we've seen Trot leave the tort open to be banned.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, I understand wanting it just for Nid, but at the same time, it's really just for Nid.
No, it isn't.
I mean, having a wind, okay, a wind coverage, sure.
The wind coverage helps for a couple of the matchups here. Volcrane dies to Barnshee. And it's reasonable resistance into Nagai's, even though it doesn't like being on the same field as it in terms of speed, but it's also a great partner for Madrid.
I was gonna say, he's forced to ban into an electric, where actually Amphatir is not too great into Toxics, definitely not.
True. But at the same time, yeah, I see what he's going for. He's on, like, looking at this, he's making Madrid his win con 100%.
I'm voting for my fellow Sparker, Setsuka.
and nice to see some Spark solidarity in there.
Good question, which one? Yeah, Volcrane. So, let's go into this first match of the losers final.
Yes, indeed. This is certainly a matchup that we've seen before, but we'll see whether Setsuka has learned from his previous dealings in this board. Now, one other thing that picking Barnshee first here with neutrality does show us as we enter our stage is that, yeah, neutrality stops Heater from being as effective here, meaning that this Nidrasil is, in fact, kind of in a bad spot. Now, my other side of that, though, is what do you swap in as Trot here? Like, this Nature Coist needs to get out of dodge, but nothing likes eating these attacks. I feel like the easiest thing to come in here is Calibus, because we know it's got Vial. So then it's like you swap in the Calibus, you drop a fat Wind Burst onto Nidrasil, and you see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think
Dead.
stays there. Wow. Wow.
The brass balls of Trot, which still loses him his Nature Coist.
Wow. He expected
Oh,
maybe Tulkan to switch, and in that case, of course, would be a great bamboozle.
yeah, expecting the token to switch would have been great, but the fact that Setsuka kept it in just helped him out a ton here. Now, though,
Mature.
right. So as long as Mudrid has stamina, I think that this board is fantastic for Trot.
Yo, yeah, definitely. Tulkan needs to switch, but the problem is like, if it's Mud Shower, 2 are bad into the switch. If it's Crystal, because you expect Naga, that's just depending on the read there. I still probably would put Naga, because you have then a big advantage there too, because you would resist with the Vial, probably.
Fair. I do like Nagai's coming in here, because I mean, then also the Deluge goes last. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, Madrid just dies. So yeah, that's definitely not gonna kill.
We see the Umanip come down. We see the Mud Shower come down.
Worst possible situation there.
Yeah, no, Setsuka's not making the same mistakes twice.
So, Naga Fury definitely just kills there. At the same time, when we look at it, everything can just come there for Madrid and like it. Even double switch into Nadrizzle Calabas, so you're sure. Even if Grumper's still in the back.
So he actually swaps out the Madrid, bringing in the Calabas. This is actually the first time we've seen it.
Yeah.
There's no way for it to proc Vial, but it's just good here. I see. This is just the I don't like Nagai's very much backup.
Yeah.
Makes a lot more sense to me.
That's why I said it's a double switch there, because Naga Fury would just kill.
No, that's entirely fair.
Like, and that did nothing.
Yep.
6.2% on Calabas.
No, Calabas is chonky.
This Nid just showing for 2 turns in front of Barnes. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but...
No, the assumption that some of this is one of the fun mind games of playing against single target Tems, because if you don't actually exert that pressure, have you really actually done it? You got to keep people honest.
Yeah, I feel even if you just do a wind burst into him, but that he feels the pressure to die on the next turn, then yeah, but
if you're just gonna deadass leave it there, then it's not gonna be doing anything.
No, it definitely had value. Grumper coming in here to cover everything.
Grumper does not like Calabas these days, though. Like that is not an equitable trade.
With Mucus, you're definitely right, though.
Like, I suppose if we're talking about one of the reasons why we aren't seeing as much Calabas as the game, as much Grumper as the game slows down, Calabas is one of those reasons. Like, alongside Baboa. Baboa is like a real concern for our headache boy.
What he could do, though, is like Stonewall himself. This turn, let Naga die.
Camo Grumper?
But you're happy to have +2 defense into a water jet?
I'm happy to have the Nidrisil take that instead, says Setsuka.
That's true. Oh yeah, you suicide there.
Yeah, this makes sense. Get some chip onto Calabas. Notice that he's not been proccing Vial, but just getting chip onto it. This is a really good thing.
Allergic spread. The only way for him to kill actually is Tulkan or Grumper. But like you say, Grumper will not like some moves.
And honestly, Tolkien doesn't want to be in this board for a lot of time. Like, Tolkien needs to choose its targets, snipe them, and bounce. Because this very quickly turns into a trade if you don't actually KO. It's got hold. That's the good thing here. And the Wind Burst actually is enough to take it out because Aloe Vera is just massive on its attack stat. The Spores comes down. I am really curious why we're seeing Spores over Toxic Ink here.
Hamina.
I mean, yeah, but
I mean, I agree with you. Because Toxic Ink would have probably brought it to a death with the ticks at least.
That's my thought. And it's like, you know what? I like more than conserving the stamina on my Nintrasil, not dying to Tolkien.
But this is really great, because now he has a free tornado into a last spot. Even if Midrid comes, Midrid dies.
Cooper is very able to come into that spot. Oh, sorry, you're talking about Tolkien.
Yeah.
Tolkien devastates Trot's board at this point. It's very bad.
So you always tornado last spot?
Yeah, I think so. I don't see why you would ever not.
They have Grumper.
Emanip.
Ooh, it's quicker.
Tornado come down onto the Nindrasil, which is the other thing I was expecting. Does not KO. I kind of was wondering whether a Grumper would swap in on that, because it felt like kind of a free real estate kind of board. The Fire Tornado comes down instead of the Tornado, which leaves the Tornado for the Mudra.
Yeah.
Rough. And yeah, gosh, that Toxic Ink would have been real lovely, wouldn't it?
It would have been really lovely, huh? Yeah, now Tornado's just gonna erase Midrid, and anyways, has still Grumper and Vulcan full life.
Mudrid does outspeed with Deluge, but you're spending your Deluge killing a Tolkien.
Oh, true, he has Deluge, yeah. Yeah, I don't see a Tolkien outspeeding a Midrid though with a Prio. And if it's resistant, it should do 18.9 because high BP. But no, he holds it. The bait.
Okay, that was a good response to that bait as well. And in the meantime, he isolates into, well, he picks apart the Nindrasil that is there instead. This also still leaves him with the Tornado and the Dust Vortex to use into this Volcrane this turn if he so chooses. Oh, no, never mind. He has one option. That's Dust Vortex the Grumper, which it really shows just how much his back's against the wall here. Like,
But then Trench just kills both.
Yep. Nah, it's the problem is that Grumper kills the Barnshe or Volcrane kills the Mudrid. Setsuka's control over this board has been pretty effective, and yeah, I 100% disagree with that Spore's turn.
Ooh. So, does that one shot? It does.
Yeah. Mudrid still hits like a truck, especially when you invest effectively, and the Boozle actually keeps everybody alive here. So that's better, at
But
least.
Bunch overexerted, so now you have a free Stonewall into Madrid.
Yeah.
Because Madrid is on a Crystal Dusted Toolcan, so that Tornado doesn't go off.
This checks out, Tolkien goes down, but then the Stone Ball goes down on Mudrid, annihilating its poor, defenseless form. Yeah, no, that is not an alive Mudrid. In the meantime, we're back in that situation where Trot's stuck with a Tem with like 10% against a full health Tem on the opponent's side.
Like, he could now play a Bamboozle Mind game. Like, Bamboozle himself, force Volcrane into an overexertion and make him to, like, Tornado does, but you cannot take that risk if you are Setsuka. Yeah.
Hey. We got one more turn, so at least Morgana can get some rest up. Then you can do the thing again.
Watch the ninja jutsu.
Oh man, if this is Jutsu, I will be so pleased.
And he overexerts
Another
each
Boozle
time.
into another overexertion.
Yeah.
And it's Drill! Okay. That's awesome. Trench is a really good drill setter as well. That into an OB10 is just absurd. And that was so awesome that it soft locked my game.
Feels good. GG.
Yeah. So that first game definitely goes to Setsuka. Right, so once again, we're getting more scouts out of both of these teams.
Wait, if it had drill, why did Trench not hit Madrid's? Because it doesn't have drill.
Oh, what was that then?
I thought he was joking, so that he has his grease, from what I remember.
Oh yeah, of course it's Greece. But then how did that hit through the barn sheet?
He doubled Ember, that's all. Like, he
Used
hit it 2
embers
times,
from-
one time to remove the bamboozle and the other time to kill it.
Oh, duh. No, that was my screen breaking then.
I thought you were joking.
No, that was my screen messing up 100% because on my screen it straight up like had him embers through a boozle, and I'm like, what?
Because yeah, when he trenched and just removed the...
Whoops.
Happens. We all make mistakes when we cast for a long period of
Oh,
time.
for sure.
So we still see the Ukama ban and of course Grandpa ban again. Definitely a monster against Rudder team. You baited me, guys.
The Yukama is pretty good there. Definitely makes sense as a ban. Setsuka has been gaining a lot of ground just keeping that Yukama out of the game where it can't mess up a lot of the wind that Trot allows Setsuka to bring, and the Volcrane that just insta dies.
To a water cannon. And yes, Oftelos, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, no. I genuinely I don't falsify hype here. I genuinely thought that was drilled for a moment, despite having seen the grease earlier, just because my game bugged hard out.
Oh, and by the way, guys, thank you all for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome, guys. So, back to the match. What is the second ban? Tortonite still? Madrid? Oh, he's thinking about it.
Get banned. Although the Madrid put in a lot of work last game.
Yeah. Because I feel you still have your double Rs as well for Tortonite. Calavis.
I mean, I feel like Tortonite's still a very strong ban option for Setsuka. Yeah, no.
I mean, not having a cage is... Yeah.
Yeah, it's the area control combined with dealing with the Amphitheater, combined with walling the Osiara. Like, it does so much. Because then, like, without Tort, he has to spend a ban on Amphitheater.
That's the question that everyone is asking himself. Does Nidrasil see the wins? Or not this time?
Yeah, that's a good question.
We saw him nearly got one shot by a tornado, so...
Yeah, no, that Windburst would clap if we see it.
That Windburst would definitely clap if we see it.
So once again, we have this is the same opener as we have last time. Will we see Setsuka pull off the same magic that happened last game? Or will Trot make better decisions than he made last game?
Good question. Is Tulkan... My first question, is Tulkan staying? Like, I know, I feel for Setsuka it's nearly a double switch, but that feels really bad.
A double switch just means you're taking a bunch of damage. Like, knowing Trot, yeah, no, the Koish swaps this time.
Yeah, but you could put Grumper into Nidrasil, feeling like a really good switch, but nope.
Okay, this is exactly the same board as we saw last time, only this time, despite Setsuka doing the same decisions as he did last time, Trot completely swaps the game plan and actually swaps Kala, hitting Nade with the Windburst. This is a much better state for Trot.
I mean, yeah, definitely a way better start than the last game.
Getting the Vial off early is also really good. This means he can pressure Tolkien this turn. Like this,
I still think a double will always kill their Kala.
we saw how much the Toxic Ink did in previous games. That was granted with a Stonewall.
Yeah, because this time it did like still a bit more than 10%. So if you tornado Toxic Ink,
You is still a massive detriment to Toxic Ink's damage, though.
Sure, I still believe that tornado Toxic Ink kills. Do you want to cut your hand on that?
I will, but Setsuka certainly isn't, as the Volcrane comes out instead. If this is an ice stalactite onto the token spot, then this really hurts. We see the Grumper come in as Setsuka is forced to actually respect the fact that Barnchi is a wind move.
But
the
no.
energy drops down on Volcrane. Oh boy, that's close to a KO.
I don't know if he's happy about that right now, but... Because Emanip is just enough to kill it now, then he can Water Jet the Grumper. It's such a rough spot for Setsuka, but never mind.
Problem is the Grumper 100% outspeeds the Calibus.
True.
Like, I wouldn't take that trade. Unless I'm like self-healing. So the trench comes down.
The thing is like, water damage.
Yeah, no, the jet's still really powerful. I'd also like to quickly point out, this is a special occasion. This is the second game that Trot has had this tournament where his Nature Coish has been alive for more than like 2 turns.
Yep. It's alive.
Like this actually really helps him out here because so few things want to deal with this water cutting lily.
My Grumper automatically just dies there. What does Volcrane do though? Flaming my turret into Kosh?
Makes sense.
Yep.
I think that's still a favorable trade for Trot, all things considered.
Oh, overexert? Ooh, that is actually not good.
Less so. I'm assuming that was onto the Grumper spot, expecting to cover a swap if Nagai's came in.
Wait, yeah, because I'm gonna say Naga can just come in now, or even Tool can, honestly, but Naga's great. Tool
Yeah,
is good too.
okay, so, right. Judging by the moveset of this Volcrane, we could still... We don't... I don't think it's got any fire moves that aren't Flaming Meteorite, right?
No, he has Ember.
Oh, he does have Ember? Okay.
But
yeah, no, what am I talking about? I saw that last game.
the thing is, like...
Mind is going.
With his trade, use Stone Ball, Beta Burst the Barnes. Isn't it just that?
Yeah, makes me think this might be bait.
Let's see.
So Nidrasil swaps in, presumably safely onto this spot. Nope. Okay, so we're just seeing a Stonewall beta burst potentially.
Stoneball would have been first. If he Stoneball, that was 10,000 million times dead. Why?
I'm concerned about the resisted damage, but the base power alongside Vigorous totally would have KO'd it. Like that's sort of honestly just suplex it tier where
Yeah.
overpowering the Barnshi's frail defenses with your much larger actual numbers. Like, okay, cool, resist this.
But you're still gonna take a big chunk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I will never forget a couple games of Kasiwa where we saw Scunches just straight up ninja jutsu half the health off a Barnshi. And it's like, yeah, that doesn't really answer this unless you're prepared for it. Which is why we saw the Strange Fests come out.
The thing is, does Toxicking just kill it now? Without proccing the reactive vial? Depends on how much attack he has on Nidrasil, but I feel a lot of Nidrazils are more offensive.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to have an offensive spread on Nidrasil, given it's got such a high base attack to work with in the first place.
Oh, nope.
Doesn't, actually. And the vial saves it from the ticks. This is looking tricky. Like, the challenge is there's no favorable swap-ins for Trot here. He just kind of has to have his Barnshi take this. But this eliminates so much of the utility of Mudred, which really wants to be used together with Barnshi later on. But, like, in obvious Fury turn, you can't really just, like, swap your Mudred in to eat the hit.
No. This is really a rough turn.
Yeah.
Nothing. I mean, Naga died, but then you have Toucan so freely. I don't see... A winning play for Trotter there.
I mean, on top of all of this, the Tulkun is
Oh.
entirely untouched and in the back.
Yeah, that's the problem. And Psy Surge is still gonna go before Narco Head. If he had no Psy Surge, sure, he can still kill it. Because he's Toxicking Sponge. That kills.
Yeah, no, that takes down the Barnshee for sure.
They decided so quickly. It's actually still quite harsh, because I wonder how much Mid Shower does. Mid Shower Toxicking. Oh, never mind, there's not gonna be a Toxicking.
Yeah, no, Aloe Vera Tolkien's like, yeah, this game's done, friend. While I'm very much of the belief that Madrid has made leaps and bounds since we have previously seen it, I don't believe that this 3v1 is a 3v1 it wins.
No.
Although, I say that. Nidrasil can't really do damage to Madrid very reasonably. And in the meantime, like, this Volcrane's on half a limb.
I mean, allergic spread is a thing.
The problem is do damage very quickly.
78, so that does already 24% damage plus another 25%.
It's taking it down. I'm just concerned whether it's taking it down fast enough. Now, what I think is that Trot should have saved the Dust Vortex there. If he'd saved that Vortex, he would be in a much better position.
Agreed, because that would just kill.
Because, yeah, the Fire Tornado is what wanted to come down here. If that was a Dust Vortex that would have taken down the Tulkun, then, like, maybe you just magically Crystal Deluge your way to victory against the Nidrasil. That's the tough fight. But in the meantime, that did not happen. That is not the world we live in. Instead, Setsuka was able to circumvent that with good swaps, baiting out the Dust Vortex there, and taking the win away from Trot in 2 quick, successful games.
Definitely GG. Nothing to say. Trotter, well played, man. You got 3rd place in the tournament. Some good points for the leaderboard as well. Good seed. Thank you for showing us great matches there, and GG to both of you.
And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Our grand final.
Talking about that moment, do we let the players, like, a quick 5-minute break as well before going into that?
Leave that up to you. And of course, the players themselves. If either Turby or Setsuka are in chat and have opinions on this, feel free to let us know.
I mean, Turby had, like, a nice break, so I don't know. If you don't need any break neither quarter, that's sure.
I mean, I'm ready to power through. Outside of my fever dream of perceiving a drill there, I think I'm all good.
So, Setsuka, est-ce que t'as besoin d'une petite pause? I don't know if Setsuka's like a Turby's side because he is winner. Turby, non, je voulais savoir si t'avais besoin. Turby, Setsuka, je voulais savoir si t'avais besoin de 5 minutes de pause ou pas, quoi. Ou si tu voulais aller direct.
So already I'm noticing the predictions between Setsuka and Turby are vacillating rapidly.
Yeah.
For a moment there, dipped hard into Turby's side, and Setsuka's steadily gaining ground. In fairness, just type-wise, it looks like the matchup does favor Setsuka.
Yes, sir. Well, I wanted to do, for the big finals at least for sure, like a BO5 and the winner side gets 1 win. Or do we just do for this one a BO3 and Turby gets to choose if he invites or not?
Well, it's your tournament, so ultimately you're the one that gets to decide that. I'm fine for a best of 5 if you are.
I mean, I'm gonna do that for sure at the grand finals.
Fair.
I think for today we can like keep it like this, and Turby gets to choose.
Yeah, that's totally fair. It means that you get to keep it special as part of the invitational, perhaps.
Yeah. Because we never did it like before neither. You know what I mean? I find the idea good, but I want to then hold it just for the big finals and not make a change in the format.
Yeah, for consistency, that makes perfect sense to me.
So, Turbi, 7K, ça sera BO3. Mais Turbi, comme c'est toi, comme t'es resté en haut, bah tu choisis si tu veux inviter ou pas. We
With
get you.
that, we are already in. So both teams need no introduction. We've seen a fair amount of both of them. As I said coming into this, I do think Turbi comes with a bit of a disadvantage here against the aggression that Setsuka's bringing to this field. I actually think Grumper is a monster into Turbi's team.
Yeah, Electric is most of the time good in his team, except, I mean, 2 exceptions.
Well, yeah, those 2
True,
exceptions
but...
also dies to Earth.
Yeah, and one of them dies really quickly to wind.
Yeah, this combined with the Volcrane, which is kind of a natural predator of Nidrasil, means that there's a lot for Turbi to watch out for. I feel like if Setsuka first bends the Volphy, he's in a very good spot.
Yeah. Wolfie can be quite annoying for him, though he has Wind Spark, but...
You're not wrong. Like, Kinu is another really good ban, always.
Always against him. Because his team has not... Yeah, because his team has not too much pressure, except, like, Oshiara, things like this. Letting him Kinu is really letting him have the tempo.
Especially since Amphitheater got banned.
Yeah, no more Spark, so...
Oh.
I mean, Oshiara can be quite annoying for him, except for Nidrasil, but...
You're not wrong. There's a lot there that doesn't resist that particularly comfortably. Same goes for the... Nagai's is, I think, the other thing that's really good into that. But it's like, So this is a very...
Nagai's definitely free there.
This is a very consistent lead that we're seeing out of Setsuka. Like, this is, I want to say, the 4th or 5th time we've seen Nid Tolkien out of him.
Yeah, because Nidrasil covers actually most of Tolkien weaknesses, except the Electric.
Definitely. This still means that, like, yeah, Mental Koish can get through, but it still doesn't appreciate the wind bursts.
No, I still don't know if Tolkien stays into a water cannon. No, it's not trap, it's sweatband, true.
The question is, how much is this water cannon actually going to hit? Judging by the actual damage that this Koish has been dishing out, it feels like it's attack invested.
Yeah, from the Metal Teleport, yeah, definitely agree with you.
Yeah.
Probably a base special attack one.
Which, that's still doing damage, but it's like, what, 45%, something like that, depending. Yeah, the Grumper ban makes 100% sense there. Like, you don't let that thing into your team.
Is that... And he's gonna pick OB10 for sure, because double win probably.
Yep, this does mean that Osiara feels very strong into him.
Yeah. You pick Nidrasil to cover that. Probably. Or actually, yeah, was the water trade? Good question.
Yeah, I like Cycrox a lot more. My first thought when I saw Water Synthesizer was, this stops people from aquatic whirlwinding me to death. Honestly, though, I think that Nidrasil is probably the better pick.
Yeah. I kind of agree, because on the rest, you don't do much.
Yeah, you've got the Doomsetter already in the form of OB10. You don't need another one. It's nice to have, but you don't need it. Yeah. And in the meantime, you're throwing a lot of good damage around. You're walling a bunch more attacks. You do take more from Volcrane. That's a problem.
So, let's go, guys. Grand Finals.
Yep, this is our first game of the Grand Finals. Once again, that's Setsuka versus Turbi, 2 massive French giants in terms of play styles. Setsuka, the winner of the first Roadhouse Rumble, very powerful, aggressive player, as we've seen throughout the entirety of this tournament and others. Turby, the Toxic Master, regular high placer and fellow tamers, and generally just an all-around like challenging person to read and play into.
Don't remind me the Roadhouse.
Oh. Yeah, no, that was really like for me the battle that put Setsuka on the map.
Yeah, he definitely. And a lot of people copied that, Grandpa.
Yeah, no, it very much reminded people that Grandpa hits hard.
So, definitely a good trade at the moment for Turby. He still has one mental in the back. He just needs to get. I mean, actually, he has two birds.
I like the damage that he's already output on this, but I think that he needs to conserve his token.
Yeah, me too, because Dust Vortex could just come here.
Nagai's is a perfect swap in, though.
Uh...
For Dust Vortex? If you're reading that, yes.
Oh, okay, I thought you meant for Turby. I was like,
Oh, no.
I was like, not sure.
Yeah, no.
My
no.
bad.
Oh, that's not what I expected. So the Matter Teleport hits onto the Nid, and that's still a reasonable amount of damage, bringing it down to 67. The Dust Vortex, thanks to the heist, does not KO.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely some good damage chipped into Nidrasil at the same time, but losing the Koish. OB10 could come there though, but actually no, Fire Tornado is up. I mean, OB10 should be quicker probably than a Fire Tornado.
I can't imagine a Fire Tornado outspeeding OB10.
Me neither. And Tesla Prison would just finish it.
Yep. The problem is that... Right. Now that we have an OB10 here, like, you can't swap in with Grandpa and the guys, but this Volphy is still like, oh yes, swap in Volcrane, please.
He definitely doesn't care too much. Could even switch your Wolfie into Naga. Because I feel he's not gonna ignore the OB10.
So instead, okay. The Tornado feels like the best way to get value out of a Tem you're sacking.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
Did he just life us up expecting that?
That's a good question.
That would be pretty good for him. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that really worked out. Now if he swaps out Volphy, that's basically it. Back at full health for the mid game. Damn near.
Close to. And you can bring Nidrasil and start your cheesy Spore Burrow.
Okay, there is one problem with that, which is if he brings out the Volphy, then the Volcrane's like, ah, yes, hello, Nidrasil.
True.
Tell me more about your scores. But,
Wait, do you bush into Naga?
Bush into Naga. So what, you're saying Bush with Obi onto Naga? Yeah, that could work.
Because then you still have Burrow for the next turn as well with Naga?
Crane needs a turn to wind up. This is an Embers Crane, so, like...
And actually Poison would be removed. I don't know, Poison would not be removed, my bad.
I don't know if I like Naga coming into a Nidrasil board regardless, though, even though this Nidrasil's at low stamina.
Yeah, if he does a Toxic Ink, he has no more stam. Depending on what Volcrane does, which one is the first one attacking, but I feel Strange is quite safe there. Even if, I mean, you expect always Wolfie to leave. What do you expect there?
I kind of... The problem is, I think that the Nagai's is still the better of the picks, because, like... Nidrasil coming in just eats the Embers even harder. You don't like that. And then in the meantime, like, you can't leave the Volphy there because it is genuinely going to die. However, it looks like Setsuka is responding by just his own Nagai's. Although, he just decides to bilk us both and just keep his Volphy in a turn.
I mean, the problem is Naga Fury there. So you can burrow, but if you're too fast, you're still not burrowing at time.
So the Fury stops the burrow. Well, I mean, it clears the burrow, and then that kind of just leaves Grandpa open to NATO here.
Well, the
mean,
thing it depends, because Fury could be quicker than Burrow, because if it's calculated to like outspeed Yolars and things like that, it's quicker than Naga.
That's a point. That's still one prio though.
Yeah, but it's
doesn't look like it's that slow. Well, that quick rather. But I think that's why we see just the madness buff here, which is a very like that's definitely a strong turn to do it with. And we're seeing the better way to attend to an early burrow on an OB10, the other way to really take advantage of it, which is just leave the evade on the OB10 for a bit.
But neutralize him is rough when you have Tesla Prison.
This is the other reason why Reactive Vial is such a strong item on the guys. Getting rid of your water mental typing is just so fantastic.
Agreed. So the thing is, like, Naga's always going before Grandpa, so that's pretty good for OB10. You don't really care that Grandpa hurts you.
I mean, I think kind of according to plan here. Because, yeah, the entire intention here was to kill the Volphy, because now Volcrane can run away with the game.
Has one more turn of the A?
Which means that
anymore.
for this turn, we get standard turn order.
Yes, sir.
Which then, thanks to the separate counters here, means that Setsuka's DA runs out this turn. Meaning that then we go back into Decidora for 3 turns. This is so confusing.
So, the thing is, like, you cannot push though, because then Grandpa could remove it and Naga kills.
Yeah, I think you can't afford to do that.
So you need like to double. Oh,
Go for it.
Wait, did you madness buff?
At which point the question is, right. Turby has speed arrow. Oh, and the. So, yeah, the Fury drops on there, meaning that he's trying to kill the OB10 instead. This is still fine because he's got an Idrisil in the back. And now it's just Nagai's and an Idrisil versus the world, and I'm not entirely sure I'm comfortable with that. But the downside is now this Grandpa's back to being the slowest thing on the board.
Yeah, and he only has one switch for his own Naga Fury, and it's Nidrasil. Everything else just doesn't like it. I mean, Naga is... Nah, just...
The other problem here is with the Nagai sticking around, the Volcrane still kind of can't quite do everything it wants. Like, if it gets a real clutch turn, it might be able to, but, like, oof, you kind of need to wait for the Decidora to run out. So you can trench up at the right interval and then actually have the space and time to Ember's Nidrasil. Unless Setsuka just magically focuses down this Madness buff Nagai's.
I feel you always expect Nid to come there and you maybe just go... Ooh. What the hell?
Sack. This is 100% a sack.
I would have read that totally differently. Oh.
Okay, that's adorable.
Procking your vial and giving heal feels good.
Definitely does, and this Nagai's is almost back up to full.
Especially with Nidrasil, like now you just don't care about toxicking for 2 turns.
That you don't, but what you can do is hit the other Nid. While swapping in Grandpa.
I mean, yeah, Nid is definitely not liking a +2 mental attack. Wait, because there's still 2 turns for Turby of DA, or 1?
I believe there's 2 turns for
2
Turby.
turns, yeah. So that's just really good. You kill Naga now with Nidrasil. Why focus the +1 special, the +2 special defense though, instead of?
Curious.
Nid.
We see the Nid go down, which makes a lot of sense.
Because now he just has like to Fury again.
Yeah, no, the narco takes care of Nagai's. That's actually clever. Saves a bit of stamina, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, it's
And-
one.
And the one prio. And now it's a Grandpa versus the world with one more turn of Decidora up. This first game goes to Turby, who was able to once again take the aggression of Setsuka and just make sure it was redirected into the things that he was able to like manage that with. Also, never mind, we both miscounted that.
One turn only.
It's so hard to keep track of.
Because you have to count when it comes on a desk, it's actually already one turn. It's...
Mm-hmm. That's madness. Wait, that counts as a turn?
Yep.
I'm forgetting that.
GG.
Well played to Turby taking that first game. Right. So the real question here is, are we going to see that Grumper turn like sort of in the first picks out of Setsuka? Because I feel like that's the only way he's going to get this in the field against Turby, and it's honestly really valuable.
I think that Naga did really much for Turby there.
Yep, I agree with that.
Anything.
Like, the entire game was one off of Naga's back there. Getting that madness buff off turned the momentum around completely for him.
Yeah, then with the little hills from Nidrasil, just keeping it good. Rocking the reactive vial.
So good. Well, we are into our second game. Caster Curse.
And we see automatically Kinu ban again.
Yeah, that was pretty automatic. It makes the most sense. Amphitheater is the first ban there. Also, no reason to change that. It is important to stop Setsuka from balling out of control with sparks against you.
Yeah. When you don't have too much pressure, definitely better. Especially when Oshiara is your big pressure but does nothing against it. And Zahturbi is 1-0 at the moment. This is the grand finals.
Yes, indeed. Will Turby take this second game in the same style as his previous? Or will Setsuka draw this out a bit more and get back on top, perhaps?
Setsuka's definitely gonna try that. But Turby must be happy because he has actually not even enough to pay the entry fee, so...
No way, really?
Yeah, really.
Okay. Already things are shaking up. We see the Osiara first picked out of Setsuka this time.
Are you banning double electric?
My question is, does this mean like you're banning the Cycrocs perhaps? Because leaving that open means that if you're trying to pressure Aquatic on the mental quish for turn one, then that runs the risk of being a null entity, whereas every other swap-in that exists for it is like going to take either chip or bad times from a Toxic Egg. Like Nidrasil is Turby's next best swap-in for that.
Yeah, I think he's hesitating just because of that as well, because Nidrasil could be a ban.
Since the Grumper ban is still obviously very important for Turby. Can't let that get through if it's not first picked.
Oshiara is quite strong there. Naga too.
Yep, we saw how much the last game was one off of Naga, and we do see that go down. This does mean that Cycrocs, if it gets picked, is just a fantastic swap into this turn one. Looks like Turby's gonna go for the OCR instead, though, because you still have the Nid to do the same basic thing.
Oh, let's jump into this.
That's right, game two, potentially our final game between Turby and Setsuka. Now, I think Setsuka has a chance to bring this back, depending on how this aggression goes. Like, my basic concern here is, right, so obvious play is Aquatic into Koish, Koish swaps into Nidrasil to eat it.
Aquatic into Koish, Koish swaps it. Yeah, the problem is, like, I don't know, that's a lot obvious too, so he could just Blizzard, but
You're right. The Blizzard play would be interesting. The problem is, alongside this, the Volphy on the board juxtaposes that and threatens the Ociara. I'm wondering whether Setsuka's willing to just sack the Ociara, because there's only a few key threats that actually punishes. It does have the Blizzard for the Nidrasil, but honestly, he hasn't had too many problems dealing with the Nidrasil, provided he can keep his Aloe Vera token.
Yeah. And has double wind in the back as well, just to deal with it. He maybe, yeah, just brings the wind now. Reading Nidrasil
Okay.
come. Let's see. Yes, sir.
That's the Nidrasil then. Because this also eats the plague.
Have to cut the mic 10 sec.
No worry. So as we move into this, obviously there's still a ton of damage over time on our Volphy there as well. Definitely a problem. But looking at the actual board states here, I think that Setsuka is not in a bad position now that he's kind of caught this Nidrasil off guard. Toxic Ink and a Windburst into the Volphy spot here just feels very hard for Turby to cover. Like, yeah, you're still threatening into the Nidrasil, but I'm wary of an OB10 swap onto either of these spots. I don't think there's any way you can cover that with this immediate board, but I feel like Setsuka is more willing to put immediate pressure onto the Volphy, as we saw last game, rather than any pressure onto the Nidrasil when his token is at full health. Yeah, Turby swaps the Nid, and that's where the OB comes out. And as expected, we see the Tornado drop in onto the Volphy instead, which alongside a Toxic Ink should take that down. The problem is the token is now at 35% thanks to the Dust Vortex. Oh, it was a narco hit. Fun times.
Definitely takes it out.
Absolutely.
Ow!
Sad noise.
So cute, Wolfie.
Its Luma is one of the best in the game.
Oh, one of my favorites too.
Yeah, no, it's just a great black. You can't go wrong with black and orange. Just a good color scheme. So yeah, Setsuka getting the right gamble on where the OB10 was coming in was really good that turn. I think he still loses his token here because like this is Tesla into like a double up from the other slot, and I don't see what can be done to stop that.
Does Tesla Prison kill it?
No, I think Tesla Prison in the double kills it.
I mean, Water Cannon just kills it easy, but Tsubaki Fury.
Oh, that's a point.
Mm.
Oh no. People gonna clip that woo. Alright, so the Fire Tornado comes down. Oh, that outspeeds.
Ooh, that one shots. Actually, yeah, that just one shot.
Never mind.
We were wrong. Setsuka saying no, no, no. Not gonna let that happen.
Just to expect Push to outspeed Tolkien, and that was a wrong guess.
That was really a bad turn for Turby.
Yeah, no, this second game is very swiftly spiraling out of control for him. Yeah, this is one really fun thing about Turby. When he sees that he's like lost his win condition, he's like, "Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna pretend. I'm out."
It's just concede.
Again, but better this time. Setsuka showing us he may have been down, but he is in no means out. Taking this to its third game. This is the last of the last games, folks. Will Turby be able to take it back and find a better position than he was in last game, making better calls and getting his stuff in on the right spots? Or will Setsuka continue to read him as well as he did the previous game and just keep the forward momentum?
Yes, and they are directly in. So, are we gonna see the same bands? Kinu?
Turby's hovering over the Grumper first. Is he going to let
Amphitheater?
the Amphitheater through?
No, it's automatically on the first one, I think. It's more because of that.
Yeah, it looks like he just hasn't moved the cursor.
I don't think he can afford to let the Sparker through.
I think that would be mad, yes.
Oh. Does he has another plan?
Honestly, I think that the problem is the Nitrocil has been messing him up, but I don't think that's actually the central thing that's been the problem, right? I mean, I guess it hard screws his intentions of like messing with Volphy.
I mean, that's definitely his best anti-Wolfie.
Speaking of which, what's Setsuka doing not immediately banning Kinu? Okay, they both just decided to go wild cards in the second game.
Sorry, I'm giving more addictions to my addicted gamble chat.
No worries, man. So the thing that I was astonished by here is not only has Turby allowed Setsuka their Amphitheater, but Setsuka has allowed Turby their Kinu. So now everybody's just allowed nice things this game.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know if it's okay for Setsuka to have let Turby have the Kinu here. Okay.
He cannot pick it.
Turby didn't pick it.
He could not. He really needed Nidrasil. This board forces him into going to Nidrasil. Otherwise, no pressure at all. You need to kill that Amphatir before it becomes Ham 2.
You're not wrong there. Like, you can't pick Kinu Osiara into an Amphatir Nagai's board.
Yeah.
That's really painful to do. And you like are forced into a swap, which means that he's denied the Kinu again. He gets basically the same draft he got last game. But this time, Setsuka has an Amphatir. This is looking really hairy for Turby.
Because I think the worst nightmare for a stall as a Spark is you just cannot outstall a Spark.
Can if you kill the Sparks.
Oh, sure, but most of the time you don't have too much damage in a stall, but yeah. Nidrasil
I agree.
Is good for that.
Nidrasil is great for that. Digi-Threat continues to be a way to deal with that as well. We've seen that the Reactive Vial is not on the amp. This means there's only so many ways to proc status on it. Yeah. I think you can get like, obviously you can Thunderstrike to self-exhaust, but then getting that other bit on there is going to be frustrating. Like, I guess you... Oh no, he's got Fiery Heist. He's fine.
Yeah, yeah, Fiery Heist is an amazing move for Doom. Oshera needs to go away there.
100%. Like that. This is a bad Osiara field. The Nidrasil's fine. The question is what stays in to deal with it. I think the Nagai is probably Madness buffs in its face.
Yeah, I think so too. Actually, he could die. No, 70%.
No, Reactive Vial saves you on.
If you're full attack Nidrasil, you'll kill a 70% Nagais.
He is not a full attack Nidrasil.
But no. I think you double Amphatir. I think you never stay there with Oshera. Oshera is really good against the 3 times behind.
In what universe do you double Amphatir here? What Osiara move?
Blizzards. You're quick at least. Yeah.
That just feels hard. Because that's basically like sacrificing your poor horse. Like you take way too much from the T-Strike, let alone the Plague.
Wilfie's a good switch there.
Okay, I didn't expect the Volcrane swap. I suppose that is sort of respecting the Toxic Ink damage.
Yeah, I think he was scared of Toxic Ink on Naga. But I still think you always kill the Sparker, but we'll see. No!
And I don't think I've seen the item on this Amphatir in a while, but it's not Handcuffs.
It's not Handcuffs. We saw? I know what it is, but I don't know if we saw it on streams. I don't know if...
I respect that. Right, so Stone Trench happens this turn. Turby can't really keep the OB in here.
Yeah, no, Burrow will never outspeed that.
But yeah, keeping the Amphatir safe is also a good time. Oh, yeah, Grandpa's kind of a concern.
He raided that.
Is that worth eating a fat trench on your Obi, though?
The thing is, you have Bush now, and that's quite good.
I mean, you're not wrong, but...
Because Grandpa's probably quicker than Volcrane?
Yeah, the Tornado probably outspeeds that, hitting the right slot for massive damage.
Outspeeds what, Bush?
Bush, yeah.
Never in the world. Oh, you meant Whistle's the -1 speed. Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot about the -1 speed.
Because
That
Evan,
literally just happened in front of me, and I'm like, after Speed Nurse, it's like I don't have to care about Tesla.
and even then, like if you think about it, Grandpa has special attack there, tornado, wind burst, so you probably have no speeds or not much, and most of OB10s have speed investments. I don't think you can, but like -1 is make it sure.
That's actually fair. I tend to assume that people run their grandpas fast, but given how hard this grandpa's been hitting, it stands to reason that it doesn't actually have the requisite speed to do that.
And the stamina is a problem, so you need some investment into that too. But
Oh god, actually I forgot about that. That drains all your stats. We actually have to care about stamina again. Yes. That said though, the combo of Tornado and Stone Ball just takes out the OB10.
yes, but it's a good fill for Oshiara there.
You're not wrong. Osiara loves this.
So you probably
Gonna,
go ahead.
I was gonna like, is it gonna love the inevitable swap ins though?
But that's why you bring Nidrazil, I think, yeah, to cover those swaps.
So at this point, like, this is such a risky field for Satsuka to try to navigate.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, no, the Nidrazil covers a lot of this very effectively. Nagai's doesn't really want to come in here, but you want things in to eat the Serbas, because Serbas is going to tear you apart.
Yeah, use Serbo and Toxic Ink in the spot where you think Amphatir is coming or Naga, but...
See, I think you
maybe
bring
both.
Tolkien in anyways to heater this.
Maybe it survives it, but then what do you do next turn against Aqua Wildman? With +1.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good for that part of it.
Or you bring Naga and Tulkan?
Naga and Tolkien gives you a bit of counterplay to it, but you still don't have a really good way to hit the Osiara with that.
No, not at all. You need Amphatir. He needs Amphatir to get rid of it.
And okay, in fairness, Amphatir can totally tank a Toxic Ink from Nidrazil.
Yeah. Especially that Amphatir.
Yeah. No, I love bulky Amphatir. It eats so many hits. You build that sucker HP defense, and it just like will take on the world.
Yeah.
So we do see just Nagai's swap into the Serbas here.
Wow, but that's
bold. So it's just like, yeah, I don't need Volcrin anymore.
And neither Naga. I mean,
I'm just gonna trigger reactive vial. Screw you.
wait, because Blizzard is online too. I mean, Oshara leaves probably anyways. Yeah, you have to Toxic Ink the Naga, the Grandpa. And then bring Wolfie.
Yeah, I don't like the Naga and the Nagais. Sorry, the Grandpa and the Nagais on the same board. This feels like a misstep.
I mean, because Grandpa's -1 speed.
Ah, yes, I'm going to take my naturally fast 10, but since it's got -1 speed, it'll be fine under Decidora. I get the principle of what you're saying. I still think this is a scuffed board state.
But what do you want him to bring? Like, he cannot bring Tulkan, otherwise, like, he can just Aqua into that?
I guess I would have just liked not Nagais on this board.
I mean, yeah, okay, that's another shit. Sure. I feel he needs Amphatir, but for that he needs to get rid of Nidrazil, like...
This is the problem, but the problem is, like,
yeah.
Like, Grandpa is public enemy #1 right now. Oh, okay,
You
right.
see? You see? Ha!
Okay, right, I'll eat my words on that.
Pa!
I didn't expect for the Grandpa to underspeed the Nidrazil.
Because base, it's actually only 134, if I remember well. So yeah, with -1 speed, you're under Nidrazil, that talks a lot.
I'll accept I was wrong for that. That was really cool. It still does not put Setsuka in a good place for this at all. Like, this is back against the wall territory here. The heater gives him some space to try to bring this back, alongside the fact that the Osiara is without a priority move and also burned.
Yeah, you switched there. The problem is actually you need to take care of that Amphatir now, but Nidrazil is nearly dead. That was a good focus for Setsuka.
Absolutely.
He has nothing to hurt Koish though, except Vulcan. a Tulkan.
I think you sparks Tolkien here 100%.
Oh yeah. But is there walls? Were you just Cerberus there?
That's very, very bold. But I think, okay, right. I think Turby can afford to do that because honestly, what else are you saving this OCR up for?
Well, Aqua Wallowin next turn he comes on the field, I suppose, but
I guess.
oh, he didn't spark. Because I was scared like you lose tempo if you switch against someone that will just start sparking.
Yep, no, but like in fairness, the call was also on Setsuka to respect the fact that if the OCR stayed in, that was going to be agony. But now OCR could just come in again.
I mean, okay, but do you really Tesla prison then? Don't you just Thunderstrike if you respect Oshiaga?
That's a
Okay, now Aqua Wildwind +1 is incoming, and he's not gonna like it.
Plague Tornado.
I mean, the tornado never outspeeds.
Oh, but it's not enough. And this token's dead. And with it, I believe are Setsuka's chances of winning this game. I don't believe an Amphitheater has the base stamina to deal with this. If that had hit before the Osiara, that would have been a completely different story.
Was he OP?
Okay. I like the fact that, despite the fact that Setsuka is 100% not in a winning position here, we got to see Infectious proc.
Yeah. He's not healing. And thank you for playing Vasi today, by the way.
It's back and forth. That's adorable. Yeah. With this, it's pretty easy for Turby to leverage the fact that he's just got more Tems and can forcibly divert the focus of Setsuka's Amphitheater and its very low stamina pool.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
It's a bit too hard for Amphitheater to deal with. The Iridescent Scourge resisting everything he does as well.
Yep. Like, how are you supposed to answer that? Personally, I think the biggest problem there is still the fact that just like you have no stamina to finish that 3v1 with. But either way, well played to Turby in a stunning final game, taking down Setsuka and crowning himself the winner of this double elimination best of 3 cup.
GG to both players, and like you say, congratulations Turby being on a roll at the moment. Was in the top 4 with me yesterday in the AAL as well.
Oh yeah, no, Turby's been on a tear recently. Some really strong performances with this team, and it's definitely one that people are still working on cracking. Congratulations as well, of course, to our top 4. So that would be a congratulations to Setsuka, congratulations to Trot, and congratulations, of course, to Bennett.
Yes, sir. Exactly that. Those are the top 4 for today. Congratulations. I will put the payments on the Discord anyways for everyone that participated, so then we can just make the trades in a bit. But like always, we're gonna do a little giveaway.
Oh boy. That's gonna be a fun one. What do you have to give away today?
I mean, there's still some Temps in. I always empty my giveaway box before refilling it, so
That makes perfect sense.
But let me open marbles. You join us in this, or you will go?
Oh, no, I'm happy to join you right now. I've got some time before I have to head downstairs and make food. I'm still full of vim and vigor right here.
But yeah, and guys, for everyone with us on the chat, on the stream, thank you for being there. I hope you enjoyed those PUG matches. And yeah, good luck for the marble. I'm gonna switch this game capture.
Certainly, I'd like to thank everybody here for joining us for these. Like all of this, like you guys, the audience, are what make this truly important. And I really hope that we've been able to give you guys some fantastic matches, as Tsubaki has said.
And another thing, guys, don't forget the amazing caster that we have with us today, Mr. Quarter, alias Farting. If you want to check out his channel, just click on the link, give a follow. It's just a click, guys, and you will not regret it. He is an amazing caster, like you can see, an amazing entertainer, does PvP podcasts as well, knows what he's talking about. So, yeah. And exclamation play is still too soon. That's why I waited.
You're just debating people. And thank you so much, Tsubaki. It really means a lot to me to be able to be here and cast with you. Obviously, once again, likewise in terms of everybody here, I'm really glad that we're able to give Tsubaki the respect and props that he deserves, being such a valuable member of our community. Like you do tons to like make sure that people know more about how to play the game and make sure that PvP is more open and available for people, and that's a really valuable thing.
Thanks, man. Really appreciate that message. Thank you, thank you. And guys, I don't think I need to say it because you see it in the chat, but exclamation play to be in this giveaway. Let me put the music back.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is the murder map as well, isn't it?
This is the murder map. Always the murder map.
The best one.
Thank you so much for making Gamble all more available. A pleasure. I work in the casino. What do you think?
No, the gamble in chat is wild.
JT, I think it's exclamation join. I don't even care about the prize, I just want to win once today. I mean, Niffy, your team was a win for us.
Honestly, Miliona, you won my heart with that team. That was some spectacular plays, and I really enjoyed those matches. Seeing somebody genuinely like make Corrin stand against a double Ociara, people can say they've done that.
True, that was really fantastic to watch. I had the opportunity to watch a Waspine as well, so thank you for that, man. Well played.
True, like Waspine has been pretty hard dunked on by the competitive community, so seeing somebody advocate it and run it in a tournament is not only refreshing but interesting.
True. Oh, and Infestation and Insomnicat44, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for all the follows earlier too, guys. In the tournament, I tried to get off the alert sounds to not interrupt too much the casting.
It's always kind of a juggle when you're going for tournaments, but obviously it's important to give everybody the attention they deserve.
Yeah, well, I think we can probably go. Everyone had time to do exclamation play. Last call, guys. 10 seconds, exclamation play. Rip me. No more points.
Do it.
Just do it. Dream like 09. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So, quarter. I'm gonna pick number 3. You pick one number between 1 and 10.
7.
Okay, so guys, number 3 and number 7 are gonna be the winners of this race. Good luck to everyone.
Best, and by this I mean 3rd and 7th marbles win.
Always random numbers, just better. So, oh, I'm not in QWERTY. Yep, there you go.
This is my favorite part. Now we get to watch the slaughter.
I like the end where everyone just like, do you die or not? How much survivors do you bet on 62 players?
Oh man, see, this is the thing I enjoy, is the fact that you always pick a number between 1 and 10, because you don't know how many people are even gonna live.
Yeah. Okay, 62, so I expect 13 survivors.
Oh boy. I don't know the mortality of these maps enough to be able to give a proper guess.
Exclamation target farting, what the hell?
Boy.
So, Sorgi taking the lead at the moment with Austin 7x3, Capsule following with Vasi.
Oh boy,
Okay,
you gotta watch that flip! Vasi's managed to land back in the track.
At the moment, oh, Nis42, Lucas, rest in peace, Ursula Q, you too. Versia, rest in peace, Capsule. Whoa, poof. A bit too fast.
Whoa,
Sparting! Rest in peace, mate.
Shelby is our first winner.
Wait, no, that's a bot. That's the bot. Living Dad being the first survivor.
Oh, there we go.
Wait, are we gonna have 12 survivors? I need 7 at least. Derby taking top 2.
There's 3.
Yeah, Walsh Leprechaun taking the first win. Who is taking the second win? Is it gonna be JT? No. Everyone just died. Rest in peace, guys. Who is gonna be the next winner?
Just because you're last out there doesn't mean that you don't get to win.
But there you go. I am Hoodles and Tira getting at the same time, but I am Hoodles is gonna get it. Ninja. Okay, not even 10 survive. Oh, tout ira bien. No. No.
That was absurd.
9 survivors.
8.
Guys, don't wait.
I see why it's a number between 1 and 10. Oh god.
Yeah, if it was 10, would be bad. So, Walsh Leprechaun and I am Hoodles, congratulations on the win, guys. Let me show you what you can win. Yep. Okay. Game capture. So, you can choose. I feel scammed. So, Walsh Leprechaun, you're number 3. Which Tem would you like? First time surviving this one. Or is it?
Man, after some of the spectacles we saw today, do you think some of those Psypats are gonna get chosen?
Oh, true. Psypat, I have bow straight as well. Psypat Amphibian is actually quite nice, but we'll see what he wants. Walsh Leprechaun. You know what they say.
Peepo short on a goose. I say that all the time.
What trait is Midrits? I think that's the competitive trait. And I have 3 random eggs.
All those, for the few in the audience who are interested in Little Cup, the other trait of Bun Bun is still fantastic there as well. So getting a what is it? A caffeinated Bun Bun? Not the end of the world. If you're going for one of those shiny random eggs at any point.
Yes, but he decides with the Bun Bun that is already caffeinated to not take any risk. So, Gratz, try to join me in Denise Temporium like always. And then, number 7, I am Hoodles, you are the second winner. What would you like to win? This is the question.
And there's so many good things here, right? Like, honestly, the Big Epic's a pretty cool option, too. And those are hard to get your hands on right now.
It's a... Though that's a... Yeah, that's a friendship one.
Oh boy, that's specialist, too. Think of the fun, random strats you'll be able to get off with the friendship pig, right?
With Doom. Grumble, sure. Where's the Goring Egg move? That is made to be under Naga.
Does that translate into this current environment as well?
We see a lot of Nagas lately, so... There's a Hatchet one too. Yeah, the Hatchet is 38-2, but it misses the Goring Egg move. I mean, I don't know who plays Goring, but it still misses the Egg move.
Didn't Fireman you win a plus tournament once with a max speed Goring Grumper?
Yes, but I will not say it's like meta.
Absolutely must have on Grumble. If you're not running that on your set, what are you doing?
So for Sci-Fi, which one do you want? I have the random trait, and I have each of one: Toxic, Affinity, and Amphibian. I go Toxic. Okay. So guys, join me. Oh, Walsh Leprechaun, sorry. Can you trade again, man? And then we're gonna raid somewhere.
sounds fantastic. Who's playing right now? Eh?
Congrats on the giveaway, mate. Hoodles definitely doesn't have good taste. Oh god, can I have some love in the chat as well? Welsh Replicon gifting a giveaway for later.
And that's a perfect Ragnet with the Galvanid with the egg move.
Yes, sir.
How wonderful.
Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support. BO3 by accident. I am directly putting that in the giveaway box for the next stream. So, thank you too, my pleasure. So the only one I am Hoodles. Trade me when you can, when you are in the East Emporium. That's my name, Tsubaki-chan. Just in case.
Isn't that him in front of you?
Oh. Sorry.
No worries, man.
By the way, rewatched my matches. I don't run Crystal Illusion anything. Ooh, thank you, man. Another giveaway. A little crystal. Missing antitoxins, but I don't think anyone really cares about it, honestly.
I mean, it does get Quartz Shield these days, which also I'm not sure if people care about.
Like, he has so many good moves. But I'm gonna put it her. Thank you.
Awesome. What a charming nickname.
I shall match. Yeah, I just saw that when I... So, by the way, rewatched my matches. I don't run Crystal Delusion anything. Oh, okay.
That's fair. I mean, I do think it's a useful move on Waspine, especially given that you've got the Kinu in there. But, I mean, clearly, I'm going to defer to the wisdom of the person actually running Waspine and taking a couple games off a Gag Bomb with it.
Oh, I definitely want to try some things actually with the Waspine now. So, do we just raid someone completely new streaming?
You know, that sounds like a really good thing to do.
Let's go. I found a name there.
Oh, brilliant. Is this just sort of their first foray into it? Would we know them from anywhere, or are they just brand spanking new?
It has 1 viewer, so... 51 followers. Let's help her have affiliate. Let's go.
Ah, wonderful.
Raid... Wait, what is the name again?
Oh, it's Avian.
Yeah. You know her?
No, I was browsing the list. I'm like, okay, who has 1 viewer? Ah, yes.
So, guys, thank you again all for being there. Really appreciate it. We had a good time for sure. I will be there Monday for sure again streaming. I will try tomorrow if I can have some free time at the night. Otherwise, for sure, we see each other again Monday, guys. Thank you again for the support. Wish you a good end of weekend and see you next time.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful one, guys.
So, send the raid. I want to hear what she says. Is there actually a mic?